Apocalypse. I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Here I come. Lin Qun spoke with full confidence, but Zhao Lianshan and the others looked at each other with some suspicion. In their opinion, Lin Qun was an expert, but those creatures of the shadow civilization were equally terrifying. Where did he get his confidence from? The young man couldn't help but say, "Brother, looking at your equipment, I think you are powerful, but you are from the blockade area of the magic city after all, and you may not understand these creatures of the shadow civilization. Without more than 600 or 700 contribution points, you may not be able to deal with a general. In this fog, even our previous regional number 1 with more than 1000 contribution points can't walk sideways. I guess, unless the current magic city number 1 with nearly 8000 contribution points is here, who can say that he can walk sideways?" Zhao Lianshan also said, "Brother Lin, we understand that you came from the battlefield of the magic city. Your opponents there may be different from here. I also understand your idea of going back quickly, but we can't use force. Even if we are not afraid of the general siege, if the domain master takes action, we will be in trouble. Let's plan and be careful, or try to avoid conflicts as much as possible." Obviously, Zhao Lianshan and others didn't think they were so lucky to meet the current magic city number 1. Nearly 8000 contribution points. A strong man who can be ranked in the global human rankings. Even if the global human population is dying on a large scale now, the probability is only 1 in several billion. How is it possible? They looked at Lin Qun's armor and thought it should be expensive, but they didn't think about that. However, Zhao Lianshan's words reminded Lin Qun, "We still have to be careful with that domain master. It has so many contribution points in the Blue Star battlefield alone, and its strength should not be underestimated. What's more, based on the current situation, this shadow civilization seems to be a bunch of low-end creatures supporting a high-level domain master. The strength of this domain master is even more unfathomable, and it may not be something he can solve. He also wants to go back immediately now, and there is no need to fight the big boss of the shadow civilization. As for activating the Superman body, the Superman body only has one chance left. The shadow civilization is only weird but not powerful. There is no need to waste it here for a domain master. Lin Qun has thought of a way to deal with this guy. In the magic city, the turbo laser cannon has been completely built by the military in the past few days and can be officially used. Domain lord, right? I'll just use the cannon to hit you in the face. Therefore, Lin Qun didn't say anything at this time, just nodded. Zhao Lianshan and others made a plan. They have been living in this fog for a long time, and they are actually quite familiar with it. In particular, they have indeed reached the light curtain more than once. It was the only border they had found in the fog, and they had some understanding of the route to the blockade of the magic city. Soon, they set off at full speed. Zhao Lianshan and others knew that the blockade of the magic city had been lifted. There was no fog, but there were supplies, as well as military personnel and a large number of living people. They couldn't stay in their small shabby houses anymore, and they wanted to fly over immediately. How could they sit still? Zhao Lianshan said, "We are not far from the blockade area of the magic city. Otherwise, we would not have met you, Brother Lin. Therefore, the way to avoid these generals is very simple. Just find the right direction and be fast enough." Lin Qun frowned and said, "Didn't you say that there are monsters from the shadow civilization everywhere here?" On the other side, the young man smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's not that exaggerated, that's just a saying. What kind of creatures can be so dense? It's just that they can flow like ghosts in the grey-black fog, often appearing to be everywhere, but they are not really everywhere, otherwise we wouldn't be alive today." Lin Qun learned. The young man's name is Yang. He is younger than he looks, only 19 years old. He is a college student who went on a trip to another place and returned to school. As a result, he was trapped on the high-speed rail to the magic city. In the end, he was also taken in by the military and came to this point today. And the girl with tentacles is called Li Ai. Her tentacles are part of her ability, which can enhance her perception. This allows her to have a certain ability to distinguish directions in the fog, which is why they are alive now. Unfortunately, even if they had this ability, they could not find a way out of the fog. They could not break through the blockade of the shadow civilization, and could only be trapped in the fog. But at this time, they all had hope. Although the blockade area of the magic city is now surrounded by fog, it is necessary to break through the blockade of the shadow civilization to find a way out, but just hearing so many people surviving in the magic city makes people feel at ease. The ham sausage that Lin Qun took out casually made them think about a better life. As long as they are human, who would be willing to sleep in a broken house with a collapsed roof and live a life of eating grass? Although Zhao Lianshan and others are not as strong as Lin Qun, they have rich abilities and experience in surviving in this grey-black fog. They led the way in front, quickly confirmed the direction, and moved forward step by step. Moving forward in a place where the grey-black fog is thin, there is no creature of the shadow civilization in the distance of a few hundred meters ahead. It was not until about 300 meters that a terrifying shadow suddenly jumped out in front. But it did not attack, only let out a sharp whistle, and turned its head to run. But where can it run? Lin Qun rushed out from behind at high speed, the Mark 46 running at full speed, and after a few shots, it was blown into a wriggling black patch. But what made him frown again and again was that, even after being beaten like this terrifying shadow was not dead, yet and was still alive. It seemed that there was really no way to kill them quickly except the fire talisman. However, at this time, Zhao Lianshan stepped forward quickly and said, "We have been discovered, leave it alone. Let's run." As if in response to his words, terrible sharp whistles sounded from far and near in the shadows around them. There seemed to be a huge shadow moving above Lin Qun and his men's heads. It's the domain master and his generals. Go, go. Lin Qun listened to the advice to eat a full meal and didn't want to fight. He accelerated forward after hearing the words, but less than 100 meters ahead, he met another group of people in front of him, who were fighting with the so-called general mentioned by Zhao Lianshan and his men. The fog here was not very heavy, otherwise Lin Qun and his men would not be able to see the scene here. This was the first time Lin Qun saw this so-called general. It was obviously hatched from the human body, with a human-like structure, but it was much larger than a human, a full 5 meters long, and covered in black, as if it were made of flowing asphalt. But it had 3 heads and 6 arms, and each hand was a terrifying weapon, either a huge warhammer, or a long sword, or simply a shotgun or a rifle, sweeping across a group of survivors. When the heavy hammer landed, it could directly create a terrible big hole in the ground. When it landed on a person, it was obviously just a random sweep without much force, and half of the body was directly smashed. The strength attribute of this general was at least 50. Those survivors wanted to rush to attack it, but they had no chance at all. It had all kinds of weapons, could attack or defend, and could also transform into 8 hands, or even 16 hands. How could these survivors be its opponents? The survivors seemed to realize that the blockade of the main city of the magic city had been lifted, so they ran out, but their luck was obviously bad. They met a general. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes and was ready to rush out, but at this time, a figure rushed out from the fog at high speed, rushed forward, and confronted the general for a while, and actually repelled the general. Then he heard the man shouting, "I'm the number 1 in the magic city." No, it's the former number 1 in the magic city. Zhao Lianshan and others showed joy. They had hope of escaping if they could meet such a master here. But at this time, the grey-black fog around them surged like a mass. One after another tall and terrifying shadows emerged from it. Some of them were like the human form just now, and some were obviously very different from humans. There was even one flying in the sky, like a terrible fire dragon. 7 generals. Lin Qun observed a detail. Where these shadow civilization generals appeared, the grey-black fog around them would actively flow to their bodies, gathering like a fusion, so the grey-black fog around them was thinner. But seeing the 7 generals appear, everyone changed color. The former number 1 in the magic city, "I want to kill through the shadow civilization," also turned pale instantly. Obviously, with 7 generals surrounding him, he felt that he couldn't escape, even if he had wings. Among the people on Zhao Lianshan's side, a middle-aged man who had not spoken before couldn't help it, pointing at Lin Qun and said, "It's all his fault. We shouldn't have brought him. These monsters were attracted by him." In response, before Lin Qun finished speaking, He Yang opened his mouth and said, "We are together. What are you saying at this time? We have more people. We can definitely escape." Lin Qun glanced at him. In fact, he had previously thought that this young man had a low EQ and was not good at talking, but in fact he was a good person and could still keep his emotions calm at this time. But Lin Qun just shook his head and said, "You go, I'll come." As he said that, he flew out like lightning. Lin Qun started to use his skills directly. Just 7 generals. Knowing that the headshot girl skill is not able to instantly kill creatures of the shadow civilization, Lin Qun no longer uses a headshot girl skill. The armored titan and other skills are no longer needed. Merio's power is activated. Zhao Yun's unparalleled skill is directly activated. Lin Qun's attributes began to change instantly, and he held a fire symbol in one hand, and switched to the Mark 46 flamethrower device with the other hand, spraying fire directly on his face. Zhao Lianshan and others behind him, including the former number 1 in the Magic City, whose ID was "I want to kill through alien civilizations," were all shocked. Is he crazy? He wants to fight 1 against 7? Fight 7 generals? Chapter 177. The Territory Lord is here. Zhao Lianshan was shocked. "No, brother Lin, come back soon. They make a living in the shadow civilization, but they know how powerful these monsters are, especially these generals, who are the main force of the shadow civilization. Even if I have thousands of contribution points, I can't kill through the shadow civilization alone." What is Lin Qun doing? If he kills like this, isn't it looking for death? Some survivors at the back, including the middle-aged man just now, have turned around and ran away. But the former number 1 in the Magic City and Zhao Lianshan and others did not run, but they did not move. They couldn't bear to run like this, but they didn't dare to rush up to face so many generals. But they didn't hesitate for too long, because the scene that happened next was already dumbfounded. Because Lin Qun rushed in with a flash of lightning, the fire talisman and the flamethrower opened the way, and the huge shadow civilization general in the sky that looked like a fire dragon was directly ignited by Lin Qun's double fire. It turned into a huge fireball burning in the air. Then, Lin Qun threw out the fire pattern sword, which was covered with a layer of hazy aura. It chopped off the flying shadow dragon, which was about 10 meters long, from top to bottom. With the bonus of Mario's strength and Zhao Yun's unparalleled strength. At this moment, Lin Qun's panel strength attribute alone reached 84.3 points. Coupled with the sword powering skills of the sword controlling technique and the bonus of the Iron Man suit, the pure power of his sword can exceed 110 points. Cutting off this general is no problem. And its body, which was broken into 2 halves, twisted in the flames, and could not gather together to heal. With a sharp howl, it evaporated and died. In a few breaths, it instantly killed a general of the shadow civilization. Zhao Lianshan and others behind were stunned. The former number 1 in the Magic City even took a half step back. "I can't do this. What kind of combat power is this person?" At this time, the thrusters of Lin Qun's Mark 46 battlesuit were already spewing flames at high speed, and the whole person rushed down from the air and pounced on the second general. He is actually a little weird now. He is driving Zhao Yun Washiang, but holding a sword in his hand. He is using the sword control technique, but the sword is held in his hand. But this does not affect Lin Qun's unparalleled combat power, opening and closing. The dark energy is decreasing, and Lin Qun has limited time. The aura covers the fire pattern sword, and nothing can stop it. Vertical and horizontal strangulation. In front, a humanoid shadow civilization general changed into 32 arms. Each arm has different weapons, and one arm even holds a rocket launcher, which opened fire. The moment Lin Qun rushed towards it, he first saw a piece of ammunition of twisting dark matter rushing towards him. He had seen it when he first came here. Although these ammunition were not real gunpowder bullets, they could strangely present the same killing effect as real bullets, and could not be resisted. Therefore, Lin Qun directly showed Captain America's shield, held it in the front, and advanced against the shells. The fire sword crisscrossed and cut off its arms one by one. Black juice splashed, and Lin Qun threw out a stack of fire symbols, instantly covering it in a sea of fire. At this time, the second general fell to the ground with a bang. The two generals provided Lin Qun with 2 contribution points and 6,000 experience points. Their experience was different. The first flying dragon-like shadow civilization general had 3,500 experience points, and the other had 2,500 experience points. Lin Qun raised his head. In front of him, the other 5 generals had begun to retreat. This scene seemed a little funny. The 5 generals had just come in aggressively, murderous, and powerful, but now, they were all retreating. Lin Qun took a step forward, his eyes fixed. He glanced up at the sky. The grey-black fog in this area had already dispersed slightly. He could vaguely see a huge shadow moving through the grey-black fog in the distance. To it, this fog seemed like a real dome and flat ground, and it could move through the sky. Their domain master is here. Lin Qun did not chase after them, because he also noticed that when those generals wanted to escape, they also showed their magical powers. Some turned into pus and flowed directly on the ground. Some could even transform into something like a propeller to spit out the grey-black fog sucked into their bodies and run away at an astonishing speed. Some simply transformed into hundreds of legs and ran very fast. The 5 generals ran away separately, running very fast, and disappeared in the grey-black fog in the blink of an eye. If he continued to chase like this, he could kill a few of them, and Lin Qun himself might get lost again. He did not have the experience of surviving in this grey-black fog for such a long time like Zhao Lianshan and others. Moreover, the territory lord is coming. Not only him, Zhao Lianshan and others also noticed it. Although they were shocked by the exaggerated fighting power displayed by Lin Qun, they could not care so much at this time, and shouted from behind. "Brother Lin, hurry up, their territory lord has been alarmed and is coming. Quick, this place should be not far from the main urban area of Modu. If we move forward a little further, we can get out. It can't catch up with us. It won't leave its territory rashly." As he said, Zhao Lianshan and others turned back quickly, including the former first outside the blockade area of Modu. He looked at Lin Qun deeply, said nothing, turned around and ran. Lin Qun did not hesitate. Only a fool would do it without preparation, to fight to the death. He immediately turned off the Wuxiang, and the Mark 46 thruster spewed flames, moving forward at high speed, starting later but arriving first, and flew directly over the heads of everyone. Zhao Lianshan and others behind looked at each other. He Yang said, "This brother Lin. I'm afraid he is not a supermaster." But no one answered him, and everyone ran desperately. Zhao Lianshan just nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Qun leading the way, and running very fast, they were left behind. How could they not be anxious out of instinct? But no matter how fast they ran, it seemed that they were not as fast as the domain master behind them. It moved like thunder. It seemed to be huge, but not bloated. It was faster than Lin Qun's Mark 46. In a few breaths, it was almost over their heads. However, the first target of this domain master was not Zhao Lianshan and others, but Lin Qun, who was flying in the front and running the fastest. This was naturally because Lin Qun was marked by it. Not only that, Lin Qun just killed 2 of its generals in one shot. It was the number 1 enemy on the table, and the first one to come to kill him. And at the moment of approaching, the grey-black fog suddenly rolled up at this moment. It was like a strong wind suddenly rose in the fog. In the sky, terrible shadows fell, and countless huge dark matter spheres fell with a bang. Lin Qun initially thought it was some kind of kinetic weapon, but when he got closer, he was horrified to see that it was actually an overwhelming rain of fire. Each huge sphere of dark matter was an extremely large fireball, roaring and smashing towards Lin Qun's head. Some fell to the ground, directly blasting a huge pit on the ground, and the soil on the ground was burning wildly in this strange flame. Lin Qun gasped. Never mind what this thing is, it can't be hit. But the first thing that rose in his mind was actually a fierce murderous intention. He has been on the battlefield for a long time, and now he is different from the past. When he encounters danger, the first thing he does is not to run away, but to kill. You throw fire rain at me, I will directly ride on your face and fuck you. But Lin Qun failed when he was about to soar into the sky in his Mark 46, because the fireballs in the sky were too dense, and he couldn't rush up. If he wanted to get close to the domain master, he had to endure a round of bombing of the world first. Damn it, Lin Qun gritted his teeth. He could only change direction first and continue to fly forward along the original route. If I can't take you down, I'll run away. The Mark 46 was moving at a very fast speed, sweeping the grey-black mist around it. It was fast enough that the rain of fire couldn't hit him at all. It was considered peaceful, and above his head, the domain master was chasing him madly from behind, but he couldn't really close the distance. Lin Qun was chased and beaten by the domain master, but Zhao Lianshan and others on the other side escaped because of this. They could escape by taking a detour. The fog was surging, and they were all terrified when they heard the loud noises and movements over there and watched the faint sounds. The former number 1 in the demon city kept looking back. His eyes widened, and he looked in the direction of Lin Qun. Although such a scene was almost invisible from here, it could be felt a little bit. He asked himself, if he faced that terrifying momentum, he would definitely die. In fact, in this grey-black fog, those who have survived to this day have more or less known how powerful the Domain Lord is. Almost no one who has faced the Domain Lord survived. But from the current situation, the Domain Lord has already taken action, but the man just now seems to be fine and is still rushing forward at high speed. Because although separated by the grey-black fog, the flames of Lin Qun's Mark 46 thrusters are still very clear. At this time, in front of them, the grey-black fog gradually thinned. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes and accelerated again. Behind him, in a devastating black rain of fire, he rushed forward at high speed, with a line of fire, and directly passed through the grey-black fog. The world in front of him suddenly became clear. 500 meters away from the grey-black weapon boundary, the military line in the main urban area of the demon city was strict. Before passing through the grey-black fog, Lin Qun's long-defunct communication device had already made a crackling sound, and there were vague sounds in his ears. At this moment, when he completely passed through the grey-black fog, he also clearly heard the long-lost voice. Gu Pan's voice rang in his ears. Mr. Lin, this is the Demon City Command. I'm your communicator Gu Pan. This is the 365th call. The Demon City military has been calling Lin Qun. Lin Qun answered at this moment. Gu Pan, I'm here. Contact Li Zeng for me. I want to use the turbo laser cannon. Although he rushed out, the domain master was still behind him. He was going to turn running into attacking. Bomb me, right? It's my turn. Chapter 178 Bombarding the Shadow Civilization. Lin Qun's communication was reconnected. In the Demon City Command Center, Gu Pan almost jumped up from her seat in excitement. Since Lin Qun disappeared in the fog, she has been calling Lin Qun until the call was successful. The 24-hour command center responded to Lin Qun's response immediately. It was late at night, and Li Zeng had gone to rest. He was urgently awakened from his shallow sleep and paid great attention to it. He arrived at the underground command center of the survivor base of the Demon City 6th prison as soon as possible and asked, the triple turbo laser cannon provided by Mr. Lin has been debugged. Is it confirmed that it can be used? Your Excellency Commander, we completed the final debugging of this weapon 27 hours ago and completed the first test 22 hours ago. It is confirmed that it can be used. Your Excellency Commander, Mr. Lin has begun to approach us. Li Zeng sat in his seat and said, okay, transfer the use authority immediately. The operation team is ready to adjust the turret to assist Mr. Lin in using it. His eyes moved and looked at the picture on the central large screen. At this time, Lin Qun had already fought out of the grey-black fog. Behind him, at the top of the grey-black fog, there was an extremely huge figure, roaring angrily, throwing out a terrifying black rain of fire, whistling out of the fog, and bombarding the ground. The military in the nearby position opened fire to intercept, and the troops retreated in an orderly manner. In the team, Li Ji and others were a little excited when they saw Lin Qun's figure passing through at high speed. Ni Wensheng said, I said that Mr. Lin is the best in the Magic City, and his combat power is unparalleled. This fog can do nothing to others, but not to him. Captain Chu saw Lin Qun coming out, and breathed a sigh of relief, but he was commanding the troops at this time. At the same time, he also found Zhao Lianshan and others who ran out with Lin Qun. He was moved, and immediately sent a team of people to pick up Zhao Lianshan and others. At this moment, Zhao Lianshan and others rushed out of the fog, looking at the messy main city area of the magic city in front of them, as well as the large number of military soldiers and teams in front of them. They were all very excited, and tears filled their eyes. Even the former best in the magic city, who said I want to kill through the shadow civilization, was no exception. At this moment, their hearts were so surging that they even forgot about the domain master who was chasing them frantically. Even though the appearance of the demon city was very different from what they remembered, they had been trapped in the fog for so long, struggling desperately. They were excited to see the city, the military, and so many living people. Seeing the blockade covering the main urban area of the demon city finally lifted, they were indescribably excited. However, the domain master quickly made them face the reality. Seeing the prey rushing out of the fog, the domain master's angry howl resounded through the grey-black fog and the edge of the demon city. It emitted a terrifying breath in the grey-black fog, and dense black fireballs were thrown out from the depths of the fog. They were extremely fast, and had terrifying sizes. They could blow people and horses to pieces when they landed in the military's line. If the military had not been 500 meters away early in the morning, they might have suffered heavy losses when it roared out. But the military was fast enough to quickly distance themselves. Although the domain master was angry, he did not seem to want to leave the grey-black fog. The huge shadow body was looming in the fog. As it moved, the grey-black fog at this location accelerated and surged forward. At this time, Lin Qun rushed out of the grey-black fog without any pause. The Mark 46 continued to accelerate and rushed straight into the depths of the East District. On this side, the human military fired intensively. Missile launchers and countless firepower penetrated into the grey-black fog world in front of them, far and near, penetrating into the depths of the grey-black fog, but it did not seem to have the expected effect. The firepower of those humans entered the fog, like a drop of water dripping into ink, stirring the grey-black fog turbid. The figure of the huge domain master also became like ink, fading, blurred, but it seemed even larger, as if it was a terrifying mountain lying above the grey-black fog. That seems not its body. Captain Chu's pupils shrank, and he had ordered to withdraw more than once. In front, the tactical team he sent out had urgently picked up Zhao Lianshan and others in front. They retreated against the clock, and behind them was a huge black-grey fog advancing in an entire line, like a terrible giant mouth that was ready to devour people. At the same time, while the fierce exchange of fire was going on in front, Lin Qun had already killed his way back at high speed and arrived above the East District. The Mark 46 can also break the speed of sound, and the 6th prison survivor base is not far from the border of the Magic City blockade area. It doesn't take Lin Qun much time to go back and forth. At this time, the turret of the turbolaser cannon has risen from the 6th prison survivor base. The huge turret is dark and cold, like a terrifying steel monster, with 3 gun muzzles pointing hideously to the sky. Mr. Lin, the biometrics of the fire control system have been entered, and our coordination team is ready. You can use this weapon directly, but I must remind you that the power supply system we currently connect to this device can only support it to fire at full power for a maximum of 75 rounds. There are also the following precautions. This turbolaser cannon can be put into use, which Lin Qun knew yesterday. At that time, the blockade of the blockade area had not been lifted. Although he did not personally participate in the test firing of the turbolaser cannon, he had already entered the biometric information and can now use it directly. As for the precautions and operating instructions, Lin Qun has already been familiar with them. Nothing else. He has been eyeing this turbolaser cannon for a long time and has wanted to try it for a long time. Moreover, this thing is incredibly powerful and can also strike at ultra long range. In theory, it is a good thing to harvest contribution points. How can Lin Qun not use it? Knowing that it can be used, and the military has studied it clearly, it is natural to learn it as soon as possible. After all, the operation of the weapon system is no joke. In fact, Lin Qun was not sure whether he could use this thing well at this time. After all, although he had fought bloody battles since the early landing, he had never operated this kind of military equipment. He knew very well that, although in various film and television works, it seemed that the protagonists could use it easily regardless of whether they were from the military, but this kind of thing was not so easy to use. It was difficult to use a turret to hit people in the game, and required constant practice of skills, let alone in reality. But the domain was big enough, Lin Qun felt, that it should not be a problem. This turbolaser cannon should have appeared on the warship, and was controlled by the system or fire control personnel in the operation room. But now, it was obviously just an independent turret. The military studied it for a long time, and extended a set of operating systems. Lin Qun could operate it in the control room set up behind the turret, like playing a game. It felt like playing a game. A set of two-handed handles and a huge display screen. But when it really works, it feels real. When the turbolaser cannon roared and started, the temperature around it began to rise. The slight rotation of the huge turret and the roar of the internal mechanical structure were all indicating that this was not a game. Every time he fired, every slight control action would drive the 300-ton behemoth outside. This triple turbolaser cannon is not a top-level model in Star Wars. Its effective range in space is only about 100 kilometers. In the universe, it is affected by the atmospheric environment and other interferences, so this distance is shorter. But it is more than enough to hit the edge of the blockade area from the East District. When it stretched out its fangs from the survivor base of the 6th prison, everyone in the survivor base of the 6th prison in the Magic City was shocked and attracted by it. In the command center, even Li Zeng couldn't help holding his breath and looking at the thing in front of him, and it was difficult to look away. Particle beam weapons are epoch-making for the Federation, not to mention this kind of thing that has been fully technically mature and can even be used in the battlefield of the universe. And then, Lin Qun opened fire. On the display screen in front of him, the border of the blockade area in the East District, the territory lord with his fangs and claws bared, was particularly clear. He controlled the turret to turn, and felt its charging and the terrible mechanical roar. Then, 3 terrifying rays roared out, bombarding the shadow civilization. This was the first test firing. The turbolaser cannon in Star Wars was not a laser attack in the strict sense. It was just a high-energy particle beam, so the attack could not reach the speed of light. A true light-speed weapon would be hit as soon as it was seen, and there was no chance to evade it. In Star Wars, almost all the laser weapons that appeared could be evaded and even blocked with lightsabers, precisely because they were not true light-speed attacks. Despite this, the particle beam attack was terrifying enough. It burst out from the 6th prison in the East District of the Magic City, and in just a blink of an eye, it crossed the entire battlefield, passed over the heads of Captain Chu and others, and pierced through the gray-black fog. The high temperature and high speed penetrated, leaving 3 terrible traces in the gray-black fog hitting the territory lord. No, it didn't hit. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. Did it miss? Still, not right. What went wrong? Lin Qun made the same judgment as Captain Chu at this time, but Captain Chu and the command center were all puzzled by the phenomenon before their eyes. The body of the domain lord was large enough, and even though it was the first time for Lin Qun to do it, he succeeded in striking. From the visual point of view, there was no problem with the 3 beams of energy rays, but the actual result was that there was no effect. The body of the domain lord on the gray-black fog was getting bigger and bigger. The trajectories of the 3 beams of energy rays clearly showed the hit, piercing through its huge shadow, but it was not affected. It was still throwing out terrifying huge black fireballs, and below it, the gray-black fog continued to advance faster. In a short period of time, it had crossed a distance of about 2 kilometers, and the troops deployed by the military retreated in an entire line. Chapter 179, Fleeing in Panic. What's going on? Is it its unique life form? Why are our attacks ineffective? Isn't this its true body? Is its true body hidden in a place we don't even know about? Particle beam weapons are different from conventional weapons. They don't have physical entities. In theory, they are pure energy strikes, which should have an effect on these dark matter creatures. Maybe that's not its true body at all, but some kind of projection. Because judging from reality, no creature of such a large body can walk in the clouds. These gray-black mists are all particulate matter. They can't support such a huge body at all. The weight it has is enough to make it fall. Could it be that it is actually very small, and this is some kind of projection? Because it is in the mist, our detection equipment can't work, so we can't judge. The command center has exploded. The military staff and expert team urgently analyzed this terrifying domain master. And all these discussions were relayed to Lin Qun by Gu Pan at Li Zeng's request. They didn't know which guess was correct. At this moment, Lin Qun on the battlefield needed to make his own judgment. They could only give all the information to Lin Qun. Lin Qun was looking up. Here, he could even vaguely see the outline of the terrifying territory lord's fangs and claws. The grey-black fog was overwhelming and had enveloped the world outside the magic city. The maximum height could reach 700 meters. At this moment, the huge territory lord hid his huge body in this grey-black fog. With the battle, it was not injured, but its body became larger and larger, and the fog around it was boiling, rising to a height of more than 1,000 meters. Therefore, the black fire hanging from the grey-black fog was also more dense and huge, covering a few kilometers below the fog, boiling and exploding everywhere. The military could no longer stand on the front line, and was retreating in an all-round way. They fired multiple rounds of fire, but not only failed to force the monster back, but made it bigger and bigger. The turbolaser cannon controlled by Lin Qun had not fired again in half a minute from the first test firing just now to now. He also understood that his turbolaser cannon could only fire 75 shells, and on average, it actually only fired 25 rounds of full-scale firing. Every shot was important. He was also thinking and judging. He knew more information than the military. He got it from Zhao Lianshan and others, but at this time, none of them had time to share this information with the military. These creatures of the Shadow Civilization are fundamentally different from humans and Bakatans. From a human perspective, a creature of such a huge size cannot walk on the top of the illusory mist composed of particles. Gravity and its own weight will make it fall to the ground. But it didn't fall to the ground. Then there are only two possibilities. The military mentioned them. One is that its body is not here at all, but hidden deeper in the grey-black mist, where no one knows. The other is that its body is very small, so small that it can support it to exist and walk on the mist composed of particles, but it has transformed into a seemingly huge body through the mist. These two possibilities. The information I know. No. In the past few hours, the scene of Lin Qun fighting with the Shadow Civilization, and the information heard from Zhao Lianshan and others were passing through his mind at a rapid speed. No, this is its body. It's right here. This is it. Lin Qun raised his head suddenly, his eyes flashing with cold light. In the communication channel, Gu Pan was a little confused. Mr. Lin, what does this mean? But at this time, Lin Qun no longer answered. He turned the turret and the turbolaser cannon fired wildly. Chasing me to kill, right? Now it's my turn. Dense beams of energy rays roared out, like countless terrible electric lights sweeping across the dark sky of the magic city, piercing through the battlefield and the fog, and even piercing through the huge black fireballs that covered the sky and the ground, and directly into the grey-black fog. The deepest part of the huge domain master's body left a series of terrible tracks in the spreading and surging grey-black fog. The sky was illuminated by the continuous high-energy rays, leaving a shocking light track on the retinas of everyone's eyes along the way. Everyone on the battlefield along the line couldn't help but look up and look at the scene in front of them. Lin Qun fired all the remaining 24 volleys, heading for the deepest part of the fog, towards the terrifying domain master of the Shadow Civilization, and fired crazily. The triple turbo laser cannon roared again and again, and the temperature around it rose sharply. When the 20th strike was made, the lights of the survivors of the 6th prison, provided by the military, began to flicker. When Lin Qun Bio fired the last strike, the entire base of the survivors of the 6th prison in the Demon City was completely out of power. Li Zeng and his men ran out of the underground command center. When Lin Qun opened fire at first, Li Zeng and his men were shocked, thinking that Lin Qun might have been reckless, but the result was surprising. The first few strikes were useless, and the body of the domain master seemed to have become larger, but as the strikes increased, it went through the air like a storm, and the body of the domain master finally began to shrink violently. From the outside, the first reaction was that the roaring rain of fire disappeared, followed by a large amount of blurring of its swollen body. Some of the black structures that made up its body flew out directly, as if some trunk had been broken and torn apart alive. 75 beams of energy rays flashed across the sky, rushing at high speed, almost creating a passage in the grey-black fog. Its huge body was directly torn apart, and the subsequent attacks clearly showed the effect of hitting. In the depths of the grey-black fog, a large group of shadows was torn apart piece by piece in the intensive attacks, roaring and wailing, retreating backwards, and its huge body broke apart, scattering a known black matter at dawn, and finally fled in a hurry, and disappeared in the depths of the grey-black fog. Until this moment, 75 shells were fired. The entire survivor base of the 6th prison in the Magic City was out of power. The control room, where Lin Qun was located, was directly black. The turbolaser cannon was out of power and offline. Li Zeng and his underground command center had no power, so they could only stand out to see the situation outside. And Li Zeng and his team also saw the desired results of the battle. Under the crimson sky, at the far end of the field of vision, the huge shadow giant had disappeared and fled in a hurry to the deepest part of the fog. On their side, in the 6th prison, Lin Qun was rising from his position and flying back to the battlefield. He was a little regretful that he couldn't directly blow up this domain master. This place can only support him to fire 25 rounds. And considering the situation in the Magic City, it was a mess and the infrastructure was seriously damaged. It was actually not easy to achieve this level. This domain master was definitely one of the most powerful alien civilizations he had ever seen. With his own combat power, it was difficult to fight without turning on the Superman state, but relying on the turbo laser cannon, he directly beat it to lose its armor and flee in panic. This is the power of heavy firepower. If this was during the confrontation with the Bakatan civilization, maybe Lin Qun could use this thing to directly kill Bakayun. Of course, the Bakatans are different from the Shadow civilization. They don't need to hide in the fog or rely on the environment. Although their life form is not unique enough, the technical direction of their civilization can deal with turbo laser cannons very well. Wouldn't it be enough to directly launch a missile to blow up your laser cannon? Without warships or other technologies to provide mobility, it is difficult for turbo laser cannons that have become ground turrets to avoid this fate in modern warfare. As long as they open fire and hit a target, as long as they do not completely destroy all targets, they will be destroyed by the enemy's retaliatory strikes. The turbolaser cannon has become a consumable. Although the rain of fire from the domain master just now was also terrifying, it was obviously unable to hit the turbolaser cannons at a farther distance. In the end, they could only be driven away. Despite this, Lin Qun still flew forward to the battlefield. After a while, the communication was restored. Li Zeng said in surprise, "Lin Qun, how do you know that it is the main body? Our two assumptions are all wrong. I know more information than you." Lin Qun explained, "I entered the fog, met some of them, and also met the living humans in it, and learned a lot. So I can make a judgment. That is the main body of the domain master. It is not hidden, nor is the main body very small, it just merged the main body with the surrounding fog. These dark matter creatures are contestants from a group called Shadow Civilization. I encountered them before the blockade of Magic City was lifted. Although they were a little weird at that time, they didn't have these tricks. This was also confirmed by the people I met in the fog. The fog is their key. For them, the fog is a neural network, and it is also where they depend on. So I guessed that the domain master might have dispersed himself into the entire fog, but because of the existence of the fog, we couldn't see clearly. Therefore, when we looked at it from the outside, its body was blurry and huge. Because it is blurry, even if we rushed in, we could see a fog. So, the fog over there just now was it. It is the fog. To hit the fog is to hit it. High temperature beam energy weapons are effective. This is Lin Qun's guess and judgment. And now it seems that he guessed right. The so-called domain master controlled the entire grey-black fog, so it was so impressive and powerful, and that's why it wouldn't leave the fog. This is actually the same as the ordinary shadow civilization life that Lin Qun encountered. Once it leaves the grey-black fog, it immediately reveals its true form, become fragile. Therefore, Lin Qun bombarded all the way and directly drove the so-called domain master away. At this moment, he has also returned to the battlefield, and under his feet are Captain Chu, Zhao Lianshan and others. Chapter 180. You are the best in the Magic City. In the distance, as the domain master of the shadow civilization quickly disappeared from sight, the speed of the rapidly spreading grey-black fog also returned to normal, and even slowed down slightly. On the ground, it was a mess. At this time, the boundary of the blockade area of the Magic City had been completely blurred. In the past few hours, the grey-black fog had advanced 7 or 8 kilometers into the main urban area, and was almost covering the low-rise houses in the suburbs. That location was exactly where Lin Qun came to the survivors of the 6th prison, and sank the first Bastion light attack ship. Once the grey-black fog spread there, it would be a matter of time before it submerged the survivor base of the 6th prison. The individual combat power of these shadow civilization creatures was not very strong, and it had little effect on masters, but for ordinary people and ordinary armies, their unique life situation, combined with the advancement of the grey-black fog, was almost fatal. Of course, that was all later. Lin Qun was falling from the sky. Although Captain Chu and his men had to retreat a long distance in the battle with the Domain Lord, they did not suffer heavy losses. At this time, they took the initiative to come out and greet Lin Qun. What is going on? That big guy, is he a master of this shadow civilization? They are very strange. In the past few hours, Lin Qun has been searching for information in the foggy world. The military has not given up exploring the foggy world. With the newly updated regional rankings, they have also obtained a lot of information. Lin Qun did not answer immediately, but moved his eyes, and soon found Zhao Lianshan and others in the crowd. There is also the former number 1 in the Magic City outside the blockade area of the Magic City. I want to kill through the shadow civilization. Captain Chu followed Lin Qun's gaze and understood what Lin Qun meant. He did not ask any more questions, but said, I will arrange for you to return first. The spread of these grey-black fogs will directly affect our deployment and survival in the DC area. We must make a decision as soon as possible. Lin Qun nodded. Zhao Lianshan and others were actually looking over here. They were in chaos just now, just trying to escape. In fact, they were still confused. They only saw the intensive attack that just passed through the air and drove away the domain master. Now when they turned around, they saw the brother Lin they knew landing from the sky and talking to a man who was obviously an officer. They were all stunned. He Yang said, it seems that this Lin Qun we met is not only very powerful, but also seems to have great connections in the military. Zhao Lianshan said, if we have that kind of strength, the military will definitely pay attention to us, so don't think too much. Tentacle Girl thought about it, stole a glance at the former number 1 in the Magic City, who was standing in front of her, and whispered, instantly killed 2 generals, and escaped unscathed from the pursuit of the Domain Lord. What kind of strength is this? I think he is better than that one. Do you think he is one of the new top 3 in the Magic City? Shh. Zhao Lianshan's face changed when he heard this, and whispered, talk less. Don't you know that he is most proud of his strength? Seeing that others are stronger than him, if you say it again, won't you offend him? And it seemed that just as they said, the former number 1 in the Magic City, I want to kill through the shadow civilization, his eyes were straight at this time, and he had been staring at Lin Qun since the beginning. At this time, he suddenly took a step forward, and walked forward straight ahead, without caring about anything, separated the crowd in front of him, and went in the direction of Lin Qun and Captain Chu. Seeing this, several soldiers nearby were a little surprised. How could they let this person who just came out of the grey-black fog approach their leader casually? They wanted to stop him. But how could they be a match for this guy with thousands of contribution points? The former number 1 in the Magic City pushed twice, and the soldiers were separated. Then, the attention of the people around them turned to him. Lin Qun and Captain Chu also looked over. Captain Chu looked confused. He didn't know who was who here. Lin Qun shook his head at him and introduced him. This is the number 1 outside the Magic City blockade area, with a total contribution point of over 1,000. Captain Chu's eyes lit up. Then he is also a master? Lin Qun nodded. In fact, he just took a closer look at this number 1 outside the Magic City blockade area. The other party is not very old, younger than he Yang, maybe only about 15 or 16 years old, and has such a record, which is really amazing. Captain Chu was eager to learn from his talent, so he signaled the soldiers to stop blocking him and let him come over. He wanted to talk, but the number 1 outside the blockade of the Demon City seemed to have only Lin Qun in his eyes. He walked over step by step, staring at Lin Qun, and said, "What level are you? How did you do it? You can kill the general in 1 second? Is it all because of the bonus of your armor?" He asked questions in a rapid-fire manner, which made Lin Qun stun for a moment and frowned. "Yes, but not all. Captain Chu, I'll leave these people to you. They are still reliable and should not be bad people. Such a master with more than 1,000 contribution points would be an object of flattery in front of others." But Lin Qun did not intend to talk nonsense. He moved his eyes and looked into the grey-black fog. The domain master of the Shadow Civilization retreated temporarily, but he was not ready to retreat. There was no need to go deep into the grey-black fog, but it was still necessary to find some creatures of the Shadow Civilization to kill in the periphery. Since the retreat of the Bastion people in the Demon City, Lin Qun had not gained any contribution points in 7 days, and now he did not want to give up this opportunity. With his strength and the strength of the creatures of the Shadow Civilization, he could kill them indiscriminately when he encountered the creatures of the Shadow Civilization in the outer circle of the grey-black fog. Just the contribution points he had gained from going in and out of the grey-black fog world had already increased his total contribution points, which were almost at the bottom, and now there were more than 300. 500 contribution points were within reach. Lin Qun's strength had greatly increased, and it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables to slaughter these ordinary alien civilization creatures. Moreover, Lin Qun's experience, which had not been used for a long time, had also increased greatly. Now it had reached the top. A plus sign appeared behind his level, and he could upgrade to the next level. With the fire talisman in hand, these creatures of the Shadow Civilization, weren't they living contribution points? Lin Qun was ready to fight, but the number one outside the blockade area of the magic city in front of him was a little relentless. He stared at Lin Qun and said, "Why don't you answer me? You are not as good as me, right? It's all thanks to your armor. If I exchange for one, I can also kill its general in seconds." Lin Qun didn't think much of what he heard, but his eyes darkened at this moment. What's wrong with this guy? Captain Chu next to him also frowned. This young man seems to have a bit of a hot temper. Lin Qun didn't say anything. He just frowned and wanted to leave, too lazy to talk nonsense. In the eyes of others, a master who has 1,000 contribution points must be flattered, but in his eyes, it's nothing. After all, he himself is a top master. He said a few words to introduce him because when he was in the grey-black fog before, he saw this former number one in the magic city running out to save people, and he thought he was a good person. But now, this guy seems a little green. Lin Qun glanced at Captain Chu, pretending not to hear what he said, and said, "Captain Chu, you can take these people back first. They should be able to provide a lot of valuable information. In addition, approve a group of people for me. I want to charge in again. You haven't answered my question yet." Seeing that Lin Qun ignored him, the former number one in the blockade area of the magic city was not very happy. He stretched out his hand to pull Lin Qun, but his strength was far inferior to Lin Qun, so how could he catch him? Lin Qun dodged directly, his eyes flashed, and his hand was already on the dragon pattern sword. At this time, everything around was quiet. Whether it was the soldiers or Zhao Lianshan and others, they all looked at this sight nervously. Zhao Lianshan gritted his teeth, ran out from behind the crowd, and said to smooth things over, "Brother Lin, Brother Li is relatively young and a little competitive. He may feel uncomfortable when he sees that you are better than him, but he is a good person and has no other thoughts. Don't misunderstand me." Zhao Lianshan came out to persuade the fight with good intentions, but he didn't expect that the first person outside the blockade area, whom he called brotherly, not only did not appreciate it, but was very unhappy when he heard it. "Old Zhao, what are you talking about? He is not better than me. He just has a set of armor. If my contribution points were not spent on other things, I would not be weaker than him. What is your current ranking in the magic city? Let's compare." Judging from the address, it seems that they knew each other before. Lin Qun listened and frowned even deeper. What Zhao Lianshan said was right. This guy's really a very competitive guy. You still want to compare with me? Without this Mark 46, I can beat you down with just the basic attributes. 1,000 contribution points, at most, is only about level 12 or 13. How can he compete with him who is only level 21 and has additional attribute bonuses? Exclamation mark. But at this time, a tall figure stood out from the military side. He was nearly 3 meters tall. Just standing there cast a shadow, bringing a huge sense of oppression. It was none other than Ni Wensheng. He was Lin Qun's #1 admirer. He was on the other side just now, but was attracted by the movement here. When he heard that someone wanted to compete with Lin Qun, he laughed and couldn't help it. He stood up and said, "Ha ha ha, Kit, you are a master. I respect you, but you want to compete with Brother Lin. I think you are crazy. Are you from outside? You may not know that when Brother Lin killed the Bakatans and earned 5,000 contribution points, he didn't have this armor. Tell me, can you beat him without his armor?" Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, I have never seen such an incredible request. These words seemed very normal to others. Now, in the blockade area of the Magic City, even if no one knows what Lin Qun looks like, who hasn't heard of Lin Qun's name and his achievements? But for Zhao Lianshan and even the #1 outside the blockade area of the Magic City, it was a different story. When they heard the words, they didn't react at first, and then their faces changed drastically. The #1 outside the blockade area of the Magic City widened his eyes and pointed at Lin Qun. He no longer had the confidence just now and said incoherently, You are the #1 Ying in the Magic City with nearly 8,000 contribution points. Chapter 181 Upgrade. Ni Wensheng's ridicule was somewhat ruthless, but when he said this, the field suddenly became quiet. Zhao Lianshan, He Yang and others all stared at Lin Qun blankly. So, you are the real #1 in the Magic City? He Yang spoke right after the astonished former #1 outside the blockade area of the Magic City. His face was a little red, and he obviously thought of the embarrassment of discussing Lin Qun in front of Lin Qun before. Zhao Lianshan and others obviously thought of it too. At this time, they looked at each other with their mouths slightly open. The key figure they had discussed for a long time turned out to be right next to them. No wonder, Brother Lin, you can kill 2 generals in seconds. 8,000 contribution points, 8,000 contribution points. Zhao Lianshan showed a dreamy expression and took a step back. He didn't feel it before, but the more he thought about it now, the more he felt it. Such an existence, if not that kind of person, who else could it be? Who can kill into the depths of the grey-black fog alone? Who can not be afraid of the domain master and the general? At this time, they were all thinking awkwardly whether they had said anything unpleasant to hear when they were discussing Lin Qun, the #1 in the Magic City. At this time, the #1 outside the Magic City blockade area also fell silent. He took a step back, and this time, he was completely silent. Seeing this, Ni Wensheng chuckled. Seeing that these people were shocked, he looked even more shocked than Lin Qun, the person involved. Lin Qun breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had not said anything all along, just because he was a little embarrassed. People were discussing you enthusiastically, but you sat aside, raised your hand silently, and said that the focus of your discussion was actually me sitting next to you. Moreover, he had no reason or need to say it specifically, because Zhao Lianshan and the others would not do anything, but this former #1 outside the Magic City blockade area was not giving up, and Ni Wensheng ran out to say this, which actually helped him. Lin Qun nodded to Ni Wensheng and smiled at Zhao Lianshan and others, saying, there is no first step. We are all human beings, and we are all trying to survive. I hope you can cooperate with the military and tell them the information you told me before in more detail. Maybe it will be of great use. Immediately, Lin Qun looked at Captain Chu and said, let's stick to the original plan. I will lead a team to set off. Ni Wensheng was the first to raise his hand. Brother Lin, I will go with you. I haven't received any contribution points in a long time. I will go to pick up some leaks. Lin Qun nodded, and he was ready to take another group of people. Although he was not in any danger, when he entered the grey-black fog, he was afraid of getting lost. He needed to follow some military personnel, and he couldn't be an ordinary soldier. The grey-black fog was of course not a threat to Lin Qun, but for ordinary people and ordinary soldiers, it was a dead end. Time is running out. Although the spread of the grey-black fog has slowed down as the domain master was repelled, it is only a matter of time before it covers the entire Magic City. At this moment, Captain Chu immediately arranged a group of people, and Zhao Yi personally took them back to the survivor base of the 6th prison. On the other side, arranged personnel to cooperate with Lin Qun to fight. Liuiui, Ni Wensheng, Li Ji, etc., and some high-level strong men in the army. At this time, Zhao Lianshan and others looked at Lin Qun and didn't know what to say. Originally, they felt that there was a gap in their strength, but it was almost the same. But now, when they heard that Lin Qun was the first in the Magic City and the total number of contribution points was nearly 8,000, they looked at Lin Qun again and felt that he was a little unapproachable. Hesitant, they didn't dare to speak and followed the military people and left silently. It was the former number 1 outside the blockade area of the Demon City. Before he followed the military to leave, he stood in front of Lin Qun and said, "I admit that you are better than me now, but no matter what level you are, or how many contribution points you have, I will surpass you. I will be the number 1 in the Demon City, the number 1 in the Huaxia region, and the number 1 in the Federation. I will end this war of civilizations." Lin Qun listened to these words and smiled bitterly. "That's great. I'll wait for you to end the war of civilizations." This is also his ideal. After escaping from one demon city, there is another one. After solving a Bakatan civilization, there is another one. Blue Star has become a battlefield. There is no place to hide on such a large planet. For human civilization, everyone is just the base of this war of civilizations. Moreover, everyone has slaughtered humans and is the enemy of humans. Even if the battlefield of civilizations ends, they will definitely completely destroy humans, eliminating future troubles and the possibility of revenge. If you want to return to your previous life, the only way is to end this war of civilizations. In the past few days, Lin Qun actually thought a lot about the background of the war of civilizations and everything about it. Who is leading the civilization war? What is their purpose? To lead such a terrible civilization war, they must be extraordinary. They are beyond my current ability to fight. Their purpose is beyond the comprehension of Lin Qun, or even the current level of human civilization. But Lin Qun thought a lot, and thought of a lot. No one wants to die, and Lin Qun also wants to live, and welcome a peaceful and bright future of his own. And if you want to live, if you want to not become a base in this civilization war, there are only 2 ways. The first is to leave the Blue Star and stay away from it all. The second is to get a real interstellar spaceship, run away, and leave here. Both of these plans are feasible. Lin Qun didn't tell anyone, but buried them in his heart, because he knew very well that these 2 plans were impossible for him to achieve at this stage. If he wanted to do it, he must first have strength and become stronger. Only by being strong enough can the alien civilization be helpless against him. Only by being strong enough can he execute and complete his own plan. And who doesn't want to hide under someone else's big tree to enjoy the shade? To end the doomsday, that would be great, and I'm also a beneficiary. Therefore, Lin Qun was not annoyed when he saw him like this. He even patted his shoulder and walked away. It was only at this time that he knew the name of the former number 1 in the blockade area of the Demon City. His name was Li Dangshan. Lin Qun remembered this name. In fact, it was not easy for him to obtain more than 1,000 contribution points in the grey-black fog world. He did have some strength, otherwise, it would be difficult to get to this point in this foggy world. Afterwards, Lin Qun took the elite team assigned to him by Captain Chu and set off quickly, approaching the grey-black fog. Enter it and hunt for shadow civilization life. The domain master was repelled, and the diffusion speed of the grey-black fog decreased, but there were still many shadow civilization lives in the fog. Lin Qun and his team attacked from all sides, and strangled those small-scale shadow civilization lives. Walking through the grey-black fog, Lin Qun's combat power was sufficient, and with the cooperation of the military, he could even encircle and suppress these shadow civilization lives in the fog, where the shadow civilization was dominating. They never dreamed that this was their territory. In the past, they had surrounded humans in groups, but now it was the other way around. Humans actually came in and surrounded them. This time, Lin Qun also deeply felt the professional action with the cooperation of the military for the first time. If he came in by himself, he would just search around and kill one by one, but the military was not like that. The soldiers of the military were very professional. They had talents with special reconnaissance capabilities. They first determined the approximate location of the shadow civilization creatures, and then began to attack from several directions, and finally closed the net and let Lin Qun strangle them in one fell swoop. It was called a team, but in fact, at this moment, the soldiers and talents cooperating with Lin Qun, together, there were more than 300 or 400 people. In the grey-black fog world, it was like a crazy meat grinder, sweeping the shadow civilization creatures. And when divided into multiple groups, Lin Qun hunted these shadow civilization creatures, just like closing the net to catch fish, and what was waiting for him was ready. After harvesting the shadow civilization creatures gathered by a group of military here, the next group had already finished, and Lin Qun only needed to rush over. Although they are hidden in the grey-black fog, their number is actually huge. This is just the edge of the fog. Lin Qun avoids the main area of the battle with the domain master and runs to other locations. He can harvest batches of creatures of the shadow civilization. When he comes in, these military soldiers serve Lin Qun completely. They gather these shadow civilization creatures just to help Lin Qun harvest contribution points. These soldiers and Ni Wensheng and others only picked up a few contribution points during the initial expulsion process. This is the cooperation that Li Zeng promised to the military. Cooperate with Lin Qun to harvest contribution points. If Lin Qun is not strong enough, he will not get such preferential treatment from the military. For example, in the initial stage, it is impossible for him to ask the military to help him like this. In the war, there is no clear hope, and the military cannot bet randomly. In the Battle of the Magic City, the military has seen the combat power and terrifying potential that individual strongmen can show, and naturally they are willing to support Lin Qun at all costs. Give him priority to supply contribution points, and send a large number of people to help Lin Qun harvest contribution points. Humans are different from the Bastion civilization. The Bastion civilization wants to cultivate new strong men, and the old strong men do not go all out. For them, the battlefield of civilization is an opportunity for civilization to progress, but for humans, the current battlefield of civilization is a life and death situation for humans. Cultivating a bunch of strong men who are neither good nor bad, they will be harvested by others before they grow up. Therefore, it is better to directly pile up a master and let them survive first. Therefore, now the opportunity to obtain contribution points is given to Lin Qun. Lin Qun was a little emotional. It was really very different for him to hunt alone and cooperate with a group of people to harvest contribution points. The efficiency and execution were greatly improved. This is like fishing. If a person fishes alone, he may not catch much in a day, but if it is a team or even a fleet, it will be completely different. Although the elite team that cooperates with Lin Qun is not as strong as Lin Qun, they cooperate with Lin Qun and help him harvest contribution points, which is just right. Under the purposeful hunting, Lin Qun's contribution points rose rubbing and rubbing. In less than 2 hours, Lin Qun's contribution points directly broke through the 500 mark. He himself had never expected to gain nearly 500 contribution points in such a short time. His total contribution points in the ranking officially exceeded 8,000. At this time, Lin Qun and other military soldiers retreated and prepared to rest before coming back. Lin Qun's experience was enough, and he completed the upgrade on the way, and reached level 22. Name, Lin Qun level 22, 73,050/108,000, strength 58 agility, 31 constitution, 53 stamina, 60/60, dark energy, 24/24, talent, card drawing bonus ability. Since then, Lin Qun's stamina has reached 60 points, and his agility has reached 31 points. Lin Qun shook his arm. Now, for him, the improvement of 1 or 2 points is not obvious, especially the agility attribute, which has reached 3 times the standard value of ordinary people. Lin Qun's feeling is still very vague. It seems that he runs faster and reacts faster. It is said that along with the withdrawal of Bastion, the Magic City has also summoned a large number of experts to study the contribution point mall technology and these attributes. Perhaps, by then, Lin Qun will be able to get a more detailed data answer. However, at this moment, he has already sat on the military vehicle and is ready to return to the survivor base of the 6th prison. According to the news just sent by Gupan, Li Zeng and his team have reanalyzed the situation and come up with a new plan to discuss with Lin Qun. This will affect the future direction of the Magic City. Chapter 182 Supergiant Card. When returning to the 6th prison, the sky had begun to brighten, but the existence of fog made the world of Magic City still appear dim. At this time, the power system of the survivor base of the 6th prison had been restored. Lin Qun did not spend much time on the road, entering the survivor base. At this moment, looking from the distance from the survivor base of the 6th prison of Magic City, you can see a corner of the huge grey-black fog world. This means that the distance between the two has already exceeded the safe distance. The military set up defenses along the border of the eastern district, alerting all monsters that might come out of the grey-black fog. When Lin Qun came back, he had guessed the military's plan before he saw Li Zeng at the headquarters. The survivor base was unprecedentedly busy, with a large number of people coming and going, and materials being transported. It was obvious that they were preparing for a retreat. This was indeed the case. Li Zeng met Lin Qun in the General Command Center and said straight to the point, "Mr. Lin, the latest plan, we will start a city-wide retreat. In fact, the lives of these shadow civilizations are not strong. There are quite a few of them in the grey-black fog, but they are still nothing compared to us humans. If we confront them head-on, with our firepower, they are not our opponents at all." Lin Qun nodded. Indeed, if we are prepared, as long as they do not use the cover of the grey-black fog, they are far less threatening to us than the Bakatans. The creatures of these shadow civilizations have strange means and look difficult to kill, but they are actually most afraid of fire. Modern gunpowder weapons can effectively kill them. As long as they get out of the fog, their movement speed will decrease, and many of their abilities will not be able to be exerted. Ordinary people can find a way to kill them at will, but the problem is that they can't fight against the strengths of humans with their own weaknesses. That's right, you should know, even if I don't say it. These creatures of shadow civilization can't run out of the fog to fight us. They are in the fog covering the whole city. And the scale and volume of the existing grey-black fog, with our existing means, we can't completely disperse these grey-black fogs. They hide in the fog and can't come out. We have no way to deal with them, and when the fog covers the entire Magic City, we can only sit and wait for death, and our advantage is gone. And according to the information we obtained from Li Qun, these fogs have the ability to corrode metals. He has seen that the military's armored tanks have been corrupted in a dozen days. Their grey-black fogs seem to be achieved by transforming metal substances. Their fog covers the Magic City, and the city ruins in the Magic City are also some kind of resources for them. Lin Qun nodded. He had no objection to the military's decision. He cooperated with the military and the military cooperated with him. In fact, the same is true for Lin Qun. The grey-black fog spreads, and even the most powerful domain master of the shadow civilization cannot solve Lin Qun, but Lin Qun cannot dispel the fog, so he can't live here. It's okay to hunt in the fog to get contribution points, but it is definitely unrealistic to survive for a long time. He couldn't stay alert all the time, but there were many beings in the shadow civilization, and they could keep an eye on Lin Qun and wait for him to slack off and take action when he was slack or relaxed. If you walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. This is also why Lin Qun thinks Li Qun is amazing. In the past 20 days, almost all humans outside the blockade area of the Demon City have been killed by the shadow civilization. Those who can survive at this time are not those who huddle together for warmth and speculation like Zhao Lianshan and others. Li Qun, who has walked alone until now, is really amazing. Corrosion of metal has a great impact on the military and Lin Qun. This information was not mentioned by Zhao Lianshan and others before. No wonder the life form of the shadow civilization is so strange, and there are no metal objects. It turns out that they turn all those things into grey-black fog. Then our destination is Lucheng. Lin Qun noticed Li Zeng circling on the map and said, "But how do we cross the fog area? Besides, won't we have too many people?" Lin Qun knew Lucheng. It is about 60 kilometers away from the Demon City in a straight line, and the city size is also good. It's Lucheng. This is our tentative direction. Lucheng is the closest city to the Magic City, and its size is large enough to accommodate a large population. Li Zeng's voice paused here, and he lowered his head to look at the current map of the magic city at hand, and said, as for your second question, we are preparing weapons. With our existing means and technical strength, we can't dispel all the grey-black fog, but we have the ability to create a passage in the existing grey-black fog. Create a passage? Yes, that is, to punch a passage out. Mr. Lin, you are busy, but we are not idle either. We have been analyzing and detecting, and now we have come to the conclusion that, although the grey-black fog that shrouds the magic city is terrifyingly high, it also surrounds the entire magic city blockade area. Li Zeng gestured on the map with his fingers, and said quickly, but its radius should not be large. It is a hollow circle, with a length of only 23 kilometers at most. With our existing equipment, we can't dispel all the fog, but we can open up a fog-free area. As long as there is such a passage, with our firepower, the Shadow Civilization can't do anything to us. They can only watch us being powerful. If they dare to rush out of the grey-black fog area and fight us, they will be looking for death. In the past, the military has not been idle. They have been observing and analyzing the grey-black fog in front of them from multiple angles, as well as the status, possible goals and actions of the Shadow Civilization. The military has made a plan. It is unrealistic to defend the magic city. They can only watch the grey-black fog envelop them, which is equivalent to waiting for death. The grey-black fog envelops them, the visibility is pitifully low, and the Shadow Civilization cooperates with the various weird methods of the grey-black fog. 3 million people will be divided and defeated one by one. Now, the only option left for the humans in the magic city is to retreat. Lin Qun was a little surprised. The coverage area of these fogs is only this large. Yes, it should be like this. More than 20 kilometers is not small, but it is smaller than you guessed, right? You know, fog like this is made up of particles, but it is difficult for us to observe with our naked eyes. But without exception, they all need matter to form. Especially the fog of the Shadow Civilization, which has multiple functions, is even more complicated. The grey-black fog that continuously covers such a large area requires both technology and sufficient matter as a basis to form this fog. We currently believe that the material, that is, the particulate matter, that they use to construct the grey-black fog is insufficient. Because from the current analysis results, although the grey-black fog spreads very quickly to the main urban area of our magic city, it spreads very slowly to the outside of the magic city, and there has been no change in the past 20 days. Li Zeng said, this proves that they have the ability to spread outward, but they did not do so. Instead, they used all the stored and accumulated grey-black fog particles to sweep through the magic city. Otherwise, the grey-black fog that is now spreading to the main urban area of the magic city would not have been able to advance so quickly. We therefore believe that it is because there are wilderness and highways outside the magic city, and it is useless for them to spread. But if they can swallow up the magic city, they can obtain a steady supply of metals in the urban area of the magic city, allowing them to spread the grey-black fog on a larger scale. But we don't know the situation outside. Lin Qun was a little worried. What if the situation outside is worse? We retreat like this. That's right. Our signal has been severely interfered. Up to now, we have not been able to contact any external forces, and our satellites seem to be completely paralyzed. We don't know what the situation outside is like. But the current situation, staying in the magic city, is an inevitable end of defeat. We have no choice, and Li Zeng paused here and said, we didn't make this decision completely blindly. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. What you mean is, I just said that the Shadow Civilization has been accumulating grey-black fog, but it has not spread to the areas outside the magic city and occupied more territory. Instead, it has stayed there in order to swallow up the magic city area that has been surrounded by them. We guess the Shadow Civilization has two purposes after its arrival. One is to replenish materials from the magic city, the other is to sit back and wait, wanting to eat up the Bastion civilization and reap the benefits after the Bastion people fight with us. Although they are not particularly powerful, they have unique advantages over us and the life of the Bastion civilization. Although they cannot strangle the top masters, they can harvest a large number of contribution points and retreat unscathed. The top masters are deeply trapped in their fog and can hardly do anything to them. In the end, they can only choose to retreat on their own. Compared with the harvest, the price they paid for this is negligible. With their unique civilization, they do not need to ambush specially. The grey-black fog can help them sweep the low-end life of an ordinary carbon-based life civilization, making the high-level individuals lose sight of one thing while focusing on another in the fog. It is precisely because of this advantage that they do not expand outward, but guard the magic city instead. They should want to create an information gap. The people in the magic city do not know their existence, but they know that there are Bacatons in the blockade area of the magic city. Their own life form can have an advantage, so they have to wait and see. Wait for the blockade of the magic city to be lifted, and then make a dumpling to eat the Bacatons in the magic city, make a fortune, and then do something else. But they may not have expected that when the blockade of the magic city was lifted, it was not the Bacatons who came out, but us humans. And the large amount of metal substances in the magic city can replenish key substances for their grey-black fog, allowing them to have a capital to spread outward. This can also explain why they did not spread the grey-black fog outward before, because their target is the main urban area of the magic city, so they have been accumulating. The grey-black fog is also a substance, not infinite, so if they want to harvest the battlefield in the blockade area of the main urban area of the magic city, they must stop spreading outward and keep all the grey-black fog to engulf the urban area of the magic city. If they take over the magic city, they can kill two birds with one stone and complete the primitive accumulation, and then they will have a foundation for any other plans. The wishful thinking is really loud. Li Zeng paused slightly, and finally said, but for us, it shows that the outside is not necessarily more dangerous than here. Lin Qun frowned. He understood the real purpose of the shadow civilization that Li Zeng said, but he didn't quite understand how Li Zeng came to this conclusion. Is there any connection between the purpose of the shadow civilization and this conclusion? Li Zeng showed a confident smile. What I mean is that the world is big, and powerful civilizations may be everywhere on Blue Star, but we may not encounter them, because Blue Star is also huge. There are already two powerful civilizations here. By the time the blockade is lifted, the humans in the demon city should have been divided up almost completely. How could those truly powerful civilizations still set their sights here? Think about it, not only is Demon City blocked by the Bacatons, but there is also a shadow civilization outside. With so many people, the cake in Demon City is obviously not enough to share, but there are still so many humans in various parts of Blue Star outside Demon City. If we don't kill those easy ones, who would come here to compete with several civilizations in a thankless task? I guess that in the area near Demon City where we are, there is no civilization of the level of Bacaton or Shadow civilization. They would not have come here from the beginning, resulting in the pattern of Demon City being determined in the area of Demon City. Except for the retreating Bacatons and the Shadow civilization here, there should be no other powerful civilizations that can threaten civilization. The direct evidence for this speculation is, from the information we have obtained from various parties, the Shadow civilization has not had a large-scale battle with any civilization since its arrival. Otherwise, the range of their grey-black fog should have spread to their opponents and outward. After all, with the abilities they have demonstrated, their civilization's advantages can be brought into play wherever the grey-black fog goes. No civilization would be foolish enough to fight without its own advantages, right? But they didn't. Instead, they accumulated a large amount of grey-black fog to sweep across the blockade area of the magic city. This only shows that they have not engaged in any large-scale battles with other civilizations since their arrival. If there is a war, it is the battle with us now. This directly shows that there is no opponent nearby that is evenly matched with it. They have not been attacked, and they have no targets to attack. If there is a civilization more powerful than the Shadow civilization, the Shadow civilization would have been harvested for their own contribution points long ago. If there is an evenly matched opponent, the Shadow civilization would definitely still be fighting, and would not be able to concentrate on dealing with us. There is no civilization in this area that is more powerful than the Shadow civilization, nor is there a civilization that is equally powerful as the Shadow civilization, which means that the situation outside is not that dangerous. Even if there are other civilizations, They should be weak civilizations, or small-scale forces of other civilizations, and they have nothing to do with the shadow civilization. They are even very far away from each other, so far that the grey-black fog of the shadow civilization cannot spread over in a short period of time. It is very likely that there are no large forces of other civilizations active in a certain area near the shadow civilization. Even if there are, those civilizations that are weaker than the bastions and the shadow civilization, with our current size, a scale of 3 million people, and an army of 100,000, although most of them are recruits, but the general weak civilizations, it is impossible for them to pose any threat to us. Therefore, I speculate that this retreat may not be as risky as it seems, because there shouldn't be enough power around us to eat our civilization. If the powerful civilizations farther away come thousands of miles away, by the time they reach us, our retreat will be complete. Fukai, who had not spoken, said on the side, "That's right, Mr. Lin. Although we have been suppressed by the bastions in the Magic City, don't forget that we also have military power, and we are not weak. Although most of our troops are newly recruited, they have also experienced the Battle of the Magic City, and are considered to be combat capable. An army of 100,000 people and 3 million humans. Ordinary alien civilizations do not have enough power. Even if they want to eat us, it is not that easy. Although many civilizations have landed on the Blue Star battlefield, this civilization battlefield has levels. No matter how powerful the civilizations that land, they will not exceed a limit, so that the gap between the civilizations that land will not be too large, and they can fight fiercely in back and forth. Although the bastions and shadow civilizations that humans have encountered so far have their own advantages, they cannot completely crush humans because of this battlefield setting. Lin Qun listened to what Li Zeng and Fukai said, and looked at the legend drawn by Li Zeng in red on the map. He understood Li Zeng's meaning completely. He was a little surprised. Due to the electromagnetic interference of the grey-black fog, the military still couldn't contact the outside world. Li Zeng's judgments were all based on the speculation of the existing information, but the decision to retreat from the demon city was based on this speculation. The lives of 3 million people depended on this. Looking at Li Zeng's expression, Lin Qun was a little impressed. As a commander, Li Zeng was bold and careful, but his speculation seemed complicated, but it was well founded and convincing. But Lin Qun also understood that there was no better choice at this time. The grey-black fog spread slowly outside the demon city, but it spread quickly inside the demon city. A decision must be made as soon as possible. And Lin Qun also agreed with Fukai's words. Being suppressed by the bastions does not mean that humans are weak. Blue Star is the Blue Star of humans. Humans have a huge population and military base here. 3 million humans and 100,000 troops are an astonishing number, no matter where they are placed. There is no need to underestimate yourself or panic too much. With so many people, they will certainly be targeted by alien civilizations if they go out. But at the same time, if you want to eat up such a large army, you must first consider whether you have the strength to do so. Lin Qun was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "I hope we can take root in Lucheng when we arrive." He expressed his support for Li Zeng's plan. Li Zeng and Fukai looked at each other and smiled. Li Zeng took a deep breath and said, "If everything goes well, we will take root in Lucheng and build a real doomsday city. At that time, survivors and military soldiers in nearby areas will gather here. We want to build Lucheng into the human civilization front of the entire southern region of China, and even the entire Chinese region. By then, Mr. Lin, you will have the power of a civilization behind you." Lin Qun listened and imagined the future. He replied softly, "Behind the civilization, there will also be my power. Their cooperation will continue." Today, Lin Qun has felt the advantage of cooperating with the military. When the military and the survivors become more powerful, as Li Zeng said, civilization will become Lin Qun's arm. This global battlefield is ultimately a battle between civilizations. In a small area, the power of one person is very strong. But if you really look at the overall situation, the power of civilization is equally important. If all humans die, where can Lin Qun go? Wherever he goes, there are alien civilizations. He will become the target of all civilizations. He can only walk all the way, fight all the way, and cannot rest. He will become a lonely ghost of human civilization and eventually die of exhaustion. Even if Lin Qun has the ability of a true Superman, it will be useless. Other civilizations also have strong people, and Superman is not invincible. He needs a civilization. Civilization also needs a strong person. The choice here is simple and pure. Everyone is trying to survive. The retreat plan of the Demon City has been launched. Although the Domain Lord was repelled, the spread of the grey-black mist has not ended. For most humans, the shadow civilization lurking in the grey-black mist is like a venomous snake, very deadly, and its deadly method is fundamentally different from the Bastion civilization. The shadow civilization is obviously very clear about this. Therefore, even if the Domain Lord was repelled, the spread of the grey-black mist has not stopped until now. The Bastion people they originally planned to harvest have become humans, which is not a big change for them. They don't need to deal with a certain human strongman. As long as the grey-black mist slowly covers and submerges the entire Demon City, they can harvest contribution points in large numbers. As for strongmen like Lin Qun, they just hide. As long as they want, Lin Qun may be able to kill ordinary creatures of the shadow civilization in the mist, but don't think about finding the Domain Lord and its generals. Within the grey-black mist, they are invincible. Of course, without the grey-black fog, they are not a threat. On the contrary, the powerful firepower of humans is a great threat to them. This is exactly what the military thought of, to open a path in the fog and leave. Time is urgent. Li Zeng's retreat plan only lasts for 3 days, because the grey-black fog will only cover the world and the East District for 3 days. Within 3 days, we must withdraw. Li Zeng said, we will transform the vacuum cloud bombs in our hands and build a fog clearing energy gathering air cannon system. This cannot clear the grey-black fog, but it can open up a short path for us. However, Mr. Lin, during this period, you still don't need to do anything. Our people will continue to cooperate with you to harvest contribution points. Of course, if possible, it would be best if we can find their domain master. The existing information shows that there is a certain gradient level in their civilization. The domain master is the highest level here. It is both the ruler and the brain. Killing it will be very beneficial to us. Lin Qun nodded. This was a precious opportunity for him to accumulate contribution points. As for the Domain Lord, Lin Qun estimated that, since it had been repelled by humans once, and knew how powerful it was, it would not appear again. Even if it attacked humans, it would probably rely on the fog and the large number of shadow civilization creatures hidden in it. The Great Retreat began, and it would be a contest between human civilization and shadow civilization in the Magic City. After Lin Qun left Li Zeng, he did not return to the battlefield immediately. The sky was beginning to brighten. He returned to his room, set up a formation, activated the Fairy's Gaze card, and soon received a response. It has been a long time since I bothered the unknown fairy, and the effect is still very significant. This time, Lin Qun also got extreme good luck that lasted for 2 minutes. Lin Qun recharged 500 contribution points and started drawing cards. Soon, a card emerged. Name, Supergiant card. Type, skill card. Inherent, description. Use this skill card to transform into a colossal titan when you have enough energy. You are 60 meters tall, with a red body, no skin, thick legs, and your agility attribute is reduced to 0.3 times the original attribute. Your strength attribute is increased to 7 times the original basic attribute. Your physique attribute and energy attribute are increased to twice the original basic attribute. The image and some characteristics of the transformed titan are closely related to the person who uses the skill. Maintaining the colossal titan state, you can release high temperature steam, and you can control the amount of high temperature steam, but this will shorten the duration of the colossal titan. Special note, this card is from the Attack on Titan deck. If you gather the Warhammer Titan, Beast Titan, Colossal Titan, Armored Titan, Attack Titan, Female Titan, Jaw Titan, and Card Titan cards, you can synthesize the Founding Titan card and gain the ability Rumbling. On this card, there is a blood red, skinless, terrifying titan, surrounded by steam. With only half of its body, it still looks huge and terrifying. Lin Qun looked at the slowly emerging card and took a breath. The 4th Titan card is here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, 2 consecutive draws. It's a colossal titan card. It's over 60 meters tall, and even more terrifying is that once it's activated, its power increases by 7 times. It's even more exaggerated than the 5 times of the Beast Titan card that Lin Qun had before. And with Lin Qun's current 58-point attribute, activating this card will instantly increase his attribute to 406 points. It's over 400 points. This doesn't even include the power added by Mario's strength. However, the shortcomings of this card are more obvious. Agility is reduced to 0.3 times, which means that Lin Qun's current 31-point agility attribute will immediately become 9 points once this skill is activated, which is lower than the human standard. However, the larger the size, the slower it moves. This is even more serious in the Colossal Titan setting. For example, in the original book, the Colossal Titan is a representative of slow movement, but its size is absolutely terrifying. It is a real giant, comparable to the huge monsters that run rampant in the city in those monster blockbusters. 9 giants. Lin Qun already has 4 in his hand. The rumbling, maybe it's not just a fantasy. Lin Qun couldn't help but think of that scene. The rumbling started, and countless terrifying giants swept across the land. That would be a world-destroying disaster. Most of the alien civilizations would probably collapse and be defeated under such a disaster. The Blue Star battlefield will end with the victory of mankind. Just thinking about it makes people excited. However, Lin Qun was a little curious. If the rumbling really happened, where would so many giants come from? After all, there is no giant wall on Paradise Island here. But now is not the time to think about these things. Lin Qun was ready to fight. As the card pool level increased, the quality of the cards he drew was getting higher and higher. Every card, when put out, could be regarded as a B level or even A level talent. Others only have 1 talent, but every card of Lin Qun is a talent. After drawing the cards, Lin Qun ate something and set off again without stopping. The military team cooperated with him and rushed to fight in the grey-black fog. The great retreat plan of the Magic City has begun. The military has broadcast this message to the entire region. Now it has begun to concentrate resources on survivors. Outside, on the dilapidated city streets, there are survivors and vehicles everywhere, but there is no congestion or chaos. The efficiency is surprisingly high. It's just that everyone's face is more or less a little bit of panic and uneasiness, but they are not completely unprepared. After all, before this, everyone has known that after the Baccatan's retreat, the safety in the blockade area is only temporary, and they are more or less mentally prepared. In Lin Qun's car, Li Ji leaned against the window, looking at the scene outside, and said, "This is now. If this was before the global battlefield opened, it would be almost impossible to mobilize so many people so quickly to prepare for the Great Retreat, right? Those who can survive to this day are at least not stupid, and they won't run around in a swarm." Lin Qun and Li Ji sat in the back seat, also looking at the scene outside. Li Xing in front said, "I don't know what Lucheng is like. The whole world is like this. We can only take one step at a time, and live one day at a time." Lin Qun said from behind, "For alien civilization creatures, we are the base of the civilized battlefield and also prey. Only by improving our strength can we live longer." At this time, Li Xing smiled and said, "Brother Lin, my strength has also improved recently. I'm now level 4, and my talent level has also been upgraded. Now my skill is no longer a headlight. Small wounds can be healed by shining on me for half a minute. Brother Li Ji has personally tested it and it works." Li Ji smiled and said, "Indeed, Li Xing has picked up a lot of loopholes recently. Now his ability is much stronger than before. Some experts have specially studied his ability and think that, if his ability can be improved, he may be able to revive the dead." Lin Qun glanced at the two people. He knew that Li Ji's progress was not small. He is now level 7. Although it is nothing compared to Lin Qun, it is definitely powerful among ordinary survivors. Combined with his lightning ability, he is also a master who can stand alone on the battlefield. Everyone is trying to survive and grow. When the strong of mankind grow up little by little, human civilization is expected to be no worse than the Bakatan civilization. Lin Qun looked at Li Ji beside him for a moment and said, "We will be able to reach Anshan one day." Li Ji smiled and said, "In fact, I don't have much hope in my heart." He did not give a direct answer. In fact, he and Lin Qun both knew that the answer might have been known long ago. It has been too long, and in the current situation, even if the blockade of the magic city is lifted, they have no chance to go to Anshan. There are completely two directions from the magic city, and they are the two ends of the Huaxia region. Under the current situation, it is even more difficult for them to go out of the magic city to Luncheon, let alone go to such a distant place. With books, it is long. Without books, it is short. Lin Qun and his team returned to the edge of the grey-black fog and continued to hunt the lives of the Shadow Civilization. But they changed their position again. After the Domain Master was beaten back, the creatures of the Shadow Civilization at the edge of the blockade of the Magic City became more cautious. They did not dare to approach, and no longer took the initiative to show up, but waited for the grey-black fog to spread. At the border of the fog in the eastern district, which was strictly guarded by the military, there were almost no creatures of the Shadow Civilization. Even if Lin Qun and his team went in, they would take advantage of the fog and evade directly. No matter who you were, they would just avoid you. This kind of non-contact situation is rational and cautious. Before the fog covered the magic city, they would never leave their territory. Lin Qun and his team simply bypassed the DC area and entered the fog from the adjacent North City District and South City District. There was no human activity in these two districts, let alone military garrisons. The creatures of the Shadow Civilization here were bolder and more rampant. When Lin Qun and his team bypassed the North City District, they even saw groups of twisting dark matter life looking around the street corners of the city. They even took the initiative to run out of the fog, eager to spy on the human world, trying to find human targets for them to kill. When they just met the convoy of Lin Qun and others, they were even a little excited. It's a pity that they are the prey. With more cooperation with the military, Lin Qun and his team became more and more close. In the next 2 days, the Magic City was busy preparing for the retreat, determining the route, and looking for survivors outside the Magic City blockade in the fog, while he led his team to attack from all sides, wandering between several urban areas, hunting for the lives of shadow civilizations everywhere. Lin Qun's contribution points rose rapidly. The number of lives in the shadow civilization is also not small. The grey-black fog has been coming for a long time, and there has been no hindrance. A large number of shadow civilization lives have landed and filled the grey-black fog world. For Lin Qun, it is an inexhaustible supply of contribution points, and depending on the strength, some weak creatures of the shadow civilization have only 10 experience points, while others can be worth 100 experience points. After 2 days, Lin Qun directly upgraded to another level. Name, Lin Qun. Level 23, 81,520/120,000, Strength 60 Agility 33 Constitution 54 Stamina 62/62 Dark Energy 26/26 Talent. Card draw bonus ability level 23. With the support from the military, Lin Qun's hunting for alien civilizations has directly turned into fishing. In the past few days, he has killed the shadow civilizations on the edge of the fog in several areas. A few days ago, those shadow civilization creatures were still frantically testing the edge of the fog, excited to find humans to kill. But later, no one dared to show up. Even if you go dozens of meters deep into the fog, you may not be able to find a shadow civilization creature. They are all hiding. Lin Qun didn't know that his name had spread among the shadow civilization. It is said that humans have a killing god who is looking for their people to kill everywhere. He once killed 2 generals of the Domain Lord in seconds. He changes places every day and appears and disappears mysteriously, making him hard to guard against. This human is like a ghost. The Domain Lord has ordered that we are not allowed to get close to the edge of the fog. Don't be greedy and don't send heads to that human. How many humans have you eaten? You speak more and more like humans. I saw him from a distance once. That human was extremely powerful. He once killed 2 generals in seconds. He is the top human in the Magic City. I can't believe that there are such strong people among humans. They should be the most fiercely resisting natives we have ever encountered, right? We don't have to worry. When the fog covers the entire Magic City, these humans will all be trapped. This top human will be alone without cooperation. No matter how powerful he is, what can he do? He can only get out of here. When other humans are almost dead, a powerful man, no matter how powerful he is no match for a civilization. It's just, they seem to be preparing an escape plan. I don't know if they can succeed. Damn it, why are these humans running away? They will die if they go out, and they will die if they stay here. Why not give us their contribution points and experience? They probably don't know how dangerous it is outside. In less than 3 days, Lin Qun has been promoted twice, and his total contribution points have exceeded 1000 points. But because Lin Qun was scared of killing these shadow civilizations, he had nothing to kill. In addition, the retreat plan of the Magic City was about to begin, and the grey-black fog had spread to the critical value of danger. Lin Qun returned to the survivor base of the 6th prison, preparing to cooperate with the military and start the retreat of the Magic City. However, before that, he also prayed for good luck and had another round of card drawing. He had 2500 contribution points, which was just enough for a double draw. For the rest, Lin Qun planned to upgrade the Beast Giant card. The retreat of the Magic City would inevitably lead to a war, and the contribution points should be converted into combat power as soon as possible. The fairy has been very kind recently, and this time is also extremely lucky. Lin Qun drew a card directly, and the first card that appeared surprised Lin Qun. This is a B-level card from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Moreover, it is a field effect card. Chapter 184 Upgrading the Beast Titan Skills. The first card slowly emerged in front of Lin Qun. Name, Grassland. Type, Special Effect Card. Effect Card Grade, B-level. Description. This card is a special field effect card. Using this card, you can create a grassland field with an area of 13 kilometers, 0.5 times the dark energy attribute value, and a duration of 13 minutes, 0.5 times the dark energy value. The release of this field is not affected by external non-terrain environmental conditions. It must be released within the planet, and must be released in a flat area. After release, it will cover the original terrain and form a grassland with abundant rain. During the existence time of this grassland, the basic attributes of all nomads and grassland creatures within the grassland will all increase by 2 points. Special description. Hey, maybe we can drink milk this year. This is a B-level card, classified as a special effect card. At the same time, it is also a field card. It comes from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Field card, Grassland. But in the same way, the emergence of this card has also undergone certain changes according to the actual situation. Its existence time and coverage are closely related to Lin Qun's upper limit of dark energy, but it does not need to consume dark energy. Doesn't this mean that, if my upper limit of dark energy is high enough, the grassland I get by using this card can be infinite and can last for a long time? Lin Qun fell into deep thought. This grassland card seems to be limited by the terrain and the internal environment of the planet, but its limitation is just that, as long as these two conditions are met, it can be released to cover all the original terrain. Isn't this terrifying enough? From the perspective of science and technology, this is the ability to change the world. It is planetary transformation. Thinking of this, Lin Qun instinctively looked outside. Outside the Magic City, the grey-black fog was rolling. After 2 days, the grey-black fog was almost approaching the foot of the survivor base of the 6th prison. From here, its huge fog wall can be seen. Maybe. At this time, the second card was slowly emerging. This is a skill card. Feast. Lin Qun was excited. I saw a ferocious purple void creature on this card. Who else could it be but Cogmore from the League of Legends world? And this card is the R skill of the big bug. Feast. Name. Feast. Type. Skill card. Inherent. Description. Use this skill card to obtain the skill of the League of Legends world hero Cogmore Feast. Use this skill to devour any living or dead alien civilization target and randomly obtain 0.1 points of any attribute from it, with no stacking limit. Cooldown time: 6 hours. The description of this skill is short, but shocking. It is indeed a transformation of Kog'Maw's ability in the League of Legends. Feast. This is an extremely effective devouring attribute. In the League of Legends, this skill of the big bug is a source of its name. It can continuously gain size and health enhancement by devouring soldiers and heroes. It is a controlled and terrifying front row. Although this skill does not have the point of size increase, it has all the devouring and most important acquisition attributes. Of course, 0.1 of any attribute may not seem like much at first glance, but it is terrifying if you think about it carefully. 6 hours of cooling time. Any attribute can be infinitely stacked. This means that it can be infinitely plus 0.1, adding 0.4 points of attribute a day, 4 points of attribute in 10 days, at least 12 points a month, and 144 points of attribute bonus in a year. At least 144 points of attribute. What does that mean? Lin Qun is now level 23, with various bonuses. The attribute with the highest data is still a long way from 100 points, not to mention the gap from 144. Lin Qun did not hesitate, and immediately loaded this ability. Feast ability, get it directly. Lin Qun also checked it out. If you want to upgrade this skill, you also need a full 1000 contribution points, which is enough to upgrade other skills many times. But, how do you swallow it? A terrifying picture suddenly appeared in front of Lin Qun's eyes, his mouth opened to an incredible degree, and then, why does this feel a bit scary? Of course, if Kogas wasn't in the world of the Alliance, it would be an extremely terrifying beast. But Lin Qun tried it, and it seemed that it was not possible. He couldn't eat a body larger than himself in one bite when he started the feast, and he couldn't open his mouth wider than a human in violation of the laws of physics, let alone devour the life of an alien civilization. Is it necessary to capture the alien civilization and chop it up and stew it? Even if Lin Qun could accept it psychologically, it seemed that he couldn't stand it physically. He rubbed his chin and pondered, what is the correct way to open this feast? According to its skill description, if you want to devour alien civilization creatures, you must at least have a big mouth bigger than the alien civilization creatures. With this human mouth, it seems that it should not be able to devour anyone. Maybe, it can be combined with the giant card. Lin Qun's eyes flashed. Is that mouth not big enough? However, with Lin Qun's 2 rounds of card drawing, his total contribution points fell again, and at this time there were only about 400 left. It was definitely not enough to upgrade this feast, and the skills of the headshot girl and the armored titan were not enough to upgrade. Now, the skill of the headshot girl has reached level 4, and the skill of the armored titan has reached level 2. To upgrade further, 600 contribution points are needed. But he can upgrade other skills. For example, the ability of the shining fruit. 100 contribution points will be deducted. The upgrade was completed in an instant. Name, shining fruit ability, skill level, level 3. Consume 1 point of dark energy to activate this ability, and generate a 50 cubic centimeter hard diamond armor on the outer layer of the skin, which can be used to resist attacks or impact. Duration: 45 seconds. Only one diamond armor can exist at the same time at the current level. The attributes have doubled. This is the second upgrade of the shining fruit ability. The growth potential of this ability is also very high, and Lin Qun has given it great hope. And this time, the area of the diamond armor that can be generated has doubled from 25 cubic centimeters at level 2 to 50 cubic centimeters. At this rate, it should not be a dream to be covered in gold and diamonds. Moreover, when it reaches the advanced stage, this ability should also be able to affect the surroundings and turn the surrounding things into diamonds. TSK, if I had used this skill before the end of the world, I would have made a fortune. Lin Qun complained. After deducting the 100 contribution points, he still had 400 contribution points left. Lin Qun, adhering to the principle of not leaving any more, spent another 300 contribution points to upgrade the Beast Titan skill card. The Beast Titan skills and the Armored Titan skills are both skill cards of the same level. It takes 300 contribution points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. For example, if you want to upgrade the Super Titan card that Lin Qun just obtained to level 2, you need a full 400 contribution points. At this moment, after the contribution points were deducted, the Beast Titan skills were instantly upgraded. Skills, Beast Titan skill card, skill level, level 2. Use this skill to transform into a Beast Titan when you have enough physical strength. He is 20 meters tall, covered with hair, and looks like a reindeer and a rabbit. His agility attribute is reduced to 0.5 times the original attribute. His strength attribute is increased to 5.5 times the original basic attribute. His physique attribute and energy attribute are increased to twice the original basic attribute, and he can achieve partial hardening. After the transformation, the image and some characteristics of the giant are closely related to the person who releases the skill. Activate this skill card to get special skills. 1. Throw. With its terrifying power, the giant can throw any object as a weapon. The throwing speed is related to the strength and power attribute, and can reach up to twice the speed of sound. 2. Summon. The spinal cord of the giant can be made into a pure giant potion, which can be used on intelligent creatures. By roaring, the target of the injection of the potion can be activated to transform into a pure giant, and be driven by the giant, the current upper limit of the pure giant, that can be driven. 4. Special note, this card is one of the Attack on Titan decks. Collect the Warhammer Titan, Beast Titan, Colossal Titan, Armored Titan, Attack Titan, Female Titan, Jaw Titan, and Cart Titan cards to synthesize the Founding Titan card and gain the ability Rumbling. The upgrade of the Beast Titan card does not change the attributes very much. The height changes from 17 meters to 20 meters, and the bonus of the strength attribute increases by 0.5 times. The bigger change is actually its to special skills. At level 1, the throwing skill can only break through 1 times the speed of sound. Now, the things thrown out can reach twice the speed of sound. It is very exaggerated for a flesh and blood body to reach this level. The most important thing is that the upper limit of the pure giants he can drive and summon has become 4. It turns out that there are only 2. In fact, Lin Qun values these 2 abilities more. If he stacks attributes, he has the Armored Titan and the Super Giant card he just obtained, so he doesn't need this Beast Titan, which is neither good nor bad, but its 2 special abilities are very useful to Lin Qun. The pure giants showed amazing effects in the last battle in the North City district. These are 2 giant thugs, and they can also be transformed with creatures of alien civilizations. The 2 Bacatan pure giants are more than 20 meters in size. If the 2 pure giants were not blown to death, they could even follow Lin Qun until now. 4 pure giants, that is 4 powerful thugs. However, the upper limit that can be controlled and summoned is only 4. Lin Qun is ready to choose carefully and find a few powerful creatures of alien civilizations to create pure giants, which will become his 4 guardians in the future. At this point, Lin Qun had almost used up all his contribution points. He actually wanted to upgrade the cartoon crocodile. After all, this card was very powerful, but the cartoon crocodile was not a skill card. Its attributes and abilities were completely determined, and it could not be upgraded at all. Lin Qun could only do nothing about it. At this time, Lin Qun's total contribution points were close to 10,000, far ahead of the entire Magic City area. The second place behind him was Chu Yaowei, but she only had about 1,500 contribution points. She seemed to have been attacking the creatures of the Shadow Civilization these 2 days, and had reaped a lot of rewards. The city-wide evacuation was about to begin, and Lin Qun could not always hide in his room. He came out of his room and went outside to the activity area of the former 6th prison survivor base. He saw a group of people gathered in the corner, making quite a commotion, and he didn't know what they were doing. Lin Qun approached. He was surprised to see that it was Li Dongshan who was pulling Chu Yaowei. What was going on? Chapter $185 million retreat. You are the second best in the Magic City. I will defeat you first, and then defeat that Lin Qun. I will tell you who is the star of humanity. Lin Qun approached, and after listening to a few words, he knew why. Li Dongshan was still the same. He was not convinced by the ranking ahead of him. Seeing that Lin Qun's total contribution points were about to reach 10,000, he must be uncomfortable. He ran here at this time to find face with Chu Yaowei. Lin Qun was very surprised. Chu Yaowei did not use her real name on the list. Even he knew Chu Yaowei's ID only after a long time. This Li Dongxun is really capable. How could he find this? The survivors on the side talked about it. Few people knew that Chu Yaowei was a master. Chu Yaowei was too low-key at ordinary times. She has always been low-key. Such a pretty girl is the second in the Magic City. She gave me my job. What kind of obsession is this? She likes work so much. I have heard of this young man. He is outside the blockade and is not weak. He provoked Mr. Lin before. In addition to these survivors, there are some military personnel who are trying to persuade them to fight. They are very sincere, but these two people are the top masters among the survivors. How can they persuade them like this? Chu Yaowei has a cold personality. In her eyes, Li Dongxun is just a child. She doesn't want to pay attention to Li Dongxun at all. She keeps walking and wants to leave without saying a word. Li Dongxun is actually not a bad person. It is said that he helped others a lot in the fog before. It's just that his personality is a bit competitive. He has always been the first outside the blockade of the Magic City. He is very confident and thinks he is very powerful. Now he has suddenly become the third or fourth. He is still a little uncomfortable in his heart. He thinks he should be stronger than the people in front. Seeing this scene, Lin Qun was very cunning. He immediately covered his face with his hands, but he was reluctant to leave. That was the instinct of the Chinese people, to watch and eat melons. He hid behind the crowd and looked around. He was a sly person. No one could find him when he was insignificant. At this time, everyone's attention was attracted by the two guys in front of him, so they could not notice him. He ate the melon quietly, and with the personalities of these two people, let alone the survivors around, even the military personnel who tried to persuade them to stop fighting, they didn't care at all. Chu Yaowei dodged twice and got Li Dongxun behind her. Li Dongxun was so angry that his face turned red. "You look down on me?" As he said that, he was about to reach out to grab Chu Yaowei's shoulders. Then, Chu Yaowei threw him over her shoulder and he fell directly to the ground. Chu Yaowei's fighting ability was tested by Bakazan, and with her unique ability within 3 meters, this was the end of Li Dongxun's attempt to pull her. The survivors and soldiers around him scattered. They were all watching. Li Dongxun's face turned purple, but Chu Yaowei didn't even look at him. She walked forward, leaving him with only her back. Others were still looking at her, but she turned around with a cold face and swept her cold eyes around. Everyone shrank their necks. Even the military soldiers were no exception and had to rush to support Li Dongxun. Lin Qun scratched his head and felt that Li Dongxun was a little pitiful for no reason. But he didn't want to talk to Li Dongxun, so he thought about it, took a step, and ran up, pretending to cover his face, walking side by side with Chu Yaowei. In fact, Lin Qun hadn't seen Chu Yaowei since the last Bastion negotiation, and she didn't accept the invitation from the military. It was rare to see her today, so Lin Qun wanted to say a few words. "You're leaving just like that, aren't you afraid that Zhao Li will bear a grudge and secretly attack you?" Lin Qun said. Chu Yaowei glanced at him and seemed not surprised at all that he was here. She said, "If he was that kind of person, he would not have openly challenged me. He is just too young, and he has fallen from the altar all of a sudden. He feels disappointed and wants to prove himself, but he doesn't know how to do it correctly." Lin Qun blinked his eyes. "It seems that you don't hate him." In fact, Lin Qun wanted to say that Chu Yaowei's words sounded like a superior evaluating a new young man. Chu Yaowei said expressionlessly, "Yes. He is not hateful, but I don't want to have anything to do with him. It's a waste of time. There is no need for that. Is this also the reason why you don't join the military?" Lin Qun asked thoughtfully. He thought of what Li Zeng had said to him before. The military had approached Chu Yaowei before, but was ruthlessly rejected by Chu Yaowei. It is said that it was Commander Fu who went there in person, but the conversation only lasted 3 minutes and quickly ended with Chu Yaowei's cold response. With Chu Yaowei's resume, it's impossible for her to have low emotional intelligence. There's only one reason why she can end the conversation in 3 minutes. She just wants it to end in 3 minutes. "I'm not as good as you. Joining the military is just like finding another job. Chu Yaoi said, I guess I'll just help you harvest contribution points again. I don't want to be your supporting role, so there's no need for me to talk nonsense with the military. She worked hard and climbed up the career ladder step by step, but in the end it was such a ridiculous result. She's not interested in all this now. She just wants to make good use of her time, survive, and live her own life. Independent and strong. Chu Yaoi's answer made Lin Qun scratch his head. So, Chu Yaoi should be good to him? Not only was she willing to say so much to him, but he calculated that he and Chu Yaoi had been together for more than 3 minutes, and Chu Yaoi always gave him face. It's not that she would always respond to his requests, but it's almost enough. But he had to admit that what Chu Yaoi said made sense. If they were in the same situation, Lin Qun's choice would probably be similar to Chu Yaoi's. The military's existing resources can only support one person. Lin Qun is here. Even if Chu Yaoi relies on herself to become the second in the magic city, the resources she enjoys will never be comparable to Lin Qun. She may even have to serve Lin Qun. In that case, she is not as good as herself. However, Lin Qun's thoughts soon came to an abrupt end, because Chu Yaoi stopped, glanced at Lin Qun, and said, are you okay? If you are okay, I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything. The first half of Chu Yaoi's sentence sounded like a cold and ruthless don't talk nonsense, I'm too lazy to care about you, but the second half of the sentence had another meaning. She recognized Lin Qun. Lin Qun smiled and took a step back. Chu Yaoi nodded at him, took a proud long step, and left quickly. Among the group of survivors, she was definitely the most eye-catching one. In the overcrowded survivor base waiting to be evacuated, people would turn around to look at her wherever she went. The movement here did not attract much attention. At this moment, the retreat of the demon city has entered the final stage. It is now 23:45. The military will start the retreat plan at 30 am. Lin Qun climbed the prison wall of the survivor base of the 6th prison and looked out. On one side, near the direction outside the demon city, there is a grey-black fog that is endless. It is as dark as an army under the city, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression, and looking inside, there are endless convoys and heads. According to incomplete statistics from the military, in the 7 days since Bastion withdrew, and the demon city won, the total number of survivors gathered or rescued from various districts of the demon city is nearly 3 million, and the current total population of the demon city has exceeded 3 million. Such a large-scale team is about to carry out an unprecedented retreat. The Long Dragon convoy spread all the way. The military troops, together with the government and the personnel recruited from the survivors, divided into more than 100 sections to manage these survivors, to avoid being left behind. Lin Qun separated from Chu Yaoi and went to Li Zeng, ready to follow the human retreating army and set off in an all-round way. Li Zeng invited Lin Qun to climb on top of the military vehicle, pointed to the distance, and said, our fog reduction weapons are about to fire. Mr. Lin, you can take a look. It will be an extremely grand fireworks. As if in response to Li Zeng's words, only about 5 minutes later, a sharp whistle that broke through the air came from their heads. Lin Qun saw missiles with long tail flames passing over his head and falling into the grey-black fog in the distance, one after another, one farther than the other. Then, after about a second of silence, there was a loud explosion. Lin Qun felt the violent airflow from a long distance. In the grey-black fog, one after another, bright fireballs like small suns rose up, and then the surrounding fog was washed away like clearing the clouds to see the sun. In a short period of time, a path through the grey-black fog world that covered the sky along the line was opened up. From inside the magic city, directly to outside the magic city, the grey-black fog covered area along the way for more than 10 kilometers has been opened up. The grey-black fog was dispelled, and the shadow civilization creatures in this area all retreated in a panic at this moment, from the fog-free area to the fog-covered area. At the edge, the grey-black fog was surging, but it would probably take some time to regroup. At the same time, the military fired wildly into the fog on both sides, sweeping the shadow civilization life that might be wandering at the edge of the fog. Without the fog, their advantages were gone, and they had no hard power to engage in a frontal fire with human forces, so they could only retreat quickly in the crazy shooting. The grey-black fog on both sides was surging, and a large number of shadow civilization creatures retreated in a line amid a shrill whistle. The survivors here cheered loudly. From here to the outside, although they couldn't see the specific situation outside, they could see the outline of the endless world outside without the grey-black fog, which made people excited. Lin Qun was also a little excited when he saw it. This is something he couldn't do without using his superhuman body. If he wants to pass through this foggy area, he can only rely on his own brute force to find a way in it, but the military can do it. This is the powerful ability of modern forces. Although human technology is not enough to change the world and realize the real moving of mountains and filling of seas, the existing technology can actually realize land reclamation and transformation of the natural environment in certain urban areas. It cannot dispel all the grey-black fog, but it can also create a passage here. And that's enough. The fog is still spreading. According to the calculations of the military, this passage can only last about 2 hours, and the grey-black fog that has been cleared will gather again. They must hurry. The millions of survivors in the Magic City, in a mighty manner, started an unprecedented retreat. Chapter 186 Venue Card, Expand. The fog cleared, and the huge team of the Demon City slowly set out. If it was before the end of the world, it would not be easy to organize a large retreat of 3 million people in a hurry, especially to get so many people to cooperate, which is not easy in itself. But now it is no longer before the global battlefield opened. The survivors who can survive to this day, even if they are not strong, still have a sense of survival. Therefore, although these 3 million people are mighty, they are not chaotic at this time. Under the arrangement of the military, they retreat in an orderly manner and move forward along the thoroughfare of the foggy world opened by the military. Lin Qun was at the front of the entire convoy. The most powerful mechanized troops of the military are concentrated here to open the way in front. This is because it is very important to keep the road ahead unobstructed. If the grey-black fog in front spreads and is blocked, then the team behind will be in disarray. Such a large-scale retreating team can be saved from any chaos, but if it is chaotic from the head, it will completely become a headless fly, and the retreat plan will collapse. Most of the people here will probably be submerged in this grey-black fog, and become the food and ovaries of the shadow civilization. According to Li Zeng, they did not drop all the fog-clearing bombs, and they still had some in reserve. If the shadow civilization in the fog took other actions, they could respond in time. At this moment, they slowly moved forward. The convoy was a little noisy, but not chaotic. The width of this road was between 2 and 3 kilometers. The military had made careful calculations before dropping the fog-clearing bombs, which was enough for their evacuation. In fact, the radius of the fog-covered area was shorter than the military had estimated, which made the plan clearer and more feasible. However, on both sides of their team, the fog was surging, and there seemed to be countless monsters with fangs and claws dancing and struggling, and they could jump out at any time. In response, the military opened fire and swept the fog crazily, firing wherever there were suspected shadow civilization creatures. The military had an advantage in firepower, and the shadow civilization creatures could only retreat. There were so many humans in the passage, where the grey-black fog was dispelled, and they could only watch and howl. Lin Qun's eyes were frozen, watching this scene. At this moment, the head of their long convoy had just entered the passage. The grey-black fog was surging, but no attack occurred. The domain master was also nowhere to be seen. The grey-black fog in this passage had been dispersed, and they had no choice. Now rushing out rashly would be like a suicide attack on the muzzle of the human gun. Not only could they not harvest this group of humans, but they would turn themselves into contribution points delivered to the door. Lin Qun had been observing, but he did not see the huge figure of the shadow civilization domain master. Only the surrounding fog was restless, and countless shadow civilization lives were ready to move. Everyone understood that they could not just watch humans leave a cleared fog area like this. Then, as time passed, the huge team moved forward little by little. Advancing 3 kilometers, advancing 7 kilometers, advancing 9 kilometers. The huge retreating team of the Demon City has almost filled the passage, and no accidents have occurred. It seems that the shadow civilization is ready to give up their big piece of fat meat. During this process, some people who were originally trapped in the fog came all the way to join the human escape team. They had been trapped in the fog for a long time. At this time, they heard the movement and came all the way. They found such a terrifying human team. They were excited and almost burst into tears. They were quickly absorbed into the team by the military. However, the situation outside the blockade area of the Demon City did seem to be worse than the blockade area inside the confrontation with the bastion civilization. Compared with the 3 million people in the blockade area of the Demon City, there were very few survivors outside the blockade area of the Demon City. At this time, even if they gathered and joined the military's retreat team, they could not make any waves. But the deeper they went, the more nervous everyone became. At the beginning of the retreat, the mighty team was still very noisy, but gradually, people calmed down surprisingly, until Lin Qun and his head were about to see outside the grey-black fog. Lin Qun was sitting in the car, wanting to use a telescope to see what it looked like outside. Not sure if it was an illusion. He seemed to see a grey-brown mountain, where there was no mountain originally, but before he could get the telescope, he heard a loud noise and flames from the dead silent convoy behind him. Lin Qun jumped out of the car immediately and saw that behind their convoy, in a far distance, that he could hardly see now, the grey-black fog on both sides was surging wildly, as if it was two terrifying giant mouths that wanted to swallow up the human convoy behind them. Among them, countless shadows were leaping, and they were endless shadow civilizations. Lin Qun's pupils shrank. According to the existing situation, the diffusion speed of the grey-black fog in a normal state is limited, but there is also a controlled and rapid expansion state, which is pulled by the domain master. And in this situation now, are they trying to avoid the main human force that is leading the way in front of the convoy, and eat the survivors behind? This seems to be the most rational choice. Although attacking the head of the human retreating team would have the opportunity to consume the largest number of humans, it would also collide with the strongest power of humans. Although the retreating team was also protected by the military strength was indeed far inferior to that in the front. After all, the military had only so many people, which was too small compared to the number of survivors. Although they would lose a lot of humans if they cut off the retreating team from the back, their own losses would also be greatly reduced. This would maximize the benefits of the shadow civilization. Do they really want to do this? Lin Qun was already standing on the roof of the car. He did not act immediately, nor did he rush to the back of the grey-black fog. First, the distance was too far, and second, there was no need, because the military had already made preparations. Li Zeng and his team had already made arrangements from many angles, and the fog-repelling bombs left behind were prepared for this moment. At this time, the missile launcher in front of them fired at high speed and hit the foggy world behind them. The fog that had just gathered was instantly blown away again. The machine guns in the rear of the military intensively swept the grey-black fog, indiscriminately attacking. Even if the monsters were hiding in it, facing the indiscriminate attack, they could only show their true form and be shot to death. They screamed and retreated. In Lin Qun's sight, the vertical and horizontal attacks were like fire snakes piercing the air, twisting and struggling at the end of the field of vision. But at this moment, Lin Qun's eyes flashed, and he turned his head suddenly. Just in front of them, the grey-black fog was surging faster, and a huge shadow rose in the fog that was surging like a tide. It was the domain master. Not only it, countless huge shadows were surging in the grey-black fog. They were twisted and strange shadows, like part of the grey-black foggy world. As they moved, the boundary of the fog expanded rapidly. Just now, the front of Lin Qun and his team was still a clear road, but the next moment, there was an endless tide of darkness, which instantly submerged their entire head convoy, like a ferocious giant mouth, swallowing them in one gulp. Sure enough, the shadow civilization was not so conservative. The domain master in the mist showed an endless and terrifying ferocious posture. 3 million humans. This is the fat meat delivered to it. How could it watch them leave? But this time it learned its lesson, or it was not as arrogant as before. At this moment, its huge body was hidden in the darkness, the grey-black fog was surging, and countless creatures of the shadow civilization composed of dark matter were pulled forward by it like puppets, forming a terrible dark high wall. Standing at the forefront of the convoy Then, the entire grey-black fog burned at this moment. The temperature of the surrounding space rose sharply, and a large number of microscopic particles in the fog quickly gathered and spiraled. They seemed to be brewing some kind of attack to kill the entire military's head convoy in one go. As long as they succeed, for the huge evacuation team, it is like grabbing the head of the worm first and eating it. The remaining part, if they want to struggle, is just a futile dying struggle. These 3 million humans are their ultimate goal. The attack just now was just a feint to consume the military's last batch of fog-reducing weapons. And now, the military's last round of weapons has been launched, and humans have no means to expel their grey-black fog. It is the moment for them to reveal their true purpose. The military has already opened fire at this time, and the artillery array has intensively fired missiles and rocket launchers, but at this moment, it is like a drop in the ocean, unable to stop the collapse of the entire world. The military front, the survivors behind, are in chaos and despair in the fog, screaming and roaring. In an instant, the convoy showed a sign of a major collapse. Moreover, not only that, the interference of the grey-black fog on electromagnetics directly affected the military's command system. The multi-level command structure was almost instantly paralyzed by the grey-black fog. Li Zeng was anxious in the command vehicle. The more this happened, the faster the chaos spread. The terrifying burning wall had not yet collapsed, but the shadows under the feet of a large number of humans began to twist and struggle. It seemed that a creature from the shadow civilization would break free from their shadows and hatch. At this moment, Lin Qun also felt that terrible pressure. At this moment, it seemed that it was not the creatures of the shadow civilization that collapsed and attacked him, but the entire foggy world. This further confirmed the information that the military and Lin Qun had obtained before. The greatest reliance of the shadow civilization was this grey-black fog. Only through this grey-black fog could they exert their true strength and various means. However, Lin Qun would not give them a chance to succeed. In the confrontation with the Bastion civilization, Lin Qun had already understood that these civilizations could participate in the war of civilizations. No matter how strong or weak they looked, no matter how individual they all had the most powerful means of their own civilization, such as the Bastion's telekinetic heavy artillery, which was the highest technological crystallization of their brain and telekinetic technology research, and should not be underestimated. The same was true for the shadow civilization. Although it was not yet clear what their attack was, Lin Qun knew that by the time he knew it, it might be too late, and everything would be too late. So, you are prepared, and so am I. The best way to deal with the environmental capabilities of the shadow civilization is to use a larger scene to directly cover and crush it. Lin Qun took out the venue card directly from the Kyankan bag. This card just drawn can be used in the current scene. The distance of 13 kilometers is not enough to penetrate the grey-black fog, but it is enough to open up the road that has just been blocked. Venue card. Grassland. Activate directly. Venue card. Grassland emerges. A square 13-kilometer grassland appeared out of thin air, covering the original terrain. At that moment, everyone was stunned. A touch of green suddenly appeared from the ground, and the original ground environment melted like a dream. The grey-black fog that gathered and surged instantly spread, and countless shadow civilization creatures that had just formed a terrifying black firewall fell down in pieces. This is exactly the ability of this card. Use this venue card. You can directly cover the original terrain and environment. There are no obvious mountains and rivers here, so the grassland card can be used to directly cover the wasteland outside the original magic city. At the same time, it also directly changed the environment of the magic city, breaking through the foggy world and making the grey-black fog that the shadow civilization relies on disappear. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Such a scene can be said to change the world. It was a life and death situation just now, but in an instant, the grass was green and the ground was fragrant. The road ahead was instantly unobstructed and a thoroughfare. In the depths of the grey-black fog, the domain master of the shadow civilization, who was confidently operating the situation, changed his expression drastically and was shocked. Is this a holographic projection? No, this is real. How did he do it? He instantly transformed the atmospheric environment and created a grassland? No, this is impossible. Humans can't have such technology. Chapter 187 Titan Civilization. A green world was reflected in everyone's pupils. Endless grassland. Light green grass. Fragrant air. The chaotic battlefield, in a trance, became another world. The grey-black fog was all driven away. At that moment, countless humans on the military front were all looking at this scene in shock, like a dream. It didn't feel real. But all this was so real in front of them. Who? How did they do this? Is this the military's plan? In the command vehicle, Li Zeng was a little confused. This was not his plan. How could the Magic City military have such a skill to turn the wasteland into grassland? In the convoy, Li Qun, who also joined the military, looked at the scene in front of him with the same shock. How did they do this? It was not until the front of the battle formation that Lin Qun, wearing an Iron Man suit, rose up and cut into the battlefield at high speed, harvesting a large number of shadow civilization creatures that appeared due to the dissipation of the grey-black fog, that everyone woke up from their dreams. I don't know who shouted, "It's Mr. Lin who made the move." Countless people behind him cheered loudly. "It's Mr. Lin who made the move. Follow Mr. Lin." This scene in front of him seemed to have only this one answer to explain it. It was Mr. Lin who made the move. He changed the environment and made this incredible scene happen. If it was Mr. Lin who made the move, then this scene in front of him would not be surprising. In the eyes of most people in the Magic City, Lin Qun is the god of war of the Magic City. He can kill Bakali and repel the Bakatan civilization. What is this? However, seeing the possibility emerging from the desperate situation in front of them, the human warriors and survivors behind them were all excited. Their blood was boiling. They raised their arms and shouted, and rushed forward, shouting, and their morale, which had just been sluggish, was instantly boosted. In the command vehicle, the military issued orders continuously. The head troops accelerated their advance. Countless guns and cannons fired densely, and the steel torrent roared over the earth. Without the grey-black fog as a support, these shadow civilization creatures were not strong in themselves. Their difficult to kill attributes were even more crushing, and defeated under the high explosive incendiary weapons specially prepared by the military. Without the blessing of the grey-black fog, the various means of these shadow civilization creatures were useless. In the face of the powerful firepower of the human military, they were so fragile that they were vulnerable and had no ability to stop them from advancing. No power to fight. The grey-black fog was expelled, and the weakness of the shadow civilization on the front battlefield was revealed. Several generals still wanted to escape, but were caught up by Lin Qun from behind, and the fire symbol rode on their faces, and killed them with one force. His body was like a startled wild goose, flying between the artillery fire and the bloody rain, crisscrossing among the shadow civilization creatures, and leaping on the top of the battlefield. It was the focus of everyone's attention. In the convoy and the crowd, Li Qun stared straight ahead, muttering, "Did he really do this? This is the power to change the world." And the firelight was reflected in his eyes, but his expression was indescribably complicated. Not to mention the means of the field card that Lin Qun deployed, which he could not even dream of or do. Just at this moment, Lin Qun, who was charging in front of the battle formation, was something he could not do. With Li Qun's strength, it was very difficult to fight against a general. Even if the grey-black fog dissipated now, it would not increase too much, let alone rushing in and killing indiscriminately. But Lin Qun did it. He was also the only one in the entire Magic City front who did it. The artillery fire was flying, and only he was fighting at the forefront. He went in and out of the biological group of the shadow civilization 7 times, as if he was in an empty space. The shadow civilization creatures that had trapped them in the grey-black fog outside the blockade area of the Magic City for a long time were now like chickens and dogs in front of Lin Qun, and they collapsed step by step. Behind, the human front was advancing triumphantly. At this time, the shadows surged and actively spread to both sides. In the deepest part of the dark fog, the domain master of the shadow civilization was deeply shocked. The huge shadow shrank rapidly, shrank into a ball, and disappeared in the deepest part of the fog. Even if it was the domain master, it was impossible to accelerate the spread and movement of the grey-black fog too many times in a short period of time. It was not so easy for it to use the fog to block humans now. and out of the grey-black fog, the combat capability of their civilization would be greatly reduced, and it would also cost a heavy price to capture this group of humans. The way of survival and hunting methods of the shadow civilization were not so fierce. They would spread with the shadow until the shadow flowed to every corner of the world. The most important thing was that the grassland that Lin Qun suddenly opened up shocked him. This method can not only transform the terrain out of thin air, but also directly disperse the fog. It can almost be said that it completely restrains the grey-black fog that they actively construct and rely on. It doesn't know how Lin Qun did it, what is the limit of the area that can be opened, and whether it can be maintained for a long time. But it dare not take risks again. If it gathers a large army and drives the fog to kill, and Lin Qun expands the grassland, then the creatures of the shadow civilization it summons will not only fail to kill humans, but without the support of the grey-black fog, they will become contribution points for humans. These humans can force the Bastions to lift the blockade of the magic city in advance, and their means are amazing. At this moment, greed retreats after paying a heavy price, and its reason takes the upper hand again, and it chooses to retreat. At the same time, the surging fog around it all stops surging, and a large number of shadow civilization creatures retreat with the fog, while Lin Qun takes the lead, and is the first to kill out of the grey-black fog area. The world in front of him suddenly becomes clear. The Mark 46 thruster swallowed and spit out flames, allowing him to float in the air. After a lot of killing, his total contribution points have risen from more than a dozen to more than 300. Looking back, behind him, the steel torrent of the armored forces of the Magic City military poured out from the ground densely, and behind them were groups of survivors, and the long convoy was endless. The duration of the grassland has ended. The world of light green grass disappeared abruptly, just as it appeared. In fact, after the initial shock, the human side also felt something strange about this piece of grass. For example, this piece of grass looks very fertile, but the edges are extremely regular and square, like a pixel block in a game. What's even more strange is that there are no snakes, insects, rats, and small animals in such a grass. If the shadow civilization and humans hadn't gone to war on it, just such a lonely piece of grass would definitely make people feel palpitations. But this is Mr. Lin's method. The human side is in the melee, and not many people noticed this. Even if they noticed it, they didn't think it was a big deal. In the chaos, everyone roared and shouted, singing and advancing. However, the team of 3 million people is too long. Even now, only the head team of Lin Qun and his team has rushed out of the grey-black fog area. Behind them, the long convoy still has no end in sight. It will take some time for everyone to withdraw. After this final breakthrough, the grey-black fog world was penetrated. The domain master rolled up the creatures of the shadow civilization and retreated. Although humans advanced slowly, they were no longer blocked. They were safe and could move forward smoothly. Lin Qun's figure fell gracefully and landed back on the top of his military vehicle. Countless soldiers and survivors looked at him instinctively. Li Zeng was no exception. Fu Kai beside him whispered, "Mr. Lin's combat power seems to have improved after every war. It should be the best choice for us to tilt resources to him." Li Zeng's idea was the same as Fu Kai's. They made the right decision. But in fact, at this moment, Li Zeng's heart was also surging with different ideas. Every time he experienced a war, it was an improvement for Lin Qun, and it was actually the same for creatures of other civilizations. This seemed to be the purpose of the war of civilizations. Let them kill. Let them go to war. Killing can make them strong. And which life, which civilization, can resist such a temptation? But what is the purpose behind this? What is the truth of the war of civilizations? How powerful must a civilization be to be able to bring so many civilizations together and establish such a war system with contribution points and killing as a core? What is a civilization like human beings in their eyes? If it is an extremely powerful civilization, they want to destroy low-level civilizations, and a trivial blow is enough. But why do they spend so much effort? To please themselves. That is not realistic. High-level civilizations cannot be so boring. That is just a sad speculation from the perspective of humans. But, whenever he thought of this, watching his own civilization and the army of the Magic City advancing and the killing, Li Zeng felt a little cold all over. because they seemed to have achieved success again and again, but it seemed that there was something above their heads, looking at them coldly, and what was even more terrifying was that they didn't even know what the other party wanted to get from them. However, at this time, most people outside had breathed a sigh of relief. Leaving the grey-black fog-shrouded area, the vision suddenly opened up. It was blocked layer by layer. For the soldiers and survivors of the magic city, the boundless world in front of them had a different feeling. The wide world that came to them seemed to mean infinite possibilities. But Lin Qun, who was standing on the top of the military vehicle, had a cold look. He stared forward. The military vehicle under his feet was driving at high speed, rushing from the wasteland to the adjacent original Magic City Expressway. At this moment, from his position, looking to both sides, there were two endless grey-black mist lines, like two dark walls of clouds and mist piercing the sky, with no end in sight. And in front of him, this was a devastated land. The once prosperous and peaceful human world has disappeared. There are scorch marks everywhere on the ground. In the distance, smoke billows. On the highway, broken and scrapped vehicles are scattered all over. Some vehicles have been burned to only metal skeletons, with charred human bodies faintly inside. Not far away, a high-speed train rushed out of the track and stretched across the end of the field of vision, looking desolate and miserable. It seems that there has been a war here. But Lin Qun's attention is more focused on the front. At the end of the highway, there is a mountain there. He noticed it when he was in the fog at first, but later the fog moved and blocked the way ahead, so he couldn't see it and had no time to observe it. At that time, he only felt it was abnormal, but he also ruled out that it was a mountain. After all, not many people can remember the location of the barren mountain outside the city. But at this time he realized that it was not a mountain. It was a creature. A terrifying monster that was 70 meters tall. It was covered with some kind of grey-black sebaceous skin, with dense barbs growing on its body. Its head was flat and had a blade-like structure. Below it was a terrifying bloody mouth. It walked on the ground with 3 legs and had 4 arms. 2 of its arms were smaller and located in front of its body, while the other 2 grew from its back from a human perspective. They were huge and slender and could even hang down to the ground. It seemed to be fighting with some creature. The creatures were hiding underground, and it was frantically digging the soil in that location, cutting off the highway in front of it, making a roar and a loud noise. But at this time, it seemed to have noticed the movement here, and its movement suddenly stopped. It lifted its huge body, raised its head, and looked in this direction. The 12 eyes on both sides, which were very different from the eye organs of Blue Star, and emitted orange-yellow light like light bulbs, all revealed scarlet and bloodthirsty flashes. In the back, in the command vehicle, Li Zeng looked at the Titan beast, his eyes trembling slightly, and immediately issued an order. Fire, fire, focus on it. The world outside the magic city is a battlefield of civilization. The next moment, a dense rain of fire shot out from the human line, piercing through the air and hitting the Titan beast with a bang, completely covering the body of the Titan beast in a sea of flames and smoke. Chapter 188 Attack on the Colossal Titan. When they realized that the short hill was not a mountain, but a terrifying beast, the joy of the soldiers and survivors in front turned into suffocation. When the military's missile rain whistled away and enveloped the other side, many people showed hope and expectation in their eyes. Because it seemed that the military's attack this time was so powerful that the monster was bathed in flames. Maybe it could be killed. Until a rumbling sound came from the shaking earth. The smoke and dust were blown away by the wind of the giant running and rolled back to both sides, and the monster rushed out bathed in flames. The huge Titan beast stepped on the ground. With every step it took, the ground under its feet, whether it was mud or the highway road surface, collapsed with a bang, and the structure collapsed, leaving a huge and terrifying footprint. While it roared forward, the ground shook, and the tanks in front were trembling. In the military's round of concentrated fire, it seemed that it was not injured. Its unique skin structure is much stronger than it looks. Conventional missiles cannot penetrate it. Its muscle density alone can resist most conventional weapons. The armor-piercing bullets that pierce its skin and flesh cannot cause any injuries because it is not as big as this behemoth. Li Zeng's face changed drastically. The weight of monster of this size may exceed 2,000 tons. If it crashes into them with overwhelming force, the armored forces in front of them will collapse, and the fleeing team behind them will not know how many people will die. If it keeps crashing and trampling like this. Li Zeng instinctively looked back at the endless human convoy behind him. Even he couldn't help but tremble at this moment. The passage behind them is a line of people sending contribution points to others. How? The deafening roar shook the world. At the front line of the military, a large amount of artillery fire was launched, and countless people were extremely shocked, but they dispersed urgently. Li Zeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he gave 12 orders in a row. Disperse, disperse, tactical drones, take off immediately, connect to Mr. Lin for me, no, connect to all the top talents, take action immediately, we must stop it. At any cost, at any cost. The two groups of talented teams rushed into battle. The moment Li Zeng connected with Lin Qun, he heard a sentence that made his heart tremble. I have a way to stop it, but I have to get close. Let your people cooperate with me. Li Zeng took a breath, but was shocked again, and said, Mr. Lin, you have to be careful. I know you have the ability to transform into a giant, but your maximum height when you transform into a giant is less than 20 meters. Compared with it, it is still too small. A 20-meter giant, that is several floors high, compared with ordinary life, it is an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Even facing the bastion people with an average height of more than 5 meters, there is still a suffocating power, but this is still not enough compared to the 70-meter titan beast that appeared in front of them at this moment. Just like the height comparison between the bastion people and the previous giant form of Lin Qun. But Lin Qun only answered quickly, I'm sure. Cooperate with me, it's too late. At this moment, Lin Qun was standing on the top of his military vehicle, with a strong wind blowing, and his eyes were as cold as lightning. When he saw this titan monster, he was also shocked. Such a terrifying monster, not to mention what kind of improvement it can get in the war of civilization. Its own life form alone is terrifying enough to sweep across one side. Even the bastion people will flee when they see it. But Lin Qun has a way. The military's understanding of the combat power of his giant card is still at the level of the two cards of the armored titan and the beast titan. But at this moment, Lin Qun has a 60-meter class super large giant card in his hand. There is only a difference of 10 meters with this titan beast. You are a titan beast, and I'm a super large titan. Who can't fight violence with violence? As for the headshot female skill, this guy's too big, and Lin Qun just tried it. It seems difficult to headshot. At most it only blows off a few pieces of skin. This kind of terrifying titan beast, I'm afraid that its own physique is terrifying. That is the biological advantage of their civilization. However, Lin Qun just observed that the biological structure of this titan beast is obviously more perfect than that of the supergiant. Even in the gravity environment of Blue Star, its movement speed is not fast, but it is definitely more flexible than the supergiant transformed by humans. If Lin Qun wants to stop it, he must transform when it is close to him and directly enter the entanglement state. Otherwise, he may be left behind by this titan beast. Therefore, he wants the military and the survivors to cooperate with him, attract the attention of this beast, and approach quickly. At this moment, the military convoy was divided at the head. Facing the roaring and terrible titan beast, the front convoy turned to the right and moved forward at high speed. Behind them, the survivor team turned around. At this moment, although a large number of people and cars have emerged from the grey-black fog, there are still a large number of teams still in the grey-black fog world. Changing direction cannot solve the problem. This titan beast must be stopped. At this moment, in the grey-black fog, the domain master of the shadow civilization was hiding in the deepest part of the grey-black fog, staring coldly at the scene outside with a sneer. Do you think you will be safe after leaving our fog? If it is really so easy to survive outside, why should we, or the bastion civilization, be bound to a corner? It is waiting. If there is a chance, it will still lead the shadow civilization to strangle these 3 million humans and get a share of the pie. These 3 million contribution points are a huge temptation for its civilization. If it can get them, it can get a gift from their gods, go up a level, and gain a higher status and authority. At the same time, with the urgent turn of the military's frontal forces, many convoys rushed out of the military's front line, not retreating but advancing, and actively rushed towards this titan beast. They are all masters of the magic city. At this moment, everyone showed their special abilities. One fierce man even jumped out of his military vehicle, carrying 2 indestructible daggers that seemed to be purchased from the contribution point mall, and jumped directly onto the body of the titan beast. His strength was also very strong to be able to do this. After jumping on, he held 2 daggers in both hands and stabbed frantically. But unfortunately, it was difficult to break the defense. While the titan beast was running, he was knocked off its body by a kick. Others, such as Li Ji and others, use long-range attacks, setting fire, electricity, and thunder. Liui also stood out of the military vehicle, his fingertips jumped, and a bright dark energy flash bow and arrow appeared in his palm. He bent the bow and arrow, and suddenly shot out a flash of light. During this period, his strength has also grown a lot. Even now, he can still rank among the top 10 in the magic city, holding a high amount of contribution points. The light arrows he fired at this time were many times thicker than the light arrows he shot when Lin Qun first saw him. Like a flash of lightning, it pierced through the air and shot through the sky. The accuracy was also very good. With one arrow, he blinded one of the eyes of the titan monster. Under the joint strangulation of many masters, although it did not cause any substantial damage to the titan monster, it still slowed down its movement speed, making its huge body slow down slightly. At this time, Lin Qun's military vehicle was killing at high speed, and his body jumped up. Just now on the roof, he had completed the removal of the Mark 46 armor. At this time, he went into battle lightly and informed everyone around him through the military to evacuate urgently and keep a distance. The cars of Li Ji, Liui and others quickly pulled away. But standing on the roof, Liui couldn't help but look back. For such a big monster, unless Mr. Lin shows his top fighting power to sweep the Bastions in the battlefield of the magic city. Otherwise, going up like this is just a tickle, isn't it? Li Ji, Ni Wensheng and others also stared at Lin Qun's back, feeling nervous. In the corner of the battlefield, in the survivors' convoy in the distance, Chu Yao's ability was not suitable for this kind of battle, and she did not participate in the battle. At this time, she was running away, but she still couldn't help looking back here frequently. In the depths of her eyes, there was an indescribable urgency. Then, Lin Qun activated the super large giant skill. In an instant, the terrifying steam boiled. In front of him, the huge titan beast howled ferociously and suddenly stopped. In the grey-black fog, the domain master who was watching the show also instinctively moved forward, as if he could see more clearly in this way, but in fact, it didn't have the organ of eyes at all, and didn't need such behavior to see clearly. And in this boiling high temperature steam, countless people saw it with throbbing. A skinless, huge and terrifying blood-red giant stood up from the ground. He suddenly appeared in a position close to the titan beast. With a fierce punch, the titan beast was hit to one side with terrifying power. The giant monster, that could not be shaken by dense missiles and many talented masters, was hammered at this moment. The supergiant version of Lin Qun made a brilliant appearance. At this moment, his data was terrifyingly high. Name, Lin Qun level 23, 88,620/120,000, strength 630 agility, 9.9 constitution, 108 stamina, 124/62, dark energy, 26/26, talent. Card draw bonus ability. With Mario's strength skill, Lin Qun's strength attribute at this moment has reached a terrifying 630 points. All the remaining attributes added together cannot compare to this one attribute. With such attributes, he can compete with Bakali without turning on the Superman form. He can even kill Bakali with one punch. Lin Qun's current combat power is no longer what it used to be. Of course, if he really wants to compete with Bakali, this is actually not enough. After all, his agility is too low. With such agility, he will be useless against a small target like Bakali. No matter how strong he is, he will be just a fool. However, such strength is more than enough for siege and destruction. At this moment, it is just right to face this giant beast of Titan civilization. Colossal Titan, Attack. Chapter 189. Humankind has an extremely powerful person. The earth was shaking. The mountains and rivers were shaking. The two huge giants collided with each other, and the surrounding ground was cracked. Countless people looked up and saw a scene that they would never forget. Lin Qun transformed into a super large giant and confronted this titan civilization beast. At close range, he smashed out a heavy iron fist, and with a thunderous sound, he punched the head of this titan beast. With more than 600 points of power, it directly hit its head to one side, and its huge body tilted to one side. At the same time, Lin Qun's headshot female skill was launched crazily. Although the physique of this titan beast was very terrifying, it could not withstand Lin Qun's headshot female skill. After a few glances, all its remaining eyes were directly exploded. It was a pity that its body was too huge, and Lin Qun's headshot female skill could not directly achieve a headshot on it. Dark green blood splashed, and Lin Qun's huge super large giant body was still attacking, singing and advancing, and brazenly punched the second time, hitting the body of this titan beast and tilting backwards. It was a scene like the collapse of the sky. The surrounding ground, highways, etc., all collapsed. Smoke and dust flew, and the huge giant body of Lin Qun, with high temperature steam billowing up, almost completely enveloped the two terrifying giant bodies. Every movement of the two giant creatures was like a landslide. The huge body, combined with high strength attributes, can instantly display destructive power and range. Even the Bastions with the same attributes cannot compare. On one side, the military's elite combat team was leaving quickly. Liui and others, looking at the scene in front of them, almost popped their eyes out. Ni Wensheng shouted excitedly, as expected of Brother Lin, only giant monsters can defeat giant monsters. In the military convoy that had already turned and departed at high speed from another location, in the command vehicle, Li Zeng also took a breath of cold air, looked at Fu Kai beside him, and said in shock, "This skinless flesh and blood giant has abilities that have never been seen before. Mr. Lin is even more powerful. Maybe we should expand the team to cooperate with Lin Qun to 1,000 people. In this terrifying battlefield with high combat power, they can't help Lin Qun, but in ordinary battlefields, they can help Lin Qun snowball and accumulate combat power. We made the right decision." Fu Kai's eyes flickered, looking at the two giants fighting on the battlefield, and said, "We can officially gain a foothold in this doomsday disaster, which is inseparable from Lin Qun's strength. Similarly, if he wants to obtain high contribution points in a short period of time, he also needs our strength. He has strength and potential, so we will try our best to make him stronger. He is strong, which is good for him and for us. Don't the Bastions keep humans in captivity? Commander, I think we should too." He stopped talking here and turned his head slowly to look at Li Zeng. There was a cold light in his eyes, like the cold light in hell. At this moment, they were more and more convinced that allocating resources to Lin Qun was the best choice. In the future, it should be even more so. Not only should they strengthen external slaughter and harvesting, but they should also build a continuous reservoir internally. Of course, that's all later. At this moment on the battlefield, the battle has been decided. This titan beast is more flexible than Lin Qun's super large titan, but Lin Qun appeared at a very tricky angle, almost bumping into the other's arms at close range. In close combat, the titan beast had no possibility of pulling away. Moreover, Lin Qun found that this titan beast did not seem to be very smart, and its strength should not have reached 600. Avoiding the shortcomings of its own agility attribute, Lin Qun completely suppressed it. The supergiant had no weapons, nor did it need them. After fighting for 5 minutes, Lin Qun used both hands to twist the head of the titan beast with terrible brute force. Of course, it also left terrible scars on the body of Lin Qun's supergiant. Its sharp head like a blade stabbed into the body of Lin Qun's supergiant, tearing his torso bones apart, but it did not cause any substantial trauma. Because this was not Lin Qun's body. At this time, accompanied by a tooth-grinding whine, in the shocked eyes of countless people, the huge titan beast creature, that was just extremely arrogant, at this moment, slowly tilted to one side, and finally collapsed, falling on the ground on one side, smoke and dust billowing. Everything around was lifted up like a piece of paper. At this moment, its body has become a real immovable flesh and blood mountain. The battlefield where Lin Qun and his men fought was a mess. Lin Qun's body also slowly fell back and sat on the ground behind. With an agility of 9.9 points, Lin Qun felt that his reaction speed and his entire movements had slowed down. But what he could clearly feel was the terrifying power of the super large giant. One kick, the earth collapsed. At this time, a prompt from the global battlefield appeared in front of Lin Qun. You have successfully killed an alien civilization creature and obtained +1 civilization contribution point and +2500 experience points. This titan beast one is 2000 experience points, which is as good as a general of the shadow civilization. But Lin Qun felt the level of this titan beast itself should not be particularly high. They belong to biological advantages, and they are born to crush certain species in the food chain. Maybe this is just an ordinary individual of its civilization, but they have a huge body and an unshakable size, but they don't seem to be dense. Looking around, there is only this titan civilization creature here, without any other companions. It seems that it does not have technology itself, but is just a powerful flesh and blood body. In the battlefield of civilization, different civilizations, different creatures, and different advantages. Each civilization has a different starting point, and each civilization also has its own unique advantages in participating in the war. Therefore, although the civilization contribution point for killing a civilized individual is 1 point, there are also differences in experience. The advantageous races are born with high experience, and one level is more than 10 levels higher than others. For example, if one kills a bastion, he will have at least 50 points of experience, but if he kills an ordinary human, he will only have 10 points of experience. This is the gap between the civilized species themselves. At this time, Lin Qun slowly lowered his head and saw that not far from his feet, there was a group of short creatures that looked like a combination of goblins and dwarves, driving a steampunk-style tank and firing at him crazily. The firepower was very fierce, and it could cause damage to Lin Qun's super large giant body with a high physique, but it was useless. Because Lin Qun's body was too huge, their number was too small, and there were few weapons in his hands. This attack was just a drizzle, and had no effect at all. In fact, this group of unfortunate dwarf creatures were actually the real target of the Titan. They were almost killed by the Titan, and when they were about to be annihilated, a terrifying number of humans appeared, and the Titan changed its target. And these dwarf civilized creatures could not escape the combat range of Lin Qun and the Titan, and many of them died in the battle. Now the few poor people left did not run away, but were very brave to fight Lin Qun. Unfortunately, this was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Qun did not know what civilization this was, and did not care. He stretched out his incomparable huge arm and drove all these dwarf lives into the ground. Not to mention, their thing that looked like a tank was not big, but it was quite uncomfortable. More than a dozen contribution points were credited. The surroundings were quiet in an instant. Lin Qun looked far away. In the foggy world, the large human army was still retreating outward, and the length seemed endless. Lin Qun slowly exhaled. He must cancel the transformation of the supergiant, because this transformation state is really energy consuming. In the rolling, white high temperature steam, Lin Qun drilled out from the back of the neck of the super large giant. Standing on the giant body that has not yet disintegrated, Lin Qun looked at the two behemoths close at hand and felt indescribable. In fact, even he himself felt a sense of fear. It seemed that it was the natural fear of giants that humans have. However, one of the giants was himself. He directly activated the Mark 46 armor and jumped out of the battlefield. A military team went in the opposite direction with him and approached the body of the Titan beast, seemingly wanting to take samples. Although the situation in the Magic City has changed several times, human civilization has never stopped its efforts and has been conducting various research, especially for these alien civilizations. The Magic City has taken samples from the Bakatans and the Shadow Civilization creatures before. Unfortunately, the remains of Bakala's body were later snatched back by the Bakatan civilization in the chaos, and did not fall into the hands of the military. Lin Qun went in the opposite direction from them. Under the gazes of countless humans, he flew back to the front of the battlefield, stood in front of the convoy, and looked towards Lucheng. Li Qun looked at this scene with a complicated expression and slowly lowered his head. He clenched his fists tightly. He knew that there was a big gap between him and Lin Qun, the legend of the Magic City, but he didn't expect that the gap would be so big. This made him feel infinitely ashamed. Sure enough, it was ridiculous to want to challenge Lin Qun before. But I will definitely try to surpass him. Behind them, in the depths of the grey black fog, the domain master of the Shadow Civilization finally did not make a move. It felt a disturbing breath on Lin Qun. In the end, it chose to give up. It was not good for them to leave the grey black fog area to fight. The characteristics of its civilization determined that they could not be eager for quick success and did not need to seek a quick success. The humans here left, but there were more humans outside, countless civilizations, and they could spread the fog little by little until it covered the world. At that time, would they still worry about not having contribution points? At that time, it would also become powerful. What was there to fear about this human? A large number of shadow civilization creatures at the edge of the grey black fog began to retreat rapidly. They completely gave up strangling the retreating team of the Demon City. At this moment, the huge Demon City convoy has not yet completely left the foggy area. The world behind them is dim. The world in front of them is boundless and open, vast, but full of unknowns. In the wilderness under the night, in the unknown darkness, it seems that countless large and small participating civilizations are hidden, hiding in the dark, staring at them, like a pack of wolves surrounding them, and they can only rush out and bite their flesh and blood. But the straight line distance between Lin Qun and the Demon City is not far. Moreover, the military has analyzed that there are already shadow civilizations and bastion civilizations in the area of the Demon City, but the cake is so big. So even if there are other participating civilizations, there should be no stronger ones. If there are, they should have gone to war with the Shadow Civilization long ago. And their mighty escape team is huge in scale, and participating civilizations without certain strength cannot shake them, even if they are willing. Maybe they can arrive smoothly. Lin Qun stood on the roof of the car, with the corpse of a huge titan behind him. The wind was raging, and Iron Man's suit was shining in the moonlight and lights. Radio signals were flying, passing through the grey black fog area. The military was trying to establish contact with troops in the surrounding areas, to obtain the latest intelligence and information, and even confirm the situation in the Lin Qun area. Can Lin Qun become their home? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Letter from Jingling. The grey black fog was being left behind. The Shadow Civilization did not launch a second round of attacks. Everything was smooth and natural. The life form of their civilization was very unique. The battles and confrontations were not as fierce and positive as those of the Bastions. In addition, the domain master's control over the grey black fog had reached a certain limit. They finally chose to give up and watch the retreating human team leave the grey black fog little by little. At this time, the passage that penetrated the grey black fog had not completely disappeared, but the width had been greatly reduced, and the boundaries were blurred. These grey black fogs were like some kind of living body. After being injured, they would slowly heal. However, although the grey black fog spread very quickly from the inner circle to the blockade area of the main urban area of the Magic City, the speed of spreading outward was very slow, about 1 or 2 meters in almost half an hour. The fog was not generated out of thin air, and it also needed a material basis. The transformation and generation of matter also took time. The Shadow Civilization had already prepared to eat up the blockade area of the Magic City. There was a relative reserve of grey black fog particles, so it could quickly expand into the blockade area. The grey black fog particles that expanded outward were not enough, and the speed of expansion outward was naturally slow. Even though humans have left now, the Shadow Civilization obviously hopes to first submerge the Magic City with grey black fog, and then try to expand outward. Because the large amount of material in the Magic City is also very helpful for them to produce grey black fog. With material support, they can further expand the coverage of the grey black fog area on a large scale to devour other alien civilizations. On the human side, the military has indeed not found a way to completely eliminate these fogs. Even the fog clearing weapons are limited. Even if they are cleared, they can only be effective within a certain range and cannot completely eliminate all the grey-black fog. They will soon refill the cleared empty areas through self-flow. Therefore, the military cannot stop their expansion inwards and can only choose to abandon the magic city. Otherwise, under the fog, these 3 million people will have no room to struggle. In an environment with extremely low visibility, combined with the strange means of the shadow civilization, they can kill most of the humans at a very small cost, and the human military can't do anything. This is caused by the life forms and war modes of both sides. If the shadow civilization was like the Bacatans, perhaps the humans in the magic city could still stand up and defend the magic city, using their powerful firepower to clash with real guns and swords, but the shadow civilization was a soft knife, and the military's firepower was almost useless. The advantage in numbers could not be brought into play in the fog, so they could only choose to retreat. But precisely because it was a soft knife, the shadow civilization was also powerless, and could only watch the humans retreat in the fog. Therefore, their retreat this time was not greatly hindered by the shadow civilization, and the shadow civilization finally chose to retreat. The domain master gave up the attack. In the long convoy, in the shaking vehicle, a child asked his mother ignorantly, "Are we going to a safe place? Will we go back to the magic city? Mom, I'm hungry." His mother did not answer, but just hugged her child tightly, looking at the grey-black fog in a daze and loss. The magic city shrouded in fog was once their home, but now everything has changed. There was not much joy in the convoy at this time. On the contrary, it was a faint and inexplicable sadness. They left the place they were familiar with and had fought in, and were heading for the next unknown destination. Coming out of the magic city, looking around, the outside world was desolate, as if it was no longer the world they were familiar with. In the convoy, many people were looking back. The familiar magic city had become blurred. They seemed to have successfully passed an obstacle, but few people showed a happy expression, and most people were nervous. This large retreating team was too large. The people behind could not see the middle, and the middle could not see the two ends. Compared with the huge team of survivors, the newly expanded army of 100,000 people also seemed stretched, which made many people feel uneasy. The unknown is terrifying. At the moment, the familiar blue star is no longer familiar. Every step forward, no one knows what will happen next. But at the head of the convoy, the military has not stopped working. Lin Qun has been recalled from the front. Entering the command vehicle, Fukai looked excited and said, "We have contacted other troops. Are there still survivors in Lucheng? Or, have we contacted the Federation?" Lin Qun was also moved. Now, the convoy has just left the grey-black fog, and has not even completely left the magic city area, but the electromagnetic interference caused by the grey-black fog is gone, and the military is trying to contact the surrounding troops. Li Zeng is not in the command vehicle at the moment, and is personally deploying the progress of the long convoy. Although Li Zeng has made preparations for making choices before departure, manpower is limited, and most of the 3 million people will be abandoned, but he still hopes to protect and take care of everyone as much as possible. The 3 million retreating teams, crowded buses and private cars, can almost fill the field of vision, even if they are pulled apart now. We can't contact the Federal United Front Center for the time being, and Lucheng should have been occupied by a small group of alien civilizations. We contacted the Jinling military. Fukai's face showed obvious joy for the first time in a long time, and said, "The Jinling military has brought us good news. They have defended it over there, and built a survivor base backed by Jinling City. The number of survivors accommodated has exceeded 2 million. 2 million people. 2 million. It sounds like there are not as many people as Lin Qun and his team now, but in terms of the population size of Jinling, it is also very good. The population of the magic city is nearly 20 million, and in just 20 days, it has dropped sharply to 3 million. The permanent population of Jinling City seems to be only 8 or 9 million. The fact that these people are left proves that Jinling is very powerful. Successfully breaking through the blockade of the shadow civilization and immediately contacting humans in other regions is indeed good news one after another. No wonder Fukai is a little excited. Lin Qun was also a little excited and said, "It seems that Jinling has sufficient military strength." Yes, the remnants of our army in the Magic City area have joined the army of the Jinling military region and are now in the Jinling City survivor base. At present, this is the most powerful military force in our entire region. Not only that, they also have many talented masters, and there is also a top master who is the 17th human in the world. Lin Qun was moved when he heard it. The 17th in the world. He has an impression. The 17th human in the world has a strange ID, which is Flying Shark Coin. The total number of contribution points has already exceeded 10,000 points, approaching 20,000 points. Lin Qun is now about to become a 10,000 contribution point household, and his global human ranking is even 33rd. I have seen it on purpose, so I have an impression of the previous ID. The most important thing is that this ID is too strange. It is impossible not to attract attention, and he knows very well that those who can reach the level of over 10,000 contribution points may not be particularly powerful, but they must be real masters, the kind who can walk sideways in the alien civilization army, and they can never rely on luck and opportunism. There seem to be many masters in Jinling. In any case, even Lin Qun was a little excited to hear such news, and said, "Then should we change to Jinling?" No. Jinling is relatively far away from us, not comparable to the distance we go to Lucheng. The risk is still a bit big. After all, we have too many people. From Modu to Lucheng, it is already far enough, and even if we go, Jinling City may not be able to accept so many of us, do it ourselves, and have enough food and clothing. Fu Kai smiled bitterly. Lin Qun also nodded. He didn't know much about this aspect, but after hearing what Fu Kai said, he felt that it made sense. Fu Kai said, "So, we still went to Lucheng. However, we contacted Jinling and got a lot of information. For example, Lucheng is now occupied by a small-scale civilization. They have a lot of troops, but they should not be our opponents. And there is no particularly powerful civilization near us." This confirmed some of Command Li Zeng's previous speculations. We have been blocked in the Magic City for more than 20 days, but the global battlefield outside has been fighting for more than 20 days. There are indeed no powerful civilizations in the area around the Magic City. Moreover, now the initial melee in the global battlefield has ended. The powerful civilizations are fighting each other, and the weak civilizations are breaking up and harvesting contribution points everywhere. They are a great threat to ordinary survivors, but it is almost difficult to pose a threat to us. After all, we have so many people here, with complete weapons and masters like Mr. Lin. If the army of the alien civilization does not reach a certain scale, it can't move us. Therefore, although we are still more than 40 kilometers away from Lucheng, we should not be in too much danger. But we are still the primary target of alien civilizations. The road they chose was a bit rugged, and the command vehicle was a little bumpy. Fu Kai paused and said, "Mr. Lin, we humans are an indigenous civilization. We have different rights from the contestant civilizations on the global battlefield. You know this. Therefore, we are passive contestants. For the entire global battlefield, we humans are the base of contribution points here, like NPCs or wild monsters in the game. Therefore, when the various civilizations landed, they all avoided each other. They all chose to land in our human cities. Powerful civilizations landed in super large cities, and medium and weak civilizations chose other cities. Therefore, as soon as the global battlefield was opened, we were attacked almost all over the world. The entire Federation was paralyzed overnight, and countless people died. Everywhere was fighting on its own. We may be able to arrive in Lucheng safely, but our goal is still very large. Although there is no alien civilization nearby that has the ability to eat us, there must be a powerful civilization that will turn its attention to us, so we must also be vigilant." Lin Qun understood. Just like PvP games, such as League of Legends and Honor of Kings, in the end it is also a confrontation between heroes. That is, a contest between players. But before the players control the heroes to compete, they must first kill the soldiers and monsters to develop. As human beings, the natives of Blue Star are undoubtedly the soldiers and monsters in this civilized battlefield. The resources of soldiers and monsters are limited, and these soldiers and monsters pose little threat to players. No matter how the civilized battlefield is played, at the beginning everyone must harvest monsters and develop first, rather than fighting each other. Lin Qun listened with some emotion and excitement. Lucheng and the road ahead will be safe. This is indeed good news. Li Zeng's judgment is correct. He made a judgment based on the limited information from the Magic City. This retreat of millions of people from the Magic City seemed to be safe, but in fact everything was developing according to Li Zeng's judgment and speculation, and was under control. From the existing information, the Blue Star battlefield is a 3-level global battlefield. The civilizations that land here are either strong or weak. The weak will not be below a certain limit, and the strong will not be above a certain limit. They are in a state of balance. When the global battlefield is first opened, it must be a multi-party melee. The powerful or lucky civilizations accumulate like snowballs, and become more and more powerful. These civilizations will compete for the final winner of the civilization war. They will invest more troops and concentrate, specializing in other alien civilizations with larger numbers and scale took the most contribution points in one go. Those medium-sized and relatively weak civilizations were gradually marginalized. Their goal was not to win the war, but to use this opportunity to participate in the competition, to gain more contribution points, which they could use to exchange for advanced technologies that their civilization might need thousands of years to break through in the contribution point mall, and then achieve a technological leap and explosion of their own civilization. Therefore, they need to break up into smaller pieces, disperse their forces, pick up leaks in the cracks of powerful civilizations, and gain as many contribution points as possible. Reducing the size of their own forces can also prevent them from becoming the target of powerful civilizations, protecting themselves and achieving their own goal of harvesting contribution points. Although alien civilizations come to participate in the civilization war, few of them really want to fight with others. The purpose of fighting is only to obtain contribution points and bring the possibility of leap for themselves and their own civilization. Therefore, although many civilizations landed on the battlefield of the Magic City, their troops were not concentrated. For example, the Bakatans, although they attacked the Magic City, they also landed in other areas of the Blue Star, because their goal was not to capture anything from the beginning. The land of the Blue Star has no meaning to them. They just want to get more contribution points. Of course, the Bakatans are also a somewhat powerful alien civilization, and they also have some ambitions. They want to build a forward base in the Magic City, perhaps just to play a game. This is also the norm for most civilizations. Their troops are scattered all over the world. It doesn't matter whether they can win on the regular battlefield. The important thing is whether they can get more contribution points through multiple channels. In fact, the Shadow civilization is also the same. From the information that Lin Qun heard from Zhao Lianshan and others before, when the sky cracked, a large number of terrifying creatures emerged in the world of the Shadow civilization. There was definitely more than one domain master, but the Magic City only left one domain master. Where did the rest go? Obviously, they all went to other places on the Blue Star to collect contribution points. The number of human natives in a place is limited, and the contribution points are also limited. Putting all the troops in one place is meaningless for a civilization that does not want to compete for the final victory. And because of this, there are already Bakatans and Shadow civilizations on the battlefield of the Magic City. Seeing that there is not much cake left for the human natives, other civilizations will not be able to deploy large-scale troops here. The remaining alien civilization creatures, even if their own race has the power that is not inferior to humans, are small in scale and lack military strength. In theory, it is unlikely to eat up the millions of retreating troops in the Magic City. Because in comparison, the millions of retreating troops in the Magic City with concentrated manpower and military forces are absolutely huge for these small alien civilizations with dispersed forces. These small and medium-sized civilizations are not weak. They can participate in the war as contestants. At least their civilization level is similar to that of humans, but they do not concentrate their forces, and they cannot fight against the human army of the Magic City that has broken through the blockade of the Magic City. Fu Kai came to this conclusion. They thought it would not be too dangerous for them to go to Luchan from now on, but they would also be targeted by those powerful civilizations because of their huge size, like a piece of fragrant cake that they wanted to eat in one bite. Lin Qun was a little curious and said, "So, the Bastions are a powerful civilization in this blue star battlefield? The magic city is a super large city. This information is very important. The magic city has been blocked, and they have been in a semi-closed state. So far, they have not encountered many civilized creatures. Even if they encounter the shadow civilization, there are not many collisions and understandings. Their understanding of the Bastions is undoubtedly the most in-depth. Taking the Bastions as a reference system, as appropriate, the average level of alien civilizations on the global battlefield can be deduced. No, they are definitely not a powerful civilization." Fu Kai said. In fact, Jinling City has very little detailed information about other civilizations. After all, the federal system was destroyed overnight, and they can't contact humans in too many places. But judging from the existing information, the Bastion civilization is definitely not a powerful civilization. Because a powerful civilization does not need to block the city. Their own strength can make them not afraid of competing with other civilizations. In the judgment of Jinling, the Bastion civilization should be a civilization that is neither strong nor weak. It is stronger than the weak and weaker than the strong, but it has contribution points. It wants to make a fortune in the global battlefield, but is worried that it cannot beat others, so it chooses to block the way and invest contribution points in advance. So that's it. Lin Qun lowered his head. The Bastion people are not really powerful civilizations, so what kind of combat power should those really powerful civilizations have? And Fu Kai's words continued. After the opening of the civilization battlefield, Jinling relied on its own military strength to gain a foothold, but according to the news from Jinling, there are not many human activities near our magic city. The small group of alien civilizations that are now entrenched in Luchan is called Taku civilization. They are also a technological civilization, and they may have noticed us. In addition, there are a group of fire dragon creatures and titan beast life nearby. The opponents we have to face are no longer just the life of a single civilization, but this also has its advantages. It is said that the three parties are in a state of chaos. Although the Taku civilization has a slight advantage, it has not gained an overwhelming advantage. This further shows that the three civilizations we are facing are not so powerful and small in scale. The Taku people who are most active in this area, the regular army plus armed personnel, may not have a total of 30,000 people. Jinling judged that, if these three families did not join forces, none of them would be our opponents. Our 3 million people and 100,000 troops are targets, but also strength. If you don't have some skills, you can't eat us. When he said the latter sentence, Fu Kai's face showed a hint of confidence. Obviously, the situation is better than they expected. The largest number of Taku people may not exceed 30,000. Compared with the 3 million survivors and 100,000 troops in the magic city, the alien civilization has become the weaker party. Of course, the Taku people also have a main force, but they may just no longer be in the magic city area in order to harvest more contribution points. For example, the Bastions, who fight on multiple fronts, must have deployed fewer troops in some places where they may not be a match for humans. When Lin Qun heard this, he thought of a lot. They had just encountered the Titan Beast and the Fire Dragon clan life. Lin Qun thought of a general flying in the sky that he had killed in the shadow world before. Perhaps that was the so-called shadow creature of the Fire Dragon clan life. But Fu Kai's conclusion was still exciting. There were no powerful alien civilizations in the magic city area, and their previous worries might be unnecessary. After all, there was not much money in the magic city. Under the cover of the two behemoths of the Bastion civilization and the Shadow civilization, the civilization that was still trying to make a living here was just picking up meat from the teeth of the strong. How powerful could it be? This made Lin Qun feel relieved. Fu Kai finally said, however, Jinling doesn't know much about the situation here. According to the information from Jinling, they are under the attack of a swarm civilization and have no way to help us, but what is certain is that the damage to Luchan is not serious, and it is indeed an ideal place to establish a survivor base. However, the Taku civilization may have used Lucheng as their base. If we want to gain a foothold in the Lucheng area, we must first deal with this Taku civilization. Lucheng will still be their final destination. What they need now is a place to stay. Jinling's information helped Lin Qun and the Demon City team quickly establish an understanding of the battlefield outside the Blue Star. On the current Blue Star, powerful civilizations concentrate their forces and fight everywhere where there is fat meat. Wars of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of contribution points are often fought, with artillery fire, and fighting on the battlefield, while medium and weak civilizations are fully dispersed, breaking up into small groups of thousands or tens of thousands of people, and scattered throughout the huge Blue Star, fighting on a small scale, or picking up leaks. The entire Blue Star is full of large, medium and small battlefields, and wars are everywhere, and there is no end. Fortunately, the Demon City area has been destroyed due to the Shadow Civilization and the Bastion people's large scale. There was no main force of a large civilization nearby, only some small and medium-sized civilizations that had taken advantage of the situation. They could not pose any threat to the retreating army of Demon City. Lin Qun stepped out of the command vehicle and returned to his own car. He closed his eyes, rested, and practiced in secret. The long night was about to end, and the convoy began to speed up. The military deliberately increased the speed, but after all, it was a large team of millions of people, and there were all kinds of situations. Even if the speed was increased, it would be difficult to really speed up. According to the military's estimate, it would take at least 6 hours to arrive at the destination for a 2-hour journey. However, the sky gradually brightened, which somewhat reduced the uneasiness in people's hearts. Lin Qun saw that the military convoy, many small teams were divided and went deep into the wastelands on both sides. They were reconnaissance teams. The military's goal was to take over Lucheng directly. Naturally, they had to explore the situation first to see how many people and weapons the Taku civilization had. At this moment, the large retreating team from the Magic City was now completely driving in the wilderness. Because the highway was almost destroyed, and the open wilderness was more conducive to the travel of such a large-scale convoy. Of course, there were certain problems. For example, some vehicles had a hard time moving forward in the wilderness, which was why the military could not speed up. In the second hour after the convoy completely left the foggy area of the Magic City, 1/3 of the journey had been traveled, and the sky was gradually darkening. At daybreak, many people in the convoy shouted nervously, because at the end of the sky, a small black dot appeared. It was a group of flying creatures. It was a group of flying creatures covered with green skin and as big as 3 cars. From a distance, they really looked like green skin fire dragons, but in fact, their biological form was still very different from the large lizard dragons in human Western culture. However, they did not launch an attack, but circled rapidly in the air at a very high position. The military was also on emergency alert, but did not open fire. Because there were only a dozen of them, there was no threat at all. At the same time, the reconnaissance troops sent out by the military also sent news. They found traces of the Taku civilization. P.S. This is a 6,000-word chapter. This chapter briefly talks about the external situation, but due to the human perspective, the information is still incomplete, and not the situation of the global battlefield, so it will not be divided into chapters. Today, these 2 chapters have 10,000 words. Chapter 191, The Fire-Breathing Dragons. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. Many alien civilization creatures began to be active around the huge human retreat team. They were all sharks that came for the smell of blood, wanting to tear off the flesh and blood of the human team. But they were afraid of the huge size of the human race and did not dare to act rashly. The Taku civilization also said so. What the military discovered was not their main force, but their reconnaissance troops. The million-man escape was too noisy. It was impossible for them not to discover it. While they were excited, they were also spying on the way to the human side and making judgments. After all, as Fukai said, there were too many people on the human side. Apart from the combat power of the scale of the Bastion people and the Shadow civilization, who could eat it? If you really come to bite the flesh and blood, your teeth will break. And the life of this so-called Taku civilization, Lin Qun had actually seen it before. It was the group of short creatures that looked like a combination of goblins and dwarves that were crushed to death by him and the titan beast. But according to the existing information, their heavy industry is very developed, and their technological level is not inferior to that of humans. They are a conventional technological civilization. The previous attack on the Lin group was a drizzle, because the size of the supergiants of the Lin group was too large. Whether it is human civilization, Taku civilization, or Fire Dragon civilization, they are all observing and exploring each other. After more than 10 minutes of mutual reconnaissance, the human side suddenly began to act. The huge human escape team suddenly began to stratify. The main military force at the head and the survivor team at the rear suddenly separated, began to accelerate, and moved towards Lucheng at high speed. The retreating main body and the millions of survivors at the back began to disperse and separate into multiple areas. It was like a school of fish that suddenly exploded when it encountered danger. Looking down from the sky, this scene was very spectacular. On the ground, the dense convoys had just gathered together, but now they were dispersed all of a sudden, especially the main human force advancing in front, with tens of thousands of people, carrying a large amount of heavy weapons, accelerating rapidly, marching forward, like a sharp knife, pointing to the direction of Lucheng. However, compared with this main force, the dispersed actions of the million-man team behind seemed a bit chaotic and lame. The survivors crowded together, like a huge gear that had been out of repair for a long time, running slowly. There was nothing that could be done. The survivors were not an army, so it was difficult to be neat and uniform. It was not easy to achieve this level. In the high altitude, the dragons of the Fire Dragon clan civilization circled endlessly. Their eyes were red, and they hovered at a very high altitude, but they did not rush down for a long time. Just watching this scene, they were all a little excited. The departure of the main force of humans meant that they might have a chance. There were not many of them. Although each of them was not small, there were only a dozen of them in total. Compared with the huge human team under their feet, they were too small. Because of this, these creatures of the Fire Dragon civilization only circled, and dared not to take action, and even dared not to fly too low. Once a chaotic battle broke out, they were no match for humans. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Even if the individual strength of these alien civilization creatures is far greater than that of humans, they cannot beat so many people. But once the main force of humans is reduced, it is their chance to take action. They don't need to fight against the human army, they just need to swoop down and kill those unarmed ordinary humans. Their goal is to contribute points. As gorillas, for them, annihilating all humans is not the goal, earning contribution points is the key. At the same time, the movement of humans was quickly transmitted to the Taku civilization. When humans discovered the reconnaissance team of the Taku civilization, the reconnaissance team of the Taku civilization had also observed the movement of humans. Deep in Lucheng, the Taku civilization occupied the former Lucheng Federation office building. Although the Taku civilization is also a technological civilization, they are not as powerful as the Bakatans. They only have developed heavy industry, and their light industry and cultural fields are extremely backward. They have occupied Lucheng, but have not built anything here. On the contrary, they are even using some basic buildings of humans in Lucheng. The commander of the Taku civilization, a short and fat Taku man with what looked like a beer belly, occupied the office of the former mayor of Lucheng. When he heard the movement of humans, he was directly surprised. He jumped up from the high-end human sofa that he had moved from who knows where, and took a big gulp of their Taku civilization's drink that was similar to human liquor, and said, "You mean, the humans moved before we did? Are they really coming to kill us?" The total strength of this group of humans is nearly 100,000. That's right, respected Commander Tatton. According to our investigation, the main force of humans marching towards us now should be more than 30,000, carrying a large number of heavy weapons. It seems that they want to take us down directly. Damn, aren't those big fire-breathing monsters still flying in their sky? The number of Fire Dragon civilization is too small. They seem to be a scout force. There are too many humans in this group, maybe 2 or 3 million people. I really don't know how they got out of the magic city blocked by the Bakatans in advance. Isn't the answer clear yet? They came out, but the Bakatans disappeared, proving that the Bakatans cannot defeat this group of humans. The short and fat commander of the Taku civilization named Tatum had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. The intelligence officer of the Taku civilization who reported the intelligence seemed to have just reacted at this time. His face was a little pale. They have even beaten the Bakatans. How powerful are they? I have another piece of news that among this group of humans from the Demon City, there seems to be a strong man who can kill a titan beast single-handedly, but time is too tight, and we haven't had time to confirm it. Hearing this, Tatan's face became even uglier. How many people do we have now? Probably less than 10,000 troops. Dear Commander Tatan, with the current marching speed of the human main force, it will take less than an hour for them to be at the gates of the city. Should we quickly deploy defenses? This is the city we occupy. Should we fight them to the death? Deploy defenses. Deploy defenses. Bullshit. Not to mention that their troops are 10 times ours. Can we beat the Bakatans? Pass the order down. Everyone retreat. We abandon Luching. Tatan's face was extremely gloomy. It knew very well that their troops were no match for this human force. If they fought head on, they would be drowned by the human wave tactics. They must retreat. So, a slightly absurd scene appeared. The human main force was advancing triumphantly, but the alien civilization of Taku began to retreat rapidly. When the news came from the front, many people were surprised, and even some officers were at a loss. Did I hear it right? We haven't arrived yet, and the alien civilization in Lucheng ran away by itself? Yes, the news is absolutely true. It was sent back by our reconnaissance drone. But this, aren't they an alien civilization? We are natives, and they don't come to kill us, but run away when they see us? Li Zeng, who personally led the troops to the battlefield, was not surprised. He seemed to have expected this scene, but continued to order, speed up. We will directly occupy Lucheng to welcome the arrival of the survivors behind. Try to complete the retreat of the entire demon city tonight. At this time, an urgent battle report came from the rear. The main force left, and the green-skinned fire dragons that had been hovering over the heads of the large team of human survivors finally couldn't hold back, and attacked the survivors. But when the news came, Li Zeng was not nervous, but just said, "Don't worry, these creatures of the fire dragon civilization will be dealt with by someone else." The person he was talking about was naturally Lin Qun. The main force of the demon city rushed to Lucheng. Logically, he should have participated, but in fact, he stayed in the team behind. This was because Li Zeng had already told him his plan before the action. At this moment, Lin Qun stood in the huge team of survivors, looking at several fire dragons swooping down from the distance, with a sneer on his face. The Mark 46 took him into the air at high speed, and rushed to the battlefield at supersonic speed. In fact, at the beginning, he wanted to participate in the Battle of Lucheng. But Li Zeng told him his own judgment. "Mr. Lin, you don't have to go to the Battle of Lucheng, because Lucheng will not fight at all, and no contribution points will be generated. Because if I'm not mistaken, the Taku civilization will never collide with us head on, because according to the investigation of our reconnaissance team, the total military strength of the Taku civilization in Lucheng and even the surrounding areas of Lucheng is only about 10,000 people. With this amount of troops, even if most of our current troops are just recruited mobs, they can still be drowned alive. So, if we charge at them, they will definitely run away. Mr. Lin, don't fall into misunderstandings. Not all alien civilizations can massacre us humans. They also have strong and weak ones. We can't resist the strong ones, but there are also weak ones who can only flee when they see our main force." Li Zeng's words awakened Lin Qun. Whether it was the previous confrontation with the Bakatan civilization or the wrestling with the Shadow civilization, humans seemed to be at a disadvantage, but that was because the two civilizations themselves were unique and powerful, and the Bakatans had invested a large number of troops in the Magic City. But this did not mean that every alien civilization that humans encountered was like this. Now this Taku civilization is an alien civilization that cannot beat humans. 3 million humans are here, but in the Magic City area, no civilization can take it. The Shadow civilization can, but they are unwilling to leave the fog to fight, and are unwilling to bear the painful price of leaving the fog to fight. They can't, let alone these small civilizations. And the facts that are happening now also confirm Li Zeng's judgment. This is a victory without fighting. Therefore, Lin Qun did not appear in the main force rushing to Luncheon, but stayed in the rear. After the battle in the Magic City, the military air force suffered heavy losses and lacked a way to deal with these flexible aerial creatures, but Lin Qun alone was enough. In front, there were 13 terrifying fire dragon civilization creatures in a line, swooping down from the sky, opening their smelly bloody mouths, and directly spewing out balls of terrifying fire, burning the earth. The humans on the ground were panicking and avoiding them. Vehicles were not able to move in time, and were directly ignited into one terrible fireball after another, burning fiercely, with flames soaring into the sky. Those fire dragon civilization creatures flew low, relying on their flight advantage to fly over the heads of ordinary survivors. The military's attack in the distance was very limited, and there was almost nothing they could do about them. The more this happened, the more excitedly those fire dragon creatures screamed. They seemed to be communicating in their own language and enjoying the joy of killing. They were very cunning and moved quickly. They sprayed here twice and then quickly moved to the next direction, never giving the military a chance to outflank them. They just waited for a piece of fire to spit out and then left quickly, making a sure profit. But at this moment, suddenly, the head of one of them exploded without any warning. Blood splattered, and the headless fire dragon fell to the ground with a thud, looking extremely miserable. The screams of the remaining fire dragon civilization creatures instantly changed from excitement to infinite fear. Chapter 192. I want to chase their regular army and chop them up. These fire dragon civilization creatures are not wild beasts. They have wisdom. The roars heard from a human perspective are actually some kind of language of them. With the sudden death of the first individual, the remaining fire dragon civilization creatures screamed in fear. In the communication, they were actually infinitely terrified. They knew that they might have been tricked. They no longer dared to attack and began to increase their altitude quickly. They sensed something was wrong and wanted to leave as soon as possible. There were not many of them. They came to fight guerrilla warfare. It would be good to get contribution points, but it would be better to not get them than to leave their lives here. But at this time, it was too late. The first one to react seemed to be the most powerful fire dragon civilization creature. As soon as it rose, its head exploded. With two bangs, the huge head exploded like a watermelon. Then came the third, the fourth, and below, the survivors who were running suddenly stopped running. Because on the battlefield, a stream of light was rising. It was none other than Lin Qun. He opened fire from a distance of 200 meters. The headshot girl's skill was activated. Whoever stared at would die. No one could withstand his gaze. These fire dragon civilization creatures are also innate creatures that crush humans, but unfortunately, their physical fitness is generally less than 100 points. What's the use of being able to fly? Just stare at them to death. The heads of these fire dragon civilization creatures are obviously bigger than humans and bigger than the Bacatans. Lin Qun can't blow their heads with one look, but he can just blow up half of their faces, so he stares at them. Who in the Magic City doesn't know Lin Qun now? Seeing Lin Qun coming, why are the people below still running? They didn't run at all, just watching Lin Qun soar into the sky and killing like crazy. Contribution points and experience points are credited one after another. Contribution points +1. Contribution points +1. Fire dragons fall like rain. Blood splattered, and the 13 flying fire dragon civilization creatures were all killed in an instant and fell from the sky. Those creatures that were just excited to slaughter humans were all killed by Lin Qun, a human. At this moment, Lin Qun's experience bar rose a little bit. Lin Qun quickly pulled back his body and returned to the ground below. At this moment, the two threats, the Taku civilization and the fire dragon civilization, were all resolved. Of course, these fire dragon civilization creatures could not be all the individuals of their civilization, but this was also a warning to scare the tigers. After that, no fire dragon civilization creatures appeared along the way, and the Taku civilization also retreated more than 10 kilometers. For the humans in Lucheng, this was already a very safe distance. This was actually expected. As the news from Jinling gave, the alien civilizations here were fighting in a melee, and none of them was strong. The humans from the Magic City were a powerful force. Li Zeng was not worried that they would use heavy firepower to attack Lucheng. They could attack Lucheng, and humans could also attack them. Anyway, this group of Taku people could not threaten humans, but humans had the ability to eradicate them. If they wanted to fight, they would have fought long ago, and there was no need to run. As for the Titan Beast civilization, their presence was not high. Because the individuals were rare, if you met them, your presence was extremely high, but if you didn't meet them, then they didn't exist. Behind Luchun is the Magic City, which is swept by the Shadow Civilization and the Bakatan Civilization, and in front is the human occupation area. The civilizations active here are in the cracks, so they can't be very powerful. This is why the Magic City retreat team was able to make great progress and stand firm in Luchun. Even now, Luchun is a good place. In front is the barrier of Jinling City, and behind is the natural defense of the Shadow Civilization. It is an excellent place for development. Therefore, on the way, their team advanced mightily, but did not encounter any threats or attacks. This mighty retreat of the Magic City was completed surprisingly smoothly. When seeing the urban area of Luchun from a distance, Lin Qun was in a trance and couldn't believe that the journey was so smooth. Before setting off, even he felt that their big battle of 3 million people was a bit too exaggerated, and they would be sitting ducks if they went out. But the facts proved that the situation was not as bad as they imagined. From the Magic City to Luchun, there was no danger. From another perspective, 3 million people are also a terrifying behemoth. He couldn't help but admire Li Zeng a little. He seemed to have expected this possibility from the beginning. At this time, Luchun has appeared in front of him. Luchun is not a particularly large city, but it is barely enough to accommodate these people. This makes people feel a lot of confidence for no reason. It seems that the situation is not so desperate. When Lin Qun entered the city, he also saw Chu Yaowei. The woman was standing on a high place, and below, it was Fan Wenchuan who was talking to her. Fan Wenchuan is now doing very well, and is very powerful. He and Huang Dafa teamed up to wrestle precious resources, and made a fortune. Although he still has no combat power, he is living a good life. Lin Qun knew what Fan Wenchuan wanted to do with Chu Yaowei without thinking. Fan Wenchuan has everything now, only a bodyguard and a thug. As if he noticed something, Fan Wenchuan glanced at Lin Qun and smiled. Compared with the previous time in Longcheng Daijing community, he was hundreds of times more polite. Chu Yaowei took this opportunity to get away and ran to Lin Qun, walking shoulder to shoulder with him in the team. Although Lin Qun is a member of the military, he does not act with the military during non-combat time. Li Zeng is not such a dogmatic person. Lin Qun can take action at critical moments. At other times, he will not interfere with what Lin Qun wants to do or where he wants to go. On the contrary, he will cooperate with Lin Qun and help Lin Qun as much as possible. Luchun seemed to have been conquered without experiencing the fierce battle like the Magic City. The damage to the city was not as severe as the Magic City. Many ready-made buildings can be lived in, but there are corpses everywhere in the city, on the streets, between buildings, and even in some corners that are obviously hidden. It can be seen that the Taku civilization has occupied this place for a long time and has repeatedly swept Luchun. Almost all humans in the city have been killed. Those who can hide have been found. Most of them have begun to rot. One of the scarred corpses seems to be a master. After being discovered, he blocked the corner and killed many Taku people. In the end, he died. His body was full of holes, all of which were shot by bullets. Chu Yaowei said, if the Magic City is defeated and the military launch is the final plan of the arc, will the Magic City be like this? Lin Qun did not answer, because what Chu Yaowei said was the truth. If she did not have the talent for drawing cards, the humans in the Magic City would eventually be defeated. The Bakatans would search every corner of the Magic City like the Taku civilization. No matter how good the people are at hiding, they will be found, and no matter how powerful the people are, they will be attacked and killed. Lin Qun paused, looked at the woman's bright eyes, and said, no, if not. A large number of survivors poured in, and the military was working with volunteers and government personnel to replan the area and resettle the survivors. This is a huge project. It is not easy to resettle 3 million people, not to mention a desolate doomsday city. But today, whether it is the soldiers of the military or the survivors waiting to be arranged, they are all very motivated and positive, because in their view, Luchun is hope. This may be their future home. Lin Qun knows Li Zeng's plan. To build Lucheng into the second magic city, the doomsday home of everyone here, and an indestructible doomsday fortress. Then, if there is a chance, expand outward, counterattack the Shadow Civilization, or connect with Jinling City. These are all good options. And this is what Lin Qun likes to see. He wanted to tell the Speaker of the Bastion Parliament who mocked him. He has his own civilization. His civilization may not help him too much, but it can also provide him with a harbor, and he is also working hard to gain a foothold little by little. And what he has to do is to rely on his own civilization and become stronger. Li Zeng also arranged a house for Lin Qun and cleaned it up in the shortest time, but Lin Qun was not very interested in this, but wanted to go out to hunt alien civilizations to obtain contribution points. Li Zeng did not refuse, but said, I will continue to allocate manpower to you, but you have to be careful. We don't know enough about the distribution of alien civilizations in the Lucheng area. Don't get caught. Lin Qun nodded. With the cooperation of the military, he can hunt on a large scale and harvest contribution points, which is much more efficient than him alone. Li Zeng said, although the creatures of the Taku civilization are not numerous enough to compete with us and have retreated, the information we have received from Jinling City indicates that some of these alien civilizations invaded by concentrating their forces, while others were dispersed. For example, the Taku civilization, their individuals and troops were scattered all over the world. They did not participate in major wars and picked up leaks everywhere. But if they wanted to, they would be able to muster an army strong enough to threaten us. It seems that the Bastions are also fighting in many places and have invested troops in more than one battlefield in the Magic City. Lin Qun said, so that's the case. Therefore, there is no space crack here in Lucheng. Isn't this the landing site of the Taku civilization? Coming out of the Magic City, as he received information bit by bit, the outline of the global battlefield was being built up little by little in Lin Qun's mind. The global battlefield was not as simple as he thought. The boundaries between the participating alien civilizations were not completely clear. It was a state of you and me and me and you. The Bastion civilization, the Shadow civilization, and the current Taku civilization were obviously betting everywhere and stationing troops in various locations on the Blue Star battlefield. It was just that the stronger the civilization, the stronger the bet made by the local area, and the more chips they could grab. It should be like this. The current Blue Star is no longer the Blue Star we are familiar with. We have to grope forward. Not only do we have to re-understand the current global pattern, but we also have to study the setting of the global battlefield. Li Zeng said, next, I will continue to keep in touch with Jinling. If there is any useful information, I will tell you. When leaving Li Zeng, the sky had begun to darken again. In Lucheng, however, the lights were rarely bright, and countless people were busy building their new home. Lin Qun also kept gathering people to prepare for night hunting. With the experience of the Magic City, he understood that the premise of wanting peace was to be strong. Even though Lucheng is temporarily safe now, he will not relax and will do his best to improve himself. In the distance of Lucheng, the life of the Taku civilization has retreated a long distance, camping in the wilderness through the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Looking at the lights rising in Lucheng, the commander of the Taku civilization, Tatan, gnashed his teeth. These damn humans, aren't they indigenous? How can they be so cruel? Just now, it has confirmed multiple news. This group of humans from the Magic City is extremely amazing. Not only is it suspected that they have defeated the Bastion people, but they have also successfully broken through the defense line of the Shadow civilization. Among them, there is a top master with unfathomable strength. Tatan's mood at this time is like the annoyance of fighting against human machines and finding that he can't beat human machines. There is also a little bit of frustration. Normally, the indigenous civilization should be the base of a civilized battlefield, and there should be no ability to resist. But this time, how can these indigenous humans be so powerful? With anger on his face, he is actually muttering in his heart, damn, are the humans in the Magic City so fierce? It was very easy when I fought Lucheng. Did the human army of Lucheng go to the Magic City at that time? I dare not provoke the Bastions. Although the military is of similar level, they have top telekinetic masters. Those top civilizations in the third level battlefield are a little afraid of them. How can this group of humans defeat them? What it doesn't know is that its guesses are actually correct. The reason why Luchin fell quickly was indeed partly due to the mobilization of troops. A large number of troops of the group army entered the Magic City, and the advent of the Shadow Civilization, which resulted in Luchin having no reinforcement at the time, and was easily broken by them. At this time, its intelligence officer suddenly ran over in panic, with a look of horror on his face. Tatton was in a bad mood and almost kicked him to the ground. He said angrily, "Is the sky falling? So panic? Are those humans coming? No, it's on the sea. Its intelligence officer seemed to be frightened and whispered a few words in Tatton's ear. Tatton's expression immediately changed. Are they approaching the Magic City? Is this news accurate? Are they targeting the Shadow Civilization? Or have they discovered these humans who have escaped? Be prepared. Although they are a top civilization and no one can find their whereabouts at sea, our group happened to encounter one of their attack aircraft. It can almost be confirmed that they are approaching the coastline of the Chinese Magic City." Tatton listened to the news, was silent for a moment, and sneered. "In this case, we will hide first, and then wait and see. The top civilization of this third level battlefield is coming. Whether it is the Shadow Civilization or the humans in Luchin, they will all die. If we find a loophole, it will be our Taku civilization's chance." Just when the Taku civilization was calculating its own plans, Lin Qun had already led his men out of Luchin. He had two purposes. The first was for himself, to harvest contribution points. The second was for the military, which was to find out the situation around Luchin. Lin Qun had to look for alien civilization creatures everywhere anyway, so it was easy for him to find out the situation in the surrounding areas. It was not difficult. The contestants who landed on the Blue Star were mainly divided into two parts. One part was the regular army, such as the regular army of Bastion and the army of Taku civilization. The other part was the mob, or the folk masters, just like the Bastion armed personnel that Lin Qun fought against at the beginning, which was equivalent to the masters among the survivors of human beings, such as Chu Yaowei. At this stage, the main force of Taku civilization retreated in Luchin area. Lin Qun should not be able to find the regular army, and his target was the mob. When he came out of the urban area of Luchin, the sky had completely darkened, and the silver moon was like a hook, hanging high in the sky. Lin Qun's convoy roared out, because under the night, too many people seemed a little conspicuous, and might scare away the target. Lin Qun was not familiar with the area around Luchin. This time he mainly focused on scouting. This time he did not bring too many people, only 2 cars in front and behind, with Li Ji and Li Xing, and a few capable young soldiers from the military. But what made Lin Qun laugh and cry was that before he found the alien creatures, they attacked him first. They were a group of Taku people hiding outside. They were short and wore clothes that were obviously those of irregular soldiers. They had a variety of weapons in their hands. They were hiding behind a mountain kilometers away from Luchin. Lin Qun and his men hadn't found them yet, but they found Lin Qun and fired 2 rockets first. This group of Taku people were actually very smart. They squatted here to ambush the humans who were leaving the city, with the same idea as Lin Qun to get contribution points. They couldn't afford to offend so many humans in the city, but you have to come out, right? It's impossible for you to come out together. A small group of humans can always come out. It's a pity that they squatted on the wrong people. After firing 2 rockets, they were surprised to find that their targets were fine, and neither of the 2 cars exploded. On the contrary, their rockets were taken by someone. In the darkness, the area around Luchin was desolate, and there was no sign of alien civilization. Lin Qun was disappointed, thinking that Luchin was safe, but too safe, right? Without alien creatures, where would his contribution points come from? He couldn't just rely on the contribution points from the rankings every day, right? If ordinary survivors knew about his idea, they would probably go crazy. They all wished they could meet an alien creature. Under such circumstances, when Lin Qun met this group of alien creatures, his eyes lit up immediately. The car was still moving, and he pushed open the door and rushed out with Captain America's shield. The military behind him was not surprised and continued to drive forward. Lin Qun rushed all the way to the high ground and wiped out the group of short Taku civilization creatures. He also seized their weapons and equipment. This point can actually show the gap between them and the Bastions. Whether they are armed personnel or regular troops, the equipment of the Bastions is almost all equipped with self-destruct devices. If they are not obtained by Bastions, they do not need to be used. When they are held in their hands, they will automatically identify the biological characteristics. If they are not Bastions, they will explode directly. From this, we can see the professionalism of the Bastions in the War of Civilizations. The Taku civilization is not like that. All these equipment can be seized. The only problem is that these equipment of the Taku people are more or less smaller from the perspective of humans, and it is more troublesome to use. There are not many lives in this Taku civilization. There are only a dozen people inside and outside, and the Taku civilization itself is weak and the experience value is not high. Lin Qun's harvest is not big, but it has made a good start. There are many similar Taku people outside Lucheng. Basically, they are similar, squatting people, and the equipment on their bodies is tattered, which is very pitiful compared with the Bastions. Some are not squatting people, but simply camping in the wild. To them, Lin Qun is like a demon, sweeping all the way. Although he encountered few Taku people, Lin Qun wandered around for more than 2 hours, and gained more than 100 contribution points. He also had a certain understanding of the Taku people. These Taku people are small in size and somewhat barbaric. They don't seem to be very smart, especially when they are in a firefight. They are prone to brain congestion. When they encountered it, they didn't know how to run, even though they couldn't win. They watched their companions being killed by Lin Qun like cutting melons and vegetables, leaving only their brother. They didn't know fear, but were extremely angry. They even shouted in an angry language, and continued to charge. This made Li Ji and the military soldiers who were originally preparing to intercept Lin Qun useless. Because they didn't run at all. No wonder when I turned into a super giant before, those Taku people didn't run, even if they had the chance, and they stupidly attacked me. This group of Taku people are really stupid. Lin Qun likes such Taku people very much. It's so worry-free. Of course, Lin Qun killed without mercy. The means by which these people slaughtered humans were extremely cruel. Lin Qun even encountered a group of Taku people who had half a human corpse cooked in a pot, and there was another half of a human corpse dried in their bags. Even Lin Qun, who had seen many dead people, vomited when he saw it. Li Ji couldn't help but say, that's true. From our human perspective, these Taku people don't have very good brains. How did they grow up? Li Xing said, thinking about it this way, the Taku who made the decision to retreat and abandon Lucheng is worthy of being the commander of the Taku people. He is indeed more powerful than ordinary Taku people. Otherwise, with their normal thinking, shouldn't they fight with us? You use the human social environment to define others, and the conclusion you draw is definitely biased. Their civilization is full of such people, so it's not strange. Maybe other civilizations will also think we humans are strange. Although Lin Qun was answering Li Ji's words, he rubbed his chin and a bold idea popped up in his head. Li Ji, you said, since these Taku people are so stupid, where are their regular troops who retreated more than 10 kilometers? What do you think, if I just kill them? There are 10,000 Taku people there. Lin Qun's eyes glowed. When this came out, Li Ji and Li Xing were all shocked. Brother Lin, have you reached the point where you can chase the regular army and kill them? I want to try. Lin Qun had already had an idea in his mind, and he couldn't stop it. If it was a group of Bastions, Lin Qun would definitely not dare to do this. Without a superhuman body, facing a Bastion regular army of 10,000 people, that would be courting death. But these Taku people, Lin Qun didn't dare to do it before, because he didn't understand them. But now that he has killed them all the way, he feels that he has a little understanding of these Taku people. He thinks that, if the Taku people are like this, it seems that it may not be a problem for him to chase and kill the 10,000 Taku regular army. Of course, the most important thing is that he found that the firepower of these Taku people is not very strong, and they are a level lower than that of Bastions and even humans. If he can't beat them, he can always run away with so many means, right? Lin Qun has made up his mind, and Li Ji and Li Xing can only be dumbfounded. But if Lin Qun wants to chase and kill the 10,000 Taku regular army, he needs the military to provide the location coordinates, otherwise he really can't find it by himself. After the call was connected, Lin Qun tactfully expressed his thoughts. I want to chase the regular army of the Taku people and kill them alone. After hearing Lin Qun's request, Li Zeng fell silent. Lin Qun thought the call was disconnected and said, hello. After a while, Li Zeng said, logically, I should stop you, but, if you want, just give it a try. 2 in 1 chapter. Chapter 193. I ran away, but he still came to kill me. The military has been monitoring the movements of the Taku civilization. In fact, just a few hours before Lin Qun thought he could do it, the military had just monitored that the main force of the Taku civilization, more than 10,000 people, began to retreat rapidly and began to move closer to the mountainous area. Judging from this state, they seemed to want to hide. In fact, Tatton really wanted to hide. It was ready for the fight between river clans, and at this time it was natural to lead its own people to retreat. Although many Taku people did not understand why they did not rush up and fight with humans, Tatton was the leader of this Taku people, and his words were still useful. Just as Li Zeng judged, among the Taku people, Tatton was definitely an outlier. Its way of thinking was different from that of other Taku people. Other Taku people were irritable and not very smart. When fighting, they would never retreat, but only it was different. Therefore, it gathered a lot of people and led a group of Taku people to harvest contribution points here. In fact, the civilization of the Taku people was different from what Lin Qun and others imagined. Although they participated in the war of civilization, they were actually in a stage of warlord melee. This is actually related to the character of the Taku people. Although from the perspective of humans, the Taku people are ugly and short, but in their civilization, they are the most perfect creatures, and they are also the largest creatures on their planet. Therefore, the iron-headed character that humans think is not very good is very good in the eyes of the Taku people themselves. As Lin Qun analyzed, what you think is outrageous in your civilization is not outrageous in others. For example, when it rains on the blue planet, it is water, but there are many planets with different environments in the universe. When it rains on some planets, it is iron, methane or something else, which is also rain on other planets. This directly led to the fact that the Taku people were in war all year round because of their irritable character, and the state of civilization itself was torn apart, with big warlords and small warlords everywhere. When participating in the war of civilization, everyone fought each other and brought their followers to participate in the war. This Tatton was such a small warlord who commanded 10,000 people. As a unique Taku, Tatton has competitive and irritable genes in his bones, but he is more restrained and cautious. Knowing the power of humans, he chooses to retreat. Knowing that a top civilization is coming, he is ready to hide and wait for the opportunity. At this time, he just wants to hide. In the deep night, he took his people to hide in the woods, hiding far away, not provoking anyone who would have nothing to do to trouble him. Although the top civilization has not come yet, and even humans have not noticed it, in Tatton's opinion, humans are unlikely to do anything to him. Humans obviously want to take root in Lucheng. They just came today and haven't even sat down yet. How could they come to fight him? Moreover, it has run away with its people for more than 10 kilometers. Unless humans are fools, how can they mobilize a large army to fight him? The mobilization of a human army makes such a big noise. If he keeps running, the other party will never catch up with him in his life. If they pursued them forcefully and ran to the territory of other civilizations, it would depend on who would be unlucky. Who would take such a risk if they had finally established themselves? As long as the human commander was not an idiot, he would know what to choose. Based on these reasons, Tatton felt that his hiding should be successful. Therefore, he was somewhat relieved. The troops were hiding in various places on the mountainside and at the foot of the mountain. Then he took the defense force and touched the mountain. He found a cave in the mountain that was sheltered from the wind and rain, and hidden and safe, and prepared to use it as his bedroom to have a good rest. He was calculating in his mind. He just waited for the top civilization to come and beat the two civilizations that he could not beat, humans and shadow civilization, and then he would find an opportunity to pick up the leaks. He would be able to strengthen his own strength. When he returned in the future, he would be able to jump from a small warlord to a big warlord, and he would also have a say in the civilization warlord conference. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile like a taku. Those humans dared to drive it out of the place it occupied, and it would have to make them look bad. Although it was cautious, it was still a taku in its heart. It was impossible for it not to be irritable and angry. But it never expected that humans would really come. It was awakened by a loud noise in the middle of the night. The intelligence officer outside rushed in and shouted in panic, "Lord Tatton! Lord Tatton! It's not good. It's not good. Humans are coming to the door." This sound scared Tatton half to death. It woke up suddenly and it lost all its sleepiness. It sat up and ran out. It saw several checkpoints on the mountainside outside. The fire was rising. It looked very scary in the night, although it was angry in its heart. But it knew that it could not defeat this wave of humans in the demon city who could defeat the Bastion people and escape from the hands of the shadow civilization. It could only steal and sneak. So if the other party really came to the door, with the few people under its command, it would be dead. Apart from anything else, there are 3 million humans in this group, and there are 100,000 armed troops alone. Yandu would have drowned these 10,000 people. Therefore, at this moment, when it saw the fire on the mountain, its face turned green. It had no time to think about what was going on, and immediately screamed, "Run! No! Give the order! Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly!" At this time, its intelligence officer said, "My lord, we have given luncheon to them, and they dare to attack us. They are too much. Let's fight these humans." Although the intelligence officer Tatton usually looks trembling and timid, he is actually a genuine taku person. Otherwise, when they were still in luncheon before, he would not have been afraid and yelled to defend the city. But Tatton kicked it when he heard it and said angrily, "What are you fighting for? Is my order useless? Pass it down immediately. Those who have joined the battle now, stay behind, and the others will retreat with me." As he said that, he rolled up his things and began to run away in a hurry. He cursed in his heart and was extremely angry. "Damn it, I've come all the way here, and these humans are coming to kill me. Is there something wrong with me? Could it be that I'm going to be killed by these humans before I get a chance to fish in troubled waters? No. Wait, how could a large army of humans come to kill me silently without any movement?" At this time, it came back to its senses from its initial panic and realized something was wrong. It immediately calmed down, observed the battlefield below from its high place, and asked its intelligence officer to find out the situation. Soon, it got a result that made it feel incredible. The intelligence officer's eyes widened, and he said, "Sir, this is not a large army of humans coming to kill us. It's a person. There is only one human, and he came to kill us alone. He seems to be the top human who killed the Titan civilization creatures alone." Listening to the intelligence officer's words and looking at the flames rising to the sky below, Tatton fell silent. No wonder there was no movement. It turned out that only one person came. After a moment, a terrifying ferocious look appeared on its face. "I'm afraid of the human army, but one person dares to come to hunt down my army? Do you think I'm a dead person? So what if he is a master? Focus your fire on him. He is dead." Tatton felt that he was fine again. He couldn't defeat the human army with just one person, and there were 10,000 people here. Couldn't they defeat them? The more Tatton thought about it, the angrier he became. The angrier he became, the angrier he thought. One person dared to come. What did they think of them? Although Tatton was cautious, he was not his peer. Although the Taku people seemed a little stupid from a human perspective, when they really fought, each one was more fierce than the other. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take Lucheng so quickly. They still had some combat effectiveness. As the news spread, Tatton's men were all furious when they learned that there was only one human attacking them. One person came to challenge their army of 10,000 people. This was a great shame for the Taku people. The Taku people all over the mountains and plains all took action, and heavy artillery was pulled out and ready to fire. And the man who came alone was none other than Lin Qun. Contribution points were important, and Lin Qun was eager to try and drove the Mark 46 directly here. The Iron Man suit had many functions and was not discovered by the Taku people's radar. Of course, if this had been put in the past, Lin Qun would not have had the courage to challenge a regular army of 10,000 alien civilizations alone, but now, he has countless cards and abilities in his hands, and he thinks he can give it a try. And this time, Lin Qun did not let Li Ji and others follow him. First, he really couldn't keep up, and second, Lin Qun actually didn't know how he could fight. He had many means to retreat unscathed, but Li Ji and others might not follow him. Therefore, Lin Qun came alone. Arriving here, confirming that the Taku people were indeed hiding here, Lin Qun took action directly. The mountain was pitch black, and Tatan hid well, so Lin Qun couldn't find him. His purpose was not to behead, but to harvest contribution points. He drove down from the sky with Wuxiang. With a fire symbol in one hand and a fire pattern sword in the other, he directly killed into the pile of Taku people. The headshot girl's skill swept across, and the Iron Blood Warrior's shoulder cannon fired bang bang bang. The flames shot up to the sky, and the explosions continued. The fortifications of the Taku people below were destroyed on the spot by him, and one person created the momentum of a small army attacking the mountain. Nothing else. This Zhao Yun Wuxiang is indeed cruel. Lin Qun's attribute increases by 0.3 every minute. His fire pattern sword is covered with a layer of Ganki. With the sword, control technique and his terrifying power attribute, he can even cut through steel. He rushed into the battle formation of the Taku people and looked down on them. A light armored chariot of the Taku people roared and opened fire and was directly chopped into 4 pieces by Lin Qun's 2 swords. The structure of the chariot collapsed, but there was a lucky Taku inside who was not chopped to death. He was stunned for a moment and then roared and pulled out a pistol from his waist, wanting to shoot Lin Qun, but before it fired, Lin Qun looked down and stared it to death, and its head exploded with a bang. Blood splattered. Lin Qun turned into a stunning figure and rushed directly into the jungle, colliding head-on with the armored forces of the Taku people, killing directly. At this time, the armored forces of the Taku people hiding under the mountain rushed out in full force, and a missile launcher locked and opened fire. The dense missiles shone on the earth like stars, rising to the sky and tilting downward, whistling and shooting at the forest. Chapter 194. He ate people. The sky was illuminated by the fire of intensive attacks. The system of Mark 46 issued a piercing alarm. Lin Qun reacted quickly and turned around and ran. With the help of Mario's jumping ability, the Mark 46 thrusters spit out flames crazily, and his body rushed out hundreds of meters in an instant. Behind him, there was a burst of explosions and flashes, almost drowning the world at the foot of the mountain. In this sea of fire, a large number of Taku people roared and rushed out, holding various weapons and firing crazily. The fire symbol in one of Lin Qun's hands has become Captain America's shield. Although the Iron Man suit is also bulletproof, it can't withstand such intensive firepower. And with the current technical level of Lin Qun and the people of Lucheng, it is almost impossible to repair this thing if it is damaged. Lin Qun doesn't want his Iron Man suit to be scrapped. They gained a brief advantage and suppressed Lin Qun with firepower at a distance of 100 meters. The second round of rocket launchers and missiles are being loaded. The missiles of the Taku people are very suitable for their body size. They are relatively small, but their power is amazing. The ground at the foot of the mountain has turned into scorched earth and flames are burning. Lin Qun is shooting at the Taku people behind a large stone bunker. His way of shooting is very simple. He pops up. He takes a glance. A large number of Taku people fall down. This is the strafe skill that Lin Qun has mastered for many days. After mastering the headshot girl skill, he quickly glances at multiple targets and continuously launches the headshot girl skill to achieve the same effect as a machine gun. It is especially effective for humans or targets smaller than humans, because this series of glances, even if they are crooked and do not hit the head, can also blow up this type of target half crippled, and can achieve the same effect as machine gun sweeping, but the killing speed and effect are stronger than machine gun sweeping. Therefore, Lin Qun hid behind the bunker alone and swept down a large number of Taku people. At this time, the second round of attacks came whistling and covered Lin Qun's position. Lin Qun's body once again soared into the sky. Steam was boiling. His body was transformed into a giant of 60 meters. At that moment, Tatan saw Lin Qun's huge body. He was almost as tall as half a mountain. The huge arm fell down, and one hand was almost smashed by the dense missiles and rockets of the Taku people, but the other hand was unstoppable and fell to the ground. The earth trembled, and the armored forces of the Taku civilization on the ground were all thrown away by Lin Qun like sweeping garbage. People and horses were thrown to the ground, and the weapons depot exploded, and flames shot up to the sky. Moreover, Lin Qun directly grabbed a handful of Taku people, opened his bloody mouth, and ate those Taku people in one bite. Looking at this scene, Tatan's face turned pale again from anger. The power of this human was far beyond its imagination. Tatan never dreamed that this human could really kill them here with their cannon fodder. Even swallowed the Taku people. However, there were not many Taku people who felt the same fear as it did. Most of the Taku people were just angry when they saw this scene. Seeing their companions being eaten, they were furious and mad, and attacked Lin Qun even more frantically. The shells they fired were connected into lines of fire in the air, piercing the body of the supergiant. And what Lin Qun just did was naturally a tooth for a tooth. You eat people, I will eat you too. Of course, Lin Qun didn't eat casually. He had another purpose, which was the real purpose, that is, to activate the skill feast. Swallow a target and randomly increase 0.1 points of attributes. Lin Qun wanted to use this skill after he got it before, but he had been thinking about how to eat it. He definitely couldn't eat it in human form. If he really wanted to eat it, he would have to chop up the creatures of the alien civilization. Even if Lin Qun could do it, he couldn't swallow it. But the last time the supergiant transformed, he thought of it. He could transform into a giant. In the giant form, especially in the supergiant form, these already short Taku people are even smaller, just like a group of small loaches. Grab a handful, put it in your mouth, and swallow it directly. Isn't that the end of the matter? Lin Qun did it as soon as he thought of it, and he really succeeded. Cooperate with the feast to start. Randomly obtain attribute bonus. He obtained 0.1 points of strength attribute, which is directly increased. The feast enters a cooldown and can be used again after 6 hours. This 0.1 attribute may not seem much, but it can be infinitely increased. Keep eating and feel good. But Lin Qun was ready to retreat at this time. These Taku people are pretty good. They don't know how to run after being beaten like this, but it is really a bit difficult to bear. Lin Qun's physical energy consumption is serious. His energy has reached the bottom long ago, and the energy of the shoulder gun and Mark 46 is almost exhausted. The body of the supergiant is now also intensively bombarded. Under the powerful force, the body of the supergiant with low agility staggers and falls backwards. The strength of the giant's body is still not as good as that of the titan beast. If it is hit by heavy firepower, its body will be seriously damaged. Smoke and dust rolled, and loud noises rose to the sky. There were flames all over the mountains and plains. Looking around, the short Taku people were still popping up all over the mountains and plains. Lin Qun had already emerged from the back of the neck of the fallen super large giant. He glanced back and ran away, screaming in the wind. In this battle, he killed about 600 to 700 Taku people. Add the ones he killed on the road before, and the contribution points he had left in his hand, minus the contribution points exchanged for Lin Qun's maintenance of the headshot girl skill and the replacement of Mark 46 energy and shoulder cannon energy in the battle just now. Lin Qun now has a total of 813 contribution points. If he adds them together, he will have enough for 2 chances to draw. The Lucheng regional ranking settlement will be open soon. Lin Qun is now ranked first among humans in the Lucheng region, and ranked 7th overall, and can settle at least 80 contribution points. Although the Taku people and the Bastion people are not comparable, they did capture Lucheng, and killed many humans. There are always a few lucky Taku people who have a lot of contribution points, but they are limited by themselves. Even with contribution points and experience, they cannot improve too much, and cannot reach the combat power of the Bastion people's telekinesis masters. However, at this time, Lin Qun was thinking in his mind, but his feet did not stop at all. He ran very fast. The Taku people behind him were still desperately chasing and bombing. A group of angry Taku people were so angry that they could only watch Lin Qun disappear in the wilderness, because at the end of the sky, a light shone. That was a blow from humans. Li Zeng is still very good at seizing opportunities. Lin Qun killed here and killed the Taku people's line in pieces. It was the opportunity for their military to take action. Now, if they take action and bomb, the Taku people will not be able to organize a counterattack. They can only swallow their anger. So, behind Lin Qun, there was another fire. Lin Qun was using the remaining energy of the Mark 46 to escape. He turned his head and looked back. He was very happy to see that the barren mountain behind him was already a sea of fire. The anger of the Taku people had nowhere to vent. Lin Qun and his men could not catch up. The humans were firing from more than 10 kilometers away. Tatan could only order a retreat and led his remaining troops to retreat another 10 kilometers. It escaped all the way from the back mountain and looked at the world in front of it, which was a sea of fire. It gritted its teeth and said, "Wait until the prophet on the sea comes and see what you can still be arrogant about." Perhaps its curse worked. Lin Qun really encountered a bad thing during his flight. He hit a mountain. It was not an ordinary mountain. It was a titan monster. It was even bigger than the one that Lin Qun had just fought out of the grey-black fog of the Shadow Civilization. It was probably 100 meters tall. It was in the wilderness, not noticeable in the dark night. It was not even discovered by the radar system of Mark 46. Lin Qun almost ran into it head-on and braked immediately. He didn't realize it was a living thing at first. He thought it was a mountain and wanted to go around it until the mountain slapped him with a huge slap. It was just like slapping a mosquito. Lin Qun was hit from the sky to the ground. He was stunned. Mark 46 sounded alarms everywhere, but he didn't react for a while. After a while, he realized that the mountain in front of him was a titan. However, this titan was not very energetic, but like a ghost, it was motionless in the dark night. But Lin Qun soon realized that this guy seemed to be sleeping, as if he had woken it up. This titan was not only bigger than the one Lin Qun had encountered before, but also more powerful. This guy moved like thunder. As the earth shook, he suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a fireball as big as a car. It was bigger than the fireballs of Lin Qun's 2 fire symbols combined. It chased Lin Qun and hammered him. Lin Qun was shocked. If he hadn't fought a bloody knight, he could still compete with this titan, but the colossal titan card consumed a lot of physical energy. Lin Qun could transform into the armored titan or the beast titan 3 times a day, but after the colossal titan transformed, he couldn't transform for a short time. At this time, Lin Qun might not be able to take it. The most important thing was that this titan was only worth 1 contribution point. Although it had a little more experience, it was not worth Lin Qun using any trump card to fight it to the death. Temporarily avoiding the edge seemed to be the best choice. Therefore, Lin Qun looked at the fireball that was hitting him and ran away without looking back. Although Mark 46 was alarmed by the slap, Iron Man's skills were still useful. He flew away all the way. The titan beast behind him chased angrily, but could only watch Lin Qun running farther and farther. However, Lin Qun had a trick up his sleeve. He ran in the direction of the Taku people. So, Tatan, who was cursing Lin Qun and the humanized circle in his heart, saw it with horror. The evil star human just now came back again, and this time, he was followed by a titan beast. Run. Run. Run quickly. Tatan's voice changed. His face was distorted. It's too wicked. It's fine if you come to fight us by yourself, but you also attract a titan beast. This is too wicked. If it was before, with their firepower, they could fight against such a titan beast, but now, they have just suffered 2 rounds of attacks from Lin Qun and the human military. They have suffered heavy firepower and personnel losses, and their front lines are in chaos. It's not like they are a pile of loose sand. How can they resist? Behind, Lin Qun turned and ran away, but the titan was attracted by the fire and the Taku people under his feet, roaring forward, and the mountain, where the Taku people were hiding, was knocked down in half by it. It rumbled step by step, shaking the earth, and roared forward. Under his feet, the Taku army threw away their armor, and fled in panic like ants. Li Zeng looked at the picture sent back by the drone, and couldn't help saying, Mr. Lin is still ruthless. He also attracted a titan to finish off the knife. Did Mr. Lin discover this titan early? Li Zeng was happy in his heart. The defeat of this group of Taku people meant that the situation of mankind in Luchan was completely safe. But what Li Zeng didn't know was, At this moment, under the dark night, 150 nautical miles outside the Magic City, a huge silver oval warship was slowly sailing above the sea level, advancing towards the Chinese mainland, the Magic City and Lucheng. Chapter 195 Flying Thunder God Technique. Yesterday's ranking has been locked. Congratulations, Yang. You are ranked first in the regional ranking, Lucheng Warzone Human ranking, and you are awarded 30 civilization contribution points. Congratulations, Yang. You are ranked 7th in the regional ranking, Lucheng Warzone overall ranking, and you are awarded 70 civilization contribution points. 0.06. Ranking rewards are settled on time. There are not many strong people in the Lucheng area. Lin Qun ranks 7th in the overall ranking and gets 70 civilization contribution points. This is the first time he has reached this height in the overall ranking. Sure enough, the overall regional ranking is more valuable. The 7th place is already twice the human ranking. Lin Qun's contribution points have increased again, reaching 913 points. At this moment, he has also returned to Lucheng. The situation of the Taku people has been watched by the military. Lin Qun's goal has been achieved. Although he attacked the Taku people this time, he was prepared to fight against the unprepared, and the Taku people themselves were not very strong. But it once again proved that Lin Qun's strength is strong. So far, he has really grown up. He has the ability to rival a legion alone. Of course, being equal does not mean annihilation. Lin Qun's current endurance, without the state of superhuman body, is still difficult to eat up such a large-scale army of tens of thousands of people in one breath. At this time, Lin Qun was thinking, it would be better if this group of Taku people were not driven too far by the Titan Beast. In the eyes of Li Zeng and Tatan, Lin Qun led the Titan Beast to attack the Taku people, which seemed to be a premeditated drive of the tiger to swallow the wolf, but only Lin Qun himself knew that it was his bad luck to run into it, and then let the Taku people also have bad luck. But Lin Qun is a little worried now. If this Taku person runs too far, how can he chase and chop him next time? Of course, that is also a later story. Lin Qun has returned to Lucheng at this time. Li Zeng arranged a place for him to live. It is a 2-bedroom and 1 living room in a residential building. Lin Qun went out hunting and spent a lot of time. In Lucheng, the basic planning of the military has been basically completed. Li Zeng wants to divide Lucheng into 3 major parts. One is the military area, one is the living area, and one is the scientific research area. And they stationed troops outside Lucheng. As Lin Qun requested, Li Zeng arranged Lin Qun's residence at the junction of the military area and the living area. Lin Qun had no intention of participating in any military or government affairs, and this location was just right for him. The Demon City retreat was successful, and Lucheng was captured. The military and the survivors were very excited. There was a long-lost festive atmosphere in Lucheng. The future that Li Zeng envisioned was indeed exciting. Even Lin Qun was no exception. If everything goes well, Li Zeng hopes to build Lucheng into a doomsday capital, with Lucheng and Jinling as the first line, to gather the human power of the entire southern part of the Huaxia region, and then build an indestructible human doomsday front, to resist the attacks of alien civilizations. Especially this time, the successful capture of Lucheng made everyone see hope. Not all aliens are so powerful. Even the Bakatans are not much stronger than humans. Li Zeng also received greater support. He wanted to promote his plan, with Lucheng as the core, radiating outward, uniting Jinling City and all other human forces that could be united, to create a doomsday position for mankind. Lin Qun learned from Li Zeng, the Blue Star battlefield is called a level 3 battlefield in the contestant civilization. Although he does not understand how it is rated specifically, this proves that the strength of the contestant civilization is very consistent, and there is no civilization that is too high. If humans can hold the front line and stabilize their position, they may not be unable to compete with these alien civilizations and avoid extinction. That is a future that is infinitely bright just by imagining it. If Li Zeng can really succeed, then they will be in a state of being able to attack or defend, and completely change the current one-sided situation. It is worth mentioning that Lucheng received a not so good news from the direction of Jinling. It seems that due to the influence of an unknown force, the nuclear reserves of Blue Star mysteriously disappeared overnight, and all the nuclear weapons originally in the Jinling area evaporated. Jinling believes that it is the organizers of the global battlefield who are causing trouble. They have restricted the frequency of use of weapons of mass destruction by the participating civilizations. In this way, they have also locked the use of weapons of mass destruction by humans, making this war of civilizations bloody. Li Zeng frowned deeply about this. Those alien civilizations at least have the authority to use weapons of mass destruction, but our nuclear reserves are all paralyzed. If we want to use weapons of mass destruction, we can only exchange them from the contribution point mall, or rebuild them ourselves. The former is extremely expensive, and the latter is extremely difficult under the current circumstances. The organizers of the global battlefield, no matter what purpose they have, in organizing this war of civilizations, they only regard us as a base. We are not on the same level as these participating civilizations. What is their purpose? Lin Qun had no answer to this question. They were not capable of studying those things now, and could only focus on survival in front of them. He returned to the room he was assigned to. This was a 2-bedroom 1-living-room apartment, where he lived alone, while Li Ji and the others were arranged in other locations. The house was nearly 80 square meters. Before the global battlefield was launched, Lin Qun dreamed of having such a house, but now, houses were no longer valuable, and the meaning of houses was not even great. Standing in this 2-bedroom 1-living-room apartment, Lin Qun felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness, and felt a little empty. But he quickly exhaled, sat cross-legged, and began to draw cards. The unknown fairy had been very respectful these few times, and today was also a good luck. However, Lin Qun increasingly doubted whether she was the one. Lin Qun now had only 913 contribution points in his hand, and he was just a little short of drawing 2 cards. He was not in a hurry, and was ready to draw once first. With the blessing of good luck, this card soon emerged. Is it still an anime style card? Wait, this is. Lin Qun originally thought that he had drawn out another cartoon card, but when he looked closely, that was not the case. This is. Name, Flying Thunder God Technique. Type, Skill Card. Description, use this card to obtain the ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique. With this ninjutsu, you can use the technique to achieve a teleportation effect, make a seal, and consume a certain amount of dark energy, and touch any person or object, to leave the Flying Thunder God technique, which can be used to instantly move to the location marked with the technique. The Flying Thunder God technique exists permanently, and cannot be erased after being marked. Lin Qun was immediately shocked. This is a ninjutsu from Naruto. What's more, it's an S-level ninjutsu, which is awesome. Lin Qun still remembers that when he was watching Naruto, the characters in it used this skill, and threw out a Q&A printed with the Flying Thunder God technique, which directly achieved rapid multiple teleportations, killing groups of opponents in a few breaths. This skill can be understood in this way. It is equivalent to a portal. Every item with the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique is equivalent to a portal. As long as it is within the perception range, you can instantly teleport yourself to the location of the mark. However, in Naruto, the chakra used in this ninjutsu also needs to be practiced, but this card uses dark energy, and as a skill card, it also saves the learning process. After Lin Qun loads it, he can use this skill directly. Of course, although this Flying Thunder God technique exists permanently, the transmission distance is not infinite. Lin Qun cannot throw a Q&A at the North Pole and teleport himself from the North Pole to the South Pole. It's just that Lin Qun doesn't remember much about this setting. He only remembers that the distance setting in the original work seems to be the perception range. This is a bit vague. Can the perception of the group of people in the original Naruto be the same as the perception in reality? Lin Qun was interested and simply tried it himself. He only had this one chance to draw a card. When this card appeared, although his extreme luck had not yet ended, Lin Qun had no more cards to draw, so he directly chose to load this skill. Instantly, the method of using the Flying Thunder God technique, the seal technique, etc., were all deeply ingrained in Lin Qun's mind. He could make the corresponding movements and techniques without having to recall them deliberately. However, although the memory has been formed, it is still a bit difficult to operate it. Lin Qun naturally did not have a Qun, so he picked up a thermos cup that was already in the corner of the 2-bedroom and 1 living room, engraved the Flying Thunder God technique on it, and then tried to use it in the house. In the bedroom, Lin Qun placed the thermos cup and activated the skill in a proper manner. In an instant, he appeared at the position of the thermos cup just now. Then, it was from the bedroom to the living room. He found that the dark energy consumed was different for different distances. For example, if the distance was within 5 meters, it consumed about 0.5 dark energy. If it exceeded 5 meters, it consumed 1 unit of dark energy. If it exceeded 10 meters, it would increase by 0.5 points. But Lin Qun didn't really figure out the problem of perception distance. At least he tested it in his own rental house. For the time being, he couldn't teleport himself simply by perception. He could only see. Lin Qun slapped his forehead and said, "Isn't seeing also a kind of perception?" At present, he could see with his naked eyes that the maximum distance he could teleport was about 25 meters. Lin Qun felt that he might not have practiced enough, and he was still a little unclear about this mysterious perception. After all, whether it was something from the east or the west, the powerful perception was a very important part of the great achievement of divine skills. He speculated that, when he mastered the first level of the sword control technique, and had the cultivation, he would be able to truly enter the so-called practice. However, this Flying Thunder God technique was indeed useful. He also tried it at home, leaving seals everywhere, and he could teleport back and forth quickly. 1 second he was in the front position, and the next second he was in the back position. He really realized that he could come and go without a trace at home. If he wanted to make full use of this Flying Thunder God technique, play with it, and show amazing effects on the battlefield, it would still take some time to practice and run in. With this skill, Lin Qun can achieve teleportation within a short distance. This time, he didn't have to use Captain America's shield to block bullets and missiles. When the attack came, he just threw a Qun out, and it would be dodged in a second. Moreover, this skill is also very useful for short-range instant kill confrontation. Lin Qun can learn from the usage and tactics in Naruto. Lin Qun immediately contacted Captain Chu and asked him to arrange someone to help him find a bunch of Qun. It's just a small matter, so there's no need to bother Li Zeng, the big man. Lin Qun basically talks to Captain Chu directly about any general needs he has. Captain Chu was very surprised when he heard this. What kind of Qun does Mr. Lin have nothing to do? Isn't that something that ninjas use? But Lin Qun didn't mean to explain, so Captain Chu didn't ask any more questions. Now Lin Qun is the treasure of the Magic City. Li Zeng personally gave the order, and whatever Lin Qun asked would be met, even if it was outrageous. Without having to look for Qun himself, Lin Qun was able to free up a lot of time. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Qun once again consumed experience and completed a new round of upgrades. After killing all the way, Lin Qun's contribution points were already enough to upgrade. Name, Lin Qun level 24, 250 over 14,000, strength 62.1 agility, 35 constitution, 56 stamina, 17 over 64, dark energy, 6 over 28. Lin Qun's level has reached 24, and the panel attributes alone have become more and more terrifying. Now, even the dark energy attribute that was developed later is about to break through 30. Now Lin Qun's dark energy skills are no longer stretched, and they are basically enough in a battle. Lin Qun was also somewhat emotional. In less than a month, he had gone from a weakling with almost all attributes below the standard to his current level, far surpassing most people in the Magic City. You know, among other people in the Magic City, those above level 10 are rare, and those at level 7 or 8 are considered masters. The value of Lin Qun's level can be seen. Chapter 196 The Sword of Promised Victory. The sky outside the window was still dark. Lin Qun's physical strength and energy were still recovering, so he was not in a hurry to go out and continue to harvest contribution points. Instead, he found a good place in his room, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. He had just reached the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. It would take some time, to break through the second level, but Lin Qun had been practicing the sword controlling technique for a long time, and it should be only a matter of time before he could break through. At this moment, Lucheng had been taken, and there was no civilization that could threaten humans in the surrounding areas of Lucheng for the time being. What Lin Qun had now was time. In the next few days, Lin Qun maintained a regular schedule and was very self-disciplined. He only slept 3 hours a day, and the rest of the time was spent madly improving his combat power. During the day, he stayed in the room and practiced day and night. At night, he rushed out to attack Tatan's troops. Since Lin Qun got the upper hand last time, he had no intention of letting this group of Taku people go. Compared with looking for those scattered and isolated Taku people, it would save time and effort to go directly to their regular army, and he could also get a large number of contribution points. Why not? However, Tatan was almost going crazy. It was almost confused whether it was a native or a human. How could the human from the demon city be so powerful? One person chased them and killed them every day. Why does he have so many tricks? Doesn't he know how to get tired? 3 days. 3 days. What is this human thinking? How can he think of attacking the regular army every night? We have retreated more than 20 kilometers. If we retreat further, we will retreat from the Lucheng area. The third day after the retreating team of the demon city arrived in Lucheng, Lin Qun had killed nearly 2,000 Taku people. This 10,000-man Taku army was almost withdrawing from the territory of Lucheng. Tatan became more and more cautious, and the place where its troops had became more and more hidden, but it could hide from Lin Qun, but it could not hide from the surveillance of the human military. The military has been paying attention to the movements of the Taku people. With the military navigating for Lin Qun, no matter how they hide, it is meaningless. However, the distance of 20 kilometers is a bit far for Lin Qun. Late in the night of that day, Lin Qun fought back as usual. Thanks to the contribution points donated for free by the Taku people, Lin Qun's contribution points reached 1430 points after the last card draw, enough for 2 card draws. The only pity is that the experience of the Taku people is not very high. Otherwise, Lin Qun estimates that his 25 experience bar should be halfway. In addition, after finding the correct way to use the skill of Feast, Lin Qun has been using it consciously for the past 2 days. When Feast is activated in the giant form, Lin Qun has almost no sense of swallowing, and he can accept it psychologically and physiologically. His attributes have also changed. It has become more precise, accurate to decimal points. Name, Lin Qun level 24, 250/140,000, strength 62.3 agility, 35.1 constitution, 56.2 stamina, 55/64.2 right square bracket, dark energy, 19/28.1 right square bracket. It may not seem like much now, but as time goes by, these seemingly insignificant 0.1s will eventually add up to a tower, bringing a significant bonus to Lin Qun. At the same time, Lin Qun is also continuing to practice Dragon Elephant Prajna and sword control. His progress is not fast, nor slow, but it is just average. But he vaguely feels that it will not be long before he breaks through the first level of sword control. Of course, this breakthrough is the threshold where he can spend contribution points to upgrade. If he really relies on his own practice, then Lin Qun can practice it in just 2 days, and he will be a genius among geniuses. However, that is all later. Lin Qun is ready to draw cards. Good luck. Draw 2 cards in a row. After deducting 1000 contribution points, Lin Qun still had 430 points left. The first card quickly emerged. It was a card from the UGIO world. Name, Powerful Deterrence. Type, Consumable Effect Card. Effect Card Grade, B Class. Description, using this card, you can produce a strong deterrent effect on alien civilization targets below your level *2. The target will be afraid of you, and their combat effectiveness, judgment, and logical analysis ability will decrease, weakening their attack on you, and your success rate of threats, intimidation, and psychological deterrence will be greatly improved. Influence range 15 kilometers. Duration 5 minutes. This card, like the previous UGIO card, has been changed to be realistic. At first glance, Lin Qun even felt that it was a bit like the card of the clan's rules, but its effect was undoubtedly more exaggerated. This is a deterrent and intelligence reducing aura covering 15 kilometers. Large-scale deterrence is effective for more than one target, and it lasts for 5 minutes. 15 kilometers is enough to cover a small army. The deterrent aura will make them flee. Moreover, it is effective for targets with a level less than twice the level. This means that Lin Qun is now level 24, and with this card, he can directly affect targets below level 48. Level 48, in any civilization, is a top master. This card can almost be used. As long as it is used properly, it can be used for both offense and defense on the battlefield. This is a very powerful B-level card. At this time, along with the emergence of the first silver card, the second card of the double draw also emerged immediately. As soon as Lin Qun saw this card, he couldn't sit still. This is name, Sword of Promised Victory, type, item card grade, B level, description. This sword is a legendary sword, a non-man-made weapon, light in texture, sharp and tough, and is the most powerful treasure held by the Night King Altria Pendragon. It is regarded as the most powerful and noble holy sword symbolizing King Arthur. The sword guard is about 12.3 cm wide and the blade is about 5.5 cm wide. Holding this sword, injecting 300 energy or dark energy, or energy plus dark energy, can release the power of this treasure, converting dark energy or energy into light, and the flying beam will destroy all obstacles. Special note, curry. Do you want to materialize? Looking at this card, Lin Qun's eyes suddenly lit up. This is an anti-city treasure. Releasing the treasure is to use a big move. Lin Qun remembered that in the original work, this thing was very powerful when it was used. It was a lethal attack on the city. For groups or large targets, it can be destroyed almost instantly, and for individual units, it can achieve an effect like a second kill. However, this release requirement is a bit high. At this stage, Lin Qun's attributes seem to be unable to support the magic power required to release this treasure. Although it can be supported by energy and dark energy, it is also a full 300. Lin Qun's current dark energy and energy added together are only 92 points, which is more than 200 points away from 300. This is not an ordinary gap. The terrifying power means that it requires a huge amount of energy input. There is no point in taking drugs on the spot. Judging from the description, it will only interrupt the casting. Once the treasure begins to be released, it must be input in one breath, and cannot be interrupted. In other words, the value of 300 must be there before the release. This seems to be an unattainable attribute for Lin Qun at this stage. No, this may not be impossible. Lin Qun pondered for a moment, and his eyes gradually brightened. Using the giant transformation card, the energy can be doubled. The armored giant's energy can now reach 2.5 times, which is a full 160 points. Add the value of dark energy, that is 188 points, and the condition of 300 points has been met by half. If it can be combined with the unparalleled, as long as the unparalleled can be maintained for a long enough time, then releasing this treasure seems to be not impossible. This is another weapon of mass destruction. He materialized the sword and held it in his hand. Although it was described as light in the item description, the actual weight is not light. Ordinary people don't want to wield it easily. Lightness is for those who have strength. Lin Qun waved it. Even if the big move of this curry stick is not released as a sword, it can also be used in conjunction with the sword control technique. The Fire Emblem sword can be retired. Lin Qun suppressed his excitement and continued to practice non-stop. Practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique and the sword control technique. The existing information shows that the good situation in Lucheng may not last too long. As time goes by, there will always be sharks smelling the blood. There are more than 5 million humans in Lucheng and Jinling City. Such a big movement cannot go unnoticed. Civilizations like the Taku people are unable to shake it and are suppressed by humans, but it does not mean that there are no civilizations that can shake it. In fact, north of Jinling City, the swarm of insects is intensively mobilized, with a scale of tens of millions, even far exceeding the troops invested by the Bakatans in the Magic City. They are moving around the two places. Some small and medium-sized human survivor bases on the periphery have even discovered the traces of the swarm. This swarm is not the kind of swarm that Lin Qun understands, but a semi-biological semi-mechanized steel torrent swarm. Judging from the existing information, they are an unstoppable and terrifying army. They may launch a full-scale attack at any time, dragging the Jinling area and Lucheng area into the war. In the vicinity of Lucheng and Jinling, there are still a large number of small and medium-sized survivors who have established contact with Lucheng recently. They are either wandering in the form of a convoy, or have established a small survivor base in a village or villa. They are the first to bear the brunt, and are in danger. The top leaders of Jinling and Lucheng quickly formulated countermeasures, hoping to echo each other, gather the human power of the surrounding survivors, and jointly build a line of defense against the swarm. But what no one expected was that before the swarm of insects came down, another alien civilization landed from behind Lucheng and the coastline of the Magic City. They landed with only one aircraft, but it was extremely rampant, flying along the edge of the grey-black fog of the Shadow Civilization that enveloped the Magic City. A spaceship did not take the Shadow Civilization and the Domain Master seriously at all. What is even more surprising is that the Shadow Civilization did not take action against it, as if it was very afraid and did not dare to act easily. After multiple verifications and confirmations by the Lucheng General Command, this landing spacecraft came from a top civilization, the Prophet. It was coming from the sea. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Extremely Rampant. They are observing the Shadow Civilization. Moreover, they should have discovered our spying reconnaissance aircraft, but they did not take any action against our aircraft. Lucheng Command Center. Li Zeng looked at the picture coming from the front. At this moment, all the senior military leaders of Lucheng were here. Li Zeng sat in the most central position. Lin Qun stood on one side. In the corner, a general whispered, the aircraft of the Prophet Civilization flew a full circle around the grey-black fog, and the Shadow Civilization did not take any action. What do they want to do? They are too rampant. Fu Kai said, they are patrolling their prey. It's like a lion hunting a giant elephant, circling, observing, seeing how big and fat its prey is, and then finding a fatal position and angle to bite it. They don't take the Shadow Civilization seriously at all. They don't take us seriously either. Fu Kai spoke of the bloody reality. Unlike the several civilizations they encountered when they came out of the Magic City, this prophetic civilization that emerged from the sea did not shrink back. On the contrary, they showed amazing self-confidence and pride. A flying vehicle with a total length of only 30 meters dared to look down on the Shadow Civilization in the entire Magic City area. Although the Shadow Civilization has a unique life form and relies on the grey-black fog to be able to exert its combat power, they are not weak. Civilizations like the Taku people and the Fire Dragon Civilization have no room to compete with them. Even humans are the same. Wherever the grey-black fog spreads, they will leave. But now, where does their confidence come from? It's definitely not just this one spaceship. They must have a main fleet on the sea. Find them. Li Zeng gave the order. They had almost no information about this civilization. The little information they had was obtained from Jinling City, and the information about their civilization was not much. But what can be confirmed is that they are definitely stronger than the Bakatans, which can be seen from the fact that more contribution points are needed to exchange their information than for the Bakatan civilization. Spending more contribution points, but getting less information is enough to prove the strength of this civilization. For example, a relatively weak alien civilization like the Taku civilization can exchange a lot of information about their civilization with just a few contribution points. Lin Qun was also shared with this part of information. This Prophet civilization is a technological race and a superpowered race, which is somewhat similar to the Bakatan civilization, but their overall technical level and ability level are far above the Bakatans, and they have a strong man who is infinitely close to the evolver who landed on the Blue Star battlefield. This is a slightly unfamiliar term for Lin Qun and others. Evolver. This information is not available in the contribution point mall. But why is it mentioned so emphatically? In the overall ranking of individual civilizations in the world, there is one person from the Prophet civilization ranked 5th. Is he the strong man who is infinitely close to the evolver? But at this moment, the picture from the front suddenly changed. In the grey-black fog, a huge shadow suddenly rushed out, rolling up the overwhelming grey-black fog, like a terrible giant mouth that suddenly opened, swallowing the Prophet civilization's aircraft from top to bottom. The fog was surging, and an extremely huge shadow rose in it. That was the domain master of the shadow civilization. The Prophet civilization observed them so arrogantly, obviously wanting to take action. As a domain master, no matter how patient it couldn't help it at this time, roaring and attacking, wanting to eat this aircraft. It seemed to know the power of this Prophet civilization. It didn't take action before, because it was afraid, but this small aircraft, can't it take it? No one knew what happened in the grey-black fog, but the result was soon known. The grey-black fog suddenly exploded, and the aircraft of the Prophet civilization rose sharply from the depths of the fog, flying through the air at high speed, but did not leave. Instead, it stood high in the sky, as if deliberately provoking, looking down at the grey-black fog below. On the other hand, in the grey-black fog, the vague outline of the huge shadow civilization domain master became a little blurred, and then its figure obviously began to move backward from the grey-black fog, deeply afraid, and no longer took action. At this point, the Prophet civilization spacecraft advanced triumphantly and retreated all the way. Its aircraft technology was also very good, breaking the sound barrier in an instant, reaching 5 times the speed of sound in 10 seconds, like a stream of light, disappearing at the end of the sky in the blink of an eye. However, although it was arrogant, when it left, it chose to bypass the location of the demon city that was completely shrouded in fog, and left from the edge of the fog. The military's judgment was correct. It was not the main force that took action, but only came to check the situation of the shadow civilization. Their main force has not yet appeared, that is the real lion. At this time, the soldiers who set out from Lucheng just arrived at the Magic City area. This group of soldiers did not participate in the war in the past. The purpose of the military sending this force is to speculate the strength of the Prophet civilization through the changes in the rankings in the Magic City area. Without fighting, we don't know its true strength, but with the rankings, we can get a glimpse of it, from whether it is at the top of the list, and how many contribution points it has. The connection in front has been connected. The soldier leading the team is a very experienced veteran. But unfortunately, they didn't bring back any useful information. The Prophet civilization has not entered the Magic City area, and there is no information about them on the Magic City rankings. The aircraft just now seems to have left the Magic City area. Now the rankings here show that the domain master of the shadow civilization is still the first. This information disappointed everyone. The military spying on the sea did not get any useful information. The division of war zones at sea is more chaotic and complicated. It is said that there are some natural marine civilization creatures fighting in the deep sea, and it is impossible to find out in which direction the main force of the Prophet civilization is. But although they observed the shadow civilization, they hesitated to take action. For a whole day, nothing happened. No attack, no fleet suddenly appeared. The Prophet civilization seemed to have played a joke. Only the grey-black fog of the shadow civilization outside the Magic City was surging, and it seemed to be making some kind of preparation. Everyone understood that not taking action now did not mean not taking action. Such a powerful civilization could not faint. Everyone in Lucheng was extremely nervous. The military troops were intensively mobilized, and the cordon had been pulled more than 30 kilometers away from Lucheng. The Taku people retreated again, and the news from Jinling City was that the insect swarm north of Jinling suddenly made a big move. Their main force bypassed Jinling City and advanced from Zens, the third freshwater lake in the Huaxia region. Between the two places, they bypassed the front of Jinling City and directly inserted between Lucheng and Jinling City. Their action was stealthy and fast. When they were discovered, the army had already entered diagonally, completely dividing the two areas of Jinling and Lucheng into two. The plan of Lucheng and Jinling City to echo each other had not been implemented, but it was torn apart from the middle. The military held an emergency meeting. Li Zeng said. It should be the landing of the prophet civilization that made the swarm of insects speed up. They want to eat the humans here before the prophet civilization and stand in Lucheng. In this way, they have the first mover advantage. Not only can they harvest the contribution points of us humans, but they can also use Lucheng to the south to reject the prophet civilization and block their way in the magic city so that they can't move forward. The atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely tense. Less than 4 days of peace. 2 terrible civilizations that could threaten them appeared one after another. But before Li Zeng started a discussion to discuss countermeasures, the electronic display behind them suddenly flashed and was invaded. Not only that, at this moment, all the electronic equipment in Lucheng, the broadcasting system set up by the military in the survivors' living area, etc., were all invaded. One by one, the display screens turned into snowflakes. An obvious machine flip sound echoed over Lucheng. Under the cover of night, survivors and military soldiers all stopped and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Hello, human natives, we are the prophet civilization. We know you are hiding here. The Bakatan sold your information to us. We know that you have a powerful warrior. If our analysis is correct, he has at least 3 attributes of 900. Although he doesn't seem to be able to maintain this combat power for a long time. But this is enough to win our respect. We don't want to be the Bakatan's free fighters. So, we didn't attack you. Everyone's goal is to harvest contribution points. There is no need to fight to the death. Although we can destroy you, we don't want to pay too much, so we will give you 2 choices. Offer 2 million humans to us, and we won't interfere with you, or we will kill all of you, including the strong man you are proud of. Believe me, we are not fragile Bakatans. We have the ability to practice what we say. We will attack the shadow civilization first. You have plenty of time to make a decision. Also, we must remind you that you have the Zerg civilization on one side and us on the other. The road ahead and the road behind are blocked. It's just an isolated city. It's best not to have any illusions. This is the prophet civilization. They invaded all the electronic systems of Lucheng and broadcast throughout the city. These words seemed polite, and they even said something to win their respect. But in fact, they were extremely arrogant and rampant. They didn't take Lucheng seriously at all. Just like they looked down on the shadow civilization today. These 2 choices can't be called choices at all. As soon as this information came out, the tranquility of Lucheng was completely broken, and the information blocked by the military could no longer be blocked. The whole city was in panic. Li Zeng looked at the snow-dotted display screen and listened to the voice. His body shook slightly, then he stood up straight with all his strength, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Where is the technical department? Cut off their invasion for me. Quick." Chapter 198. If there is no depth, we will create it. In this electronic confrontation, humans were completely defeated. In fact, Li Zeng didn't need to call for help. The military's electronic information confrontation team had already started working half a minute ago. It was not until a minute later that they successfully completed the defense. But it was meaningless. The prophet civilization had read out the information they wanted to tell the entire Lucheng. Lucheng was in a panic. Prophet civilization? What kind of civilization is this? Are they telling the truth? Isn't Mr. Lin also their opponent? It's over. It's over. The news is true. The swarm has appeared in our surrounding areas. They are rushing to slaughter us. Both civilizations are stronger than the Bakatans. Panic boiled, and at this moment, the meeting room of the Lucheng command center was dead silent. Li Zeng sat back in his seat and rubbed his temple. He knew what was going on outside without asking. The other officers in the room also seemed a little restless. If these civilizations didn't move, it would be fine. If they moved, it would affect the whole body. According to the news from Jinling, this terrifyingly large swarm of insect nest troops is not the entire force of the swarm civilization landing on the blue planet. They are said to have a total of 6 insect nests, including a core insect nest. Each insect nest controls hundreds of thousands of insect swarms. With the southwest of the Huaxia region as the center, each insect nest is an army group, fighting on multiple fronts. Now this one is just the force of a single insect nest, which is the swarm force that the swarm has opened up on the southeast front line. The other insect nests and troops behind it are at least 700 kilometers away from the insect nest that has appeared near them. This means that the swarm civilization they will face in a short period of time is only the force of this insect nest. This is good news among a pile of bad news. But even though there is only one insect nest, its scale is still extremely terrifying, more than the current human military strength of Jinling City and Luchun combined. After a while, a high-ranking military official with a hot temper could not help but said, "Why don't you say anything? Commander Lee, say something. This is not a choice at all. They won't fight us if we offer 2 million people. Is that possible? Even a 3-year-old child can't believe it. They are despising and mocking us. Damn it, I said the Bakatans would never give up so easily. If they don't fight us, they will just drive the tiger to devour the wolf." A high-ranking official gritted his teeth and said, "What this prophet civilization said should be backed by real strength. Since they have received news from the Bakatans, they must know our strength and Mr. Lin's background. This city-wide broadcast is just a display of force. They can invade our system silently." On one side, a high-ranking official said worriedly, "What should we do? The Zerg civilization intends to divide us, and the Prophet civilization is so arrogant." Fukai raised his head and looked at Li Zeng, saying, "In this way, we are completely divided again. We have no depth. Whoever attacks us, Luchun is a last line of defense. If we advance, we will die. If we retreat, we will die. Even if we do not advance or retreat, we will fail. If anyone fires at Luchun, so many people in Luchun will die in large numbers. This is another survivor base of the 6th prison in the Demon City. It's just that the situation is worse. At that time, only Bakayan and a large army of Bakatans with the size of about 20,000 were besieging us, but now, these are 2 civilizations eyeing us covetously. At that time, we could also evacuate the survivors in advance, but now there are too many people in Luchun. We are attacked from both sides, and have no way to evacuate. As long as the war starts in Luchun, we will have already lost. I can't think of a way to deal with it." Fukai's expression dimmed. The people in the room looked at Li Zeng. From the Battle of the Demon City to the present, Li Zeng has always been the backbone of the entire regional operations, and most of the decisions are made by him. Now, everyone obviously hopes to get a solution from Li Zeng that can break the deadlock. But Li Zeng was silent. He looked at the people in the room blankly, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Li Zeng was a little dazed, and there was a rare panic in his heart. From the Magic City to Luchun, he thought they were going to gain a foothold and the future was bright. They could build an indestructible doomsday position for mankind. But in the blink of an eye, his hope seemed to be torn apart. The restless Prophet civilization and the rapidly advancing Zerg civilization seemed to have slapped him and everyone else in the face, telling them that the natives were the natives, and that it was nothing to drive away the weak Fire Dragon civilization and Taku civilization. The truly powerful civilizations could force them into a desperate situation in minutes. In this case, what else could they do? Everyone fell silent. The people present were all senior military officials who had experienced the blood and fire of one battle after another in the Magic City, but now, their hearts were also surging with anxiety, and the sudden opponent made them feel panic. It seemed that every opponent was so powerful, until a voice sounded from behind them. It was Lin Qun, who was sitting at the back and almost ignored. "Then fight them out." Lin Qun usually attends this kind of military meeting, but he is basically a mascot. After all, he is not from the military, and he usually can't get a word in when any tactics are really formulated. Therefore, he, the strongest fighter in the Magic City, is ignored most of the time in such occasions. Until this time. Li Zeng raised his head and looked at him. The senior officials in the conference room also turned their heads. Lin Qun was slowly standing up from his seat. He looked at the Magic City military senior officials in the room and said, "I'm an ordinary person. I don't understand military affairs or tactics, but I think, if there is no depth, fight out and create depth. If you are attacked from both sides, then hold down one and beat it, cripple it, and kill it first." He stretched out his hand, pointed at the map, and said, "Since the Prophet civilization wants to attack the Shadow civilization first, we will attack the Zerg first. They will land on the shore of Zen's Lake and expand their army. They want to split Luchun and Jinling City. We will do the opposite. We will also send out a large army to fight back and drive all their people back. Before the shadow civilization is eradicated by the prophet civilization, we will defeat them in Zens. In this way, don't we have depth? After defeating them, we will go south. Whether the prophet civilization defeats the shadow civilization or not, we will start a war with them outside the demon city. Lin Qun said this. Every sentence was powerful, every word was sonorous, and it echoed in the quiet conference room. His words made many people's hearts surge. But some people couldn't help but speak. But, what if we leave, and the prophet civilization comes to kill us? The Zerg's military strength may be several times that of us and Jinling. If we go out to fight, we may be surrounded and killed by them. Defeat the Zerg first, and then defeat the prophet civilization. This is easy to say, but in practice, they are not fools. How can they sit back and watch us succeed? The method described by Lin Qun is simple, crude, and extremely tough. But at the same time, there are loopholes and dangers. But Li Zeng was slow to speak. He looked at Lin Qun, as if waiting for him to continue. I understand, I know. Lin Qun looked around at everyone and said, I know, it's different from the magic city now, and it's even different from when we retreated. This time we are facing two civilizations that are more powerful than the Bastions. They don't have the restrictions of life forms like the shadow civilization. If we can't beat them, we will really die, and there is no escape. But what can I do about it? I was born an ordinary person. I have never even killed a chicken before. But these days, I have only understood one truth. When someone comes to your door with a knife and wanders around, you make all the preparations and wait for him to come in and fight at home. It seems to be the safest way, but in fact, your heart has long been overwhelmed by fear. Every time the enemy's shadow flashes outside the door, you feel frightened. In this case, it is better to go out with a knife and fight desperately from the beginning. If the fight is successful, the next enemy will no longer be a threat to you. This is my suggestion. If Lucheng and Jinling are defeated, even if I don't die in this battle, I will become a lonely ghost on the land of China, and will be surrounded and killed by other civilizations. So, I want to fight. I want to fight out. The main force of the Zerg is in Zens, so we will fight Zens. Their strength is several times that of ours, so we will unite all the forces we can. Isn't there still Jinling City? Aren't there still those scattered survivors? We gather all lost strength, how can we not fight? Moreover, you also said that this is only the strength of one hive of the Zerg civilization. If one day, all their hives and core mother nests attack us, will we surrender? This is the plan I proposed. I'm willing to fight as a pioneer. This was Lin Qun's answer. He stood in the meeting room, and every word he said was powerful. Li Zeng looked at him with a brighter and brighter look. The military leader, who had a somewhat irritable personality, even stood up and shouted, "Damn it, you are worthy of being Mr. Lin. I will fight you. Damn the insect swarm." At the front of the conference room, Li Zeng also stood up, looked around the room, and said, "Mr. Lin is right. We don't seem to have a better way. If we can defeat the insect swarm, what if Lucheng is lost? What if Jinling is lost? What if 1,000,000 people die? Isn't it enough that we have people and teams to fight out of the siege?" Ladies and gentlemen, I second the motion. Let's fight. In the conference room, the remaining military leaders looked at each other. No one knew who spoke next. In the conference room, all the bigwigs shouted, "Okay, then fight. Fight. Our Magic City war zone and Jinling war zone can't beat a swarm." All the military generals present were alive. They had fought to the death with the Bastions. They were brave, but they had to be cautious with the lives of 3 million people in Lucheng. But at this moment, their bravery was also reawakened. Fight. If there is no depth, then fight in depth. The Zerg landed in Zens and wanted to attack Jinling and Lucheng, eradicating humans along the way. So why can't they fight the Zerg in Zens? As night fell, the military quickly began to deploy. Lin Qun said directly, "I want a sharp knife team, whether it is soldiers or survivors, as long as they are above level 5. Lin Qun was not prepared to use the last superhuman power. This was his trump card, and he only had one last chance. If he used it on the Zerg, he couldn't use it on the Prophet's civilization, which had not yet really shown up. Try not to use it if you can. Moreover, you can't rely on superhuman power to solve everything. He wants a team, that is, to use his own strength, his true ability, to defeat Zens. That night, Lucheng was brightly lit, and the whole city was dispatched. Li Zeng directly connected to Jinling and informed the Jinling high-level officials of Lucheng's decision. The Jinling side was shocked and almost thought Li Zeng was crazy. But after a half-hour discussion, the Jinling side said that they were willing to cooperate with Lucheng. Jinling also has top warriors, and they will also form a sharp knife team to take the lead and pierce the heart of the insect swarm like a dagger. Almost at the same time as humans began to move, the insect swarms in the Zens area moved densely and spread in all directions. The several small and medium-sized survivor bases closest to Zens were the first to bear the brunt and were attacked frantically. If you look down from the sky, at this moment, the human and insect swarm troops are frantically mobilized, and the entire regional battlefield is turning. Deep in Zens, at the tip of a towering steel insect nest battleship, a semi-arc-shaped platform opened, and a half-biological and half-mechanical creature with eyes all over its body walked out of it. Its form is almost incomprehensible in human terms, and is extremely strange. The front half of its body is all flesh eyes embedded in steel, and the back half is full of countless tubes connected to the metal insect nest behind it. Its eyes look far into the horizon, where the sun is gradually rising, and its orders are transmitted at the speed of light in the form of electromagnetic waves in space, reaching every corner of the world. Before the Prophet's civilization, harvest all humans. Thousands of mechanical creatures dispersed into multiple groups, and the dark torrent rushed across the land. The people of Taku, who had retreated a long distance, were very excited. Tatum ordered to retreat again, and saw from a distance that a group of human survivors who were dormant in a mountain villa were swept by the swarm of insects, and blood flowed like a river. He shouted excitedly, "Look, they are coming. These fragrant humans have attracted a truly powerful civilization. The swarm of insects, the prophets, they will tear humans apart, and when that time comes, when the main force of humans collapses, it will be our turn to take revenge." Chapter 199. I don't want to sit and wait for death. The sky brightened. Lin Qun's team had assembled. Lin Qun himself did not expect that his appeal was so strong. Li Zeng used his name and recruited 1,000 people overnight. All of them were above level 5. There were some familiar faces to Lin Qun, such as Liui, Ni Wensheng, etc. They responded almost as soon as they heard about it. There were also people who surprised Lin Qun. For example, Li Dangshan was also here. He stood in the corner with his shoulders folded, with a look of keeping strangers away. Chu Yaowei also came, which was not surprising. She had her own sense of measure and choice in doing things. Li Zeng was broadcasting throughout the city and mobilizing before the war. Lucheng has 100,000 troops, and Li Zeng is preparing to dispatch 60,000 people, most of whom are elite soldiers and generals. The defense of Lucheng hopes to call on a large number of survivors in Lucheng to complete it together. And Li Zeng is also using this method to calm the panic of the survivors and tell everyone the military is taking action and the military is ready. And the first batch to go into battle is Lin Qun's team. As soon as the sky brightened, Lin Qun's team assembled, and he led the team to set off personally. A team of thousands of people, more than a dozen military vehicles, set off in a mighty manner. Lin Qun's first destination was the survivor base in Hangbashan National Forest Reserve, north of Lucheng. This is the survivor base closest to Lucheng. It is said that tens of thousands of human survivors have gathered here. They urgently asked for help 3 hours ago, claiming that they were attacked violently by the swarm of insects, and they were completely unprepared. There was no military participation among this group of survivors, and they were located in the rear. Although they were reminded in advance, they had no time to make preparations. They never thought that the swarm of insects, which should have been hundreds of kilometers away from them, would suddenly appear in front of them. The swarm of insects bypassed Jinling City, and Yuzens inserted diagonally into the space between the two places, fighting on all sides, catching many people off guard. Human vitality is tenacious. Lin Qun got detailed intelligence from the military, and found out that from Lucheng to Jinling, there were more than a dozen survivor bases of various sizes in the surrounding areas. The larger ones may have tens of thousands of people, and the smaller ones may have thousands of people. They struggled to survive in the flood of doomsday, and hid in the corners with their own efforts. However, that was also because there was no powerful civilization in the area between Jinling and Lucheng before they had such an opportunity. But Lin Qun and his team were still a step late. When they arrived here, they saw the swarm of insects leaving from the sky. That was the first time Lin Qun saw a swarm of insects. This was a group of aerial war insects. They looked very strange, like mantises in the human world, but they were magnified countless times. Each one was as big as a car. Most of the structure of the body was metal, and a small part was flesh and blood. Each of their war insects was equipped with machine guns on their bodies. Some particularly large special war insects were also equipped with heavy rocket launchers or missile launchers. Those devices were connected to their flesh and blood, and were part of their biological bodies. They flew through the air in groups, and from the ground, they looked like a locust covering the sky. Oh my god, how many are there? 10,000? 20,000? Li Ji poked his head out to look around, his eyes showing a look of fear. In the distance, Hangbo Forest Protection Park was already a sea of blood and corpses. Just one swarm of insects like this could eat up the entire army of the Taku civilization. Lin Qun and his companions hid in a forest and watched them pass by from afar. Many people's hearts were pounding. They only had 1,000 people, and even if each of them was a master above level 5, they all knew what it would mean if they went to war with such a swarm of insects. Lin Qun stood in the shadows and watched them pass by from the sky. The tactics of the swarm of insects were simple. They passed through the two most powerful survivor bases of human beings, first swept away the small-scale survivor teams in the surrounding areas, and finally besieged Lucheng and Jinling City, taking down these two most powerful human cities. Moreover, their movements were extremely fast and efficient, and their advancement speed was faster than humans could imagine. The swarm of insects soon disappeared at the end of Shanghai. Lin Qun and his companions continued to advance, and arrived at Hongbashan National Forest. It was already a mess, with flames rising to the sky. The survivors here hid in an underground air raid shelter in the forest park. The outside was reinforced layer by layer, but now, it has been breached. From the outside to the inside, there are corpses everywhere. It is almost impossible to find a complete corpse. Tens of thousands of survivors have been slaughtered. Judging from the situation at the scene, there has been a brutal massacre here. The insect swarm broke through the defense line of the Hongbashan survivor base outside. The remaining large number of old, weak, women and children seemed to be hiding in this air raid shelter, but it was also quickly breached. They desperately fled to the depths of the air raid shelter, but the swarm of insects came behind them. How could they run faster than the swarm of insects? They were all slaughtered. The deeper they went, the more human corpses there were, the denser they were, and it was horrible to look at. The ground almost became a river of blood. There were still many corpses of the swarm of insects outside, but very few in the air raid shelter. This shows that there was no decent resistance in the air raid shelter at all. What was going on inside was a real massacre. The people hiding in the air raid shelter were all people without combat effectiveness. They were unable to kill the swarm of insects, and could only wait to die in despair. There were even terrible scratches on some of the ground. There was a male corpse that was relatively intact, with only half of the body left. Before he died, he seemed to have crawled a long distance, leaving a clear trail of blood on the ground, with his internal organs everywhere. The expression on the face of the corpse seemed to be painful and angry. In front of him was a corpse that seemed to have been torn to pieces by the swarm of insects, with only pieces of flesh and blood left, and a little white hair could be seen inside. The scene before his death seemed to be restored. He wanted to protect an old man, who might be a strange friend or one of his elderly relatives, but he was no match for the insects at all. His body was cut off in an instant, and he watched the person he wanted to protect being torn to pieces. Desperate and angry, he desperately crawled forward, but in the end he could only watch all this helplessly, desperately welcoming the arrival of the god of death. Lin Qun stood here for a while, feeling indescribable in his heart. And such scenes were everywhere, and no one could imagine what had happened here, and what these people had experienced before they died. The atmosphere of the team behind Lin Qun became a little depressing. Some people were angry, and some people were deeply afraid. When they set out from Lucheng, they were still very morale-filled, and wanted to support the Hangbo Mountain Survivor Base. According to the original plan, they would meet up with the people from the Hangbo Mountain Survivor Base here. Their strength plus the strength of the Hangbo Mountain survivor base could repel the swarm, and then meet up with the military forces, and fight another swarm of main forces in the plain area 15 kilometers away from Hangbo Mountain. If they defeated this swarm of main forces, the swarm's army's advancement in the Lucheng area would be severely frustrated, and they would be able to suppress the spread of the swarm, and then counterattack, and advance towards the swarm's Zen's direction, echoing with the troops in the Jinling direction, counter-encircling the swarm, and then attacking Zens, and taking down the swarm's mother nest in Zens. This was also the task of Lin Qun's elite team, to play the role of small numbers, strong strength, and high mobility, to help other small-scale survivor bases break through the siege, and instantly awaken a large area of power on the battlefield, gain military strength like a snowball, and merge with the human legion, enough to compete with the swarm. But now, Hangbo Mountain has fallen. The first stop was one step late. There is no way. The Zerg took the initiative, and humans decided to counterattack, so they had to be slower. Lin Qun reported the situation here to Lucheng. Li Zeng over there was also silent for a while. Then he said, "Mr. Lin, the plan remains unchanged. Your team will directly join the main force. The deputy division commander has led the newly formed 2nd Armored Division to approach the main force of the Zerg. They have discovered that we are going to intercept their main force. They have also begun to assemble troops to confront us head on. It is expected that we will take the lead in fighting them before 8 o'clock tonight. You must rush to the next target location as soon as possible." The Hangbo Mountain survivor base was in a mess. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere. Lin Qun stepped out from inside and saw a scene of low morale. Chu Yaowei squatted in the corner and turned over an overturned wooden barrel. Under it were the bodies of a mother and daughter. The mother hugged her child tightly, but her body and the child were pierced together. She had been staring at the two bodies for a long time, and no one knew what she was thinking. Hearing the footsteps, she looked up at Lin Qun, tilting her head with a silly look. At this time, everyone looked at Lin Qun. Lin Qun took a deep breath and said, "I know that many of you are here for me. Even if you know what to fight, and who to fight, you don't know much about these insect swarms. Now you can see that this is a group of war machines. Everyone should have seen the intelligence of Jinling before setting off. These insects are different from the opponents we have encountered before. They have some kind of multi-level intelligence system. A hive can command tens of thousands of war insects, and there are also multi-level command systems under them. And not every war insect in the swarm we are facing is alive. Mixed in these war insects, there are a large number of cloned war insects and artificial war insects. These war insects are the lowest level of cannon fodder and the biggest reliance of the swarm, because these cloned war insects and artificial war insects are not afraid of death at all. They can launch suicide attacks. As long as they can kill the enemy, it doesn't matter if they die, because according to the rules of the civilized battlefield, killing these cloned war insects and artificial war insects will not gain contribution points at all. This means that among the 10 war bugs we face, only one may be a true life form of the Zerg civilization. It may be concerned about death, but the remaining 9 will rush towards you without hesitation. Even if they will be killed by you along the way, they don't care, because as long as they can cover the living warbugs to reap your life and obtain your contribution points, they will be successful. Therefore, this battle will be different from the confrontation with the Bakatans. The number of enemies we will face is huge, and they are more frightening than the Bakatans. You understand what this means. It's not too late to withdraw now. Lin Qun was telling the truth. He was also surprised when he first learned about this mode of the Zerg. The cloned warbugs were mixed with the real warbugs of the Zerg civilization. They all looked the same and were almost indistinguishable from each other. The cloned warbugs were the most powerful cannon fodder of the Zerg. Other civilizations could not gain contribution points by killing the cloned warbugs. Of course, the cloned warbugs could not gain contribution points by killing the contestants. Therefore, the real warbugs of the Zerg civilization must also be mixed in with the cloned warbugs to fight in order to harvest contribution points. The clone battlefield cooperated with the real contestant warbugs to assist them in fighting the enemy and harvesting contribution points, forming a perfect war mechanism. And this mode, it is actually very difficult to really operate on the battlefield. Ordinary civilizations cannot achieve it at all. Only the Zerg civilization, which is as precise as a war machine, can achieve it. Whether it is cloned war insects or real contestant war insects, they can operate precisely on the battlefield like a computer-controlled war sequence, with precise division of labor and fine harvesting. As Lin Qun said this, everyone's expressions were a little shaken, and they were slightly panicked. Some people have begun to retreat quietly. I still have parents in Lucheng. They are too powerful. They are stronger than the Bakatans. I finally reached level 6. What are you afraid of? Don't retreat. Why not? If we go to fight the main force of the Zerg like this, we will all die. I don't want to die like this. Mr. Lin, I'm not afraid. I'm going to fight the swarm to the end. They thought that they would win a great victory by fighting with Mr. Lin, but they didn't expect the swarm to be so terrifying. There were more than 10,000 people in the survivor base of Hangbo Mountain, and it was said that there was heavy firepower. It fell in a few hours. At this time, Lin Qun continued to speak. He raised his voice and said, "Now, it's not too late for you to withdraw. Go back to Lucheng and hide in your bed and shiver. Wait for the battle outside to end. Wait for the swarm to arrive in Lucheng and kill you, your parents, wife, and children like pigs and dogs in Lucheng. Look, the corpses all over the ground are your fate in the future." Everyone looked around and was silent. It's easy to make choices based on fear, but it's difficult to overcome fear and act rationally. Of course, Lin Qun didn't want his team to be dispersed like this. The main battle still needs the strength of this group of elite teams. He just wants to screen out those who are really afraid. Those people are useless on the battlefield, leaving those with bones and blood. Of course, there are not many people who can reach level 5 who are really cowards. This was to cheer these people up. However, just as Lin Qun finished speaking, Li Dongshan in the corner said silently, "My family is in Kyoto, and they may have died a long time ago. I don't have any family in Lucheng anymore." This sentence was very destructive. Chu Yaoi in the corner couldn't help but turn her head and glare at him. But Li Dongshan's next words were, "But I follow you. You are better than me. I have not surpassed you. You say where to hit. I will hit there." And he glanced at the corpses all around and said, "I want to kill them all." Chu Yaoi also stood up slowly from one side. She pointed at the bodies of the mother and daughter on the ground. Her voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to resound throughout the whole place. "I want to kill them all. Look at the corpses all over the ground. If we don't fight today, others won't fight tomorrow. Everyone is for themselves. In the end, when the butcher knife hits our faces, no one will fight for us. If human civilization is destroyed, no one can live independently. I can't, Lin Qun can't, and you can't." Chu Yaoi's words seemed unpleasant to hear, but every word fell like thunder in the hearts of these people. Lin Qun knew that Chu Yaoi was helping him, but this was also his voice and the bloody reality. He stepped forward and walked into the crowd. Countless people's eyes fell on him. He looked around. "I know that some of you are alone, and some of you still have family and friends. I can understand every retreat, because it is not easy for anyone to get to this day and live to this day, but what I want to say is that this is a war of civilizations. Alien civilizations are just a group of active contribution points to us. The same is true for us to alien civilizations. We only have two ways to go. Kill all the aliens, or be killed by the aliens to the extinction of the race. As human beings, we have no choice. Blue Star was chosen as a battlefield, and we are powerless to change it. But I don't want to be extinct, because I don't want to be trampled underfoot. I can't change my race. I can't change the fact that Blue Star has become a global battlefield, but I have thought about it a long time ago in the Magic City. I can't change these. All I can do is move forward. I will kill as many aliens as there are on Blue Star. Maybe I can't reach their planet. I can't kill them to the point of extinction, and it's even possible that I don't have that much power, and I will be killed by aliens on the way. But I believe that, as long as everyone works hard and everyone fights for it, we can change the outcome. The blue planet will be transformed into a human world again. We can kill the alien civilizations so hard that they will flee and go back to their own world. Use our own way to win peace and win the war. As Chu Yaoi said, a future where everyone stops fighting and everyone waits for others to fight will never come. That's just sitting and waiting to die. I'm very strong. I won't wait, and I don't want to sit and wait to die. I will keep moving forward. I won't force you. Those who follow me will follow me, and those who don't follow me can go back now. Lin Qun had wanted to say this for a long time. This was his truest thought. From the magic city to now, he had experienced a lot and thought a lot. Especially this time, when they retreated to luncheon. Even Lin Qun thought they should be safe for a while, but the reality was not like that. They were still too naive. The magic city is already a global battlefield. Those civilizations came here from thousands of miles away just to harvest contribution points. How could they let you be at peace? Peace. It's just that they haven't found you yet. If they find you, they will rush up and tear you apart. The war will never stop. He understood more and more clearly. The blue planet is a battlefield, and no human can be immune. If you retreat for your own interests today, and all humans die tomorrow, you will stand on the edge of the cliff and die. Going forward is to fight for your own interests. Killing them all aliens. Kill them so that they are terrified, flee in panic, and withdraw from the battlefield of Blue Star. Only this way can we achieve peace. This goal has never been so clear in Lin Qun's mind. This is the only way. And to achieve this, everyone's strength is needed. Fight for yourself. Fight for civilization. After Lin Qun said this, he really walked out, without looking back, and did not call for anything. He finished what was in his heart, and left the choice to the people behind him. Lin Qun is not a qualified leader. From childhood to adulthood, he has never led anyone, not in school, not in the unit, and even less after the end of the world. But he understands one thing. Only when the goals are consistent can we fight together, and forcing is meaningless. He walked out of the air raid shelter full of corpses and blood, and finally stopped at the door of the air raid shelter. He looked at the increasingly bright sky outside, and did not look back. The sunlight passed over his body, and drew a line of light and darkness in the air raid shelter behind him, which was like a clear dividing line. Chu Yaoi was the second one to step over. In fact, she followed closely behind Lin Qun without any hesitation. She was a person who knew very well what she wanted and what to do. Once she made a choice, she would not retreat. Maybe others had not realized the danger of the enemy this time before coming here, but she had already thought it through in her heart. She looked at Lin Qun and smiled slightly. Her icy expression was like melting ice and snow, beautiful and moving, incomparable. This is not a matter for one person. Only when our strength is combined, can we survive together. Then came Li Ji and others. As Lin Qun's number one fan, Ni Wensheng was very excited when he heard Lin Qun's words. He shouted from behind, "Brother Lin, I'll follow you. Damn it, kill these alien civilization creatures, and get them out of the magic city." Behind him, the military lined up. Their eyes were firm, and their wills were clear. They shouted in a shocking voice, "Fight the alien civilization to the end." Behind him, a large number of survivors followed closely. Many people did not hesitate. Some of them had already thought it through, and some were awakened by Lin Qun's words and strode forward. Some people, in fact, were not very clear, and were excited by the boiling blood of the people around them and followed forward. Of course, there were also more than a dozen people who looked at each other, and stayed behind the staggered light in the air raid shelter. A line divides two groups of people and two worlds. Lin Qun did not look back. He just said, "Let's go to the next destination. This time, we will not be late. We will have a head-on firefight with the insect swarm." As he said, he took the lead in getting on the car and moving forward at high speed. Behind him, a large number of soldiers shouted and strode forward. The cries of humans are like the best memorial to the dead here, because they will hold up the flames and light up the future of mankind. Not only for mankind, but also for themselves. At this moment, in the triangular area from Lucheng to Jinling City, from Jinling City to Zens, the war is raging. Humans and insects are fighting everywhere. A large number of warriors and war insects are thrown into the battlefield, intensively stirring. People like the Taku people and the Fire Dragon clan can only flee in fear and dread. How dare this group of humans take the initiative to kill under such circumstances? Outside the magic city, deep in the sea, in an unknown spaceship in optical invisibility, in a dark bridge space, Two tall figures are communicating rapidly. They are the lives of two prophetic civilizations. The entire human race in both places has been mobilized, and large forces have been intensively deployed. They have taken the initiative to attack the Zerg civilization in turn. It's really surprising. I thought they would be like other human civilizations we have encountered. They would defend one side under the pincer attack, struggle hard, and finally die. Unexpectedly, they would dare to take the initiative to fight. This seems crazy. Maybe they have their own strength and confidence. The Bakutans are not their opponents. Perhaps there is a reason the Bakutans are just jumping clowns. It doesn't matter. Not to mention that with their little power, it is impossible to shake the Zerg civilization. Even if they can shake it, what can they do? In the Chinese region, except for the mysterious civilization in the north, no one is our opponent. This group of humans is just struggling in their death throes. There is only one top master, nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 200. They are so fierce. Survivor base in Qianzhuang town. Zhu Jiago felt that he might be finished. Those damned swarms of insects came out of nowhere and attacked them in the early morning. A large number of ground war insects attacked them from the front. Zhu Jiago didn't know how many of those things there were. About a few thousand? 10,000? But he knew how many people he had here. There were less than 4,000 people on their side. The wall they built a few days ago had been breached long ago. It was originally used to resist the active Taku people around, but now it has almost no effect on these swarms of insects. Zhu Jiago's front was breached step by step. In fact, they had received reminders from Jinling and Luching, but he didn't care much at that time. He had also heard of the swarm civilization. How could such a behemoth come to attack him if it didn't attack Jinling? Moreover, Zhu Jiago suspected that Luching and Jinling wanted to recruit them and create panic. Because during this period of time, Jinling City had invited them more than once to move to Jinling. Many people here were tempted, but Zhu Jiago didn't want to go. Isn't it good for him to be the king of the mountain here? Zhu Jiago is not a military man, nor does he come from a formal background. When the global battlefield just started, he was a delivery man. Because he was a good person and knew many brothers, it might be because he was in good health. He was a good person before, and his awakened talent was also good, which became his biggest card. Relying on his talent and the brothers who delivered food, he stood firm in the doomsday, came all the way here, and established his own survivor base. He became the king of the mountain here. There is food, drink, and women. This is a life that Zhu Jiago could never dream of before. How could he bear to give it up? If he goes to Jinling, he must accept the incorporation, and everything must be done according to the formal procedures. The set of things he follows here is useless at all. But now, he feels stupid. He killed those people who trusted him in Qianzhuang town. Although he had power and became a mountain king after the apocalypse, he had changed a lot and done some inhuman things. But Zhu Jiago was not a bad person at heart. The people here believed in him, and he really wanted to live with these people because there were no powerful alien civilizations around, which gave him confidence and even made him a little inflated. Coupled with his ambition and selfishness, he rejected Jinling's invitation. Zhu Jiago's confidence was not groundless. In a small-scale informal army survivor base like his, the elderly, the weak, women and children accounted for a small proportion, and most of them were combat-capable men and women. Not to mention that everyone was a soldier. 2/3 of the 3,000 or 4,000 people were combat capable. Weapons and ammunition were obtained from various channels, and they were not lacking. Otherwise, they would not be able to stand on their own. Even if the scattered soldiers of the surrounding alien civilizations were weak, not just anyone could set up a survivor base. This was also the reason why the military wanted to recruit them as combat power to counterattack the insect swarm. These people were ready-made combat personnel. In the past, Zhu Jiago also thought so. But now, he realized how stupid his behavior was. It was not because they were so powerful, but because the alien civilizations they had encountered before were not large in scale. Without the cooperation of the regular army, lacking large-scale heavy firepower and fortifications, they alone, even if they had manpower, could not resist the attack of the swarm of insects. In less than half an hour, the swarm of insects crushed the outer defense they had painstakingly built for half a month. He led his men to the front, but they were defeated all the way. Many of his brothers died to cover him. He was trapped in the department store in Kyanseong town. Outside was a dense swarm of insects. Looking up, he was filled with despair. These buildings hid their last 2,000 people and were their last line of defense. Zhu Jiaguo's lips were trembling. He regretted the wrong decision he had made. He felt that he had harmed those people. He roared and yelled, "Reinforcement! Didn't Lucheng say they would send people? Where are their people?" They had a military shortwave radio communication station in their hands. The signal was not very good, but it was barely usable. It was also an important means for them to communicate with other survivors. At this time, his woman stumbled up and said, Brother Zhu, they said they are coming soon. Let us hold on, let us hold on." This was a beautiful woman who would never look at Zhu Jiaguo before the end of the world, but now she desperately moved forward, as if she would be safer by Zhu Jiaguo's side. Zhu Jiaguo was delighted to hear this and said, "How many people are they coming? Have you told them about our situation? They said that 1,000 people are coming. Or 1,000 people." The joy that just appeared on Zhu Jiaguo's face turned into despair. He said, "What can 1,000 people do? There are at least 4 or 5,000 war bugs outside. 142 people. They don't want to save us." The confidence that Zhu Jiaguo had accumulated in dealing with the scattered soldiers of small civilizations such as the Taku people had been beaten to nothing by the swarm of insects. Half of his good brothers had died. What confidence can he still have? He only felt that the Zerg was extremely powerful, and his heart was chilled when he heard this. But he still had a little kindness, holding the beautiful woman's hand, and said, "Go quickly, tell them, don't come, or 1,000 people coming, that's to die." But the woman gritted her teeth and refused to go. Or 1,000 people are also hope for her. She doesn't care whether the people who come are to die or not. It's better to give her more chances to live than nothing. She can live. What does it matter if others die? Looking at her like this, Zhu Jiaguo could probably guess what she was thinking, and was about to curse, when suddenly there was a loud noise above his head. There was a loud bang. The department store was hit by a missile launched by the Zerg, and the people hiding on the upper floors were blown away piece by piece in the firelight. "They are coming." The brother next to him grabbed Zhu Jiaguo's hand and gritted his teeth and said, Brother, Kangxi and his family's wives and children are all here. They are dead, and these family members are their thoughts. We can't let these bastards kill their families too. Zhu Jiaguo's heart sank. Most of them here are combat forces. There are not many old, weak, women and children, but they are all Zhu Jiaguo's brothers' parents, wives and children. Zhu Jiaguo works as a takeaway, and he knows very well that his brothers work hard to make money. Which one is not to support their families? Family is more important to them than life. Now that they have died with him, he has the obligation and must protect these family members, whether he can do it or not. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I will rush out with people to attract firepower. Xiangzi, you take a few people and see if you can take the opportunity to take our brothers' families away." As he said that, he took a deep look at the panicked beautiful woman next to him, threw her out, and said, "You go too." The beautiful woman fell to the ground, glanced at Zhu Jiaguo, and ran away without looking back. She just thought that Zhu Jiaguo was safe here and wanted to follow him, holding his hand and refusing to let go. Now that she heard that Zhu Jiaguo was going to run out to attract fire and seek death, she left mercilessly. Zhu Jiaguo looked at her back, and although he knew what kind of person she was, he still felt uncomfortable. It was not anger or annoyance, but just an indescribable feeling. But he quickly clenched the gun in his hand and wanted to lead people to fight. The military only came with 1,000 people, and he had completely given up hope. It was meaningless. The insect swarm outside was so strong. If 1,000 people came, it would be seeking death, and it would not have any effect at all. Zhu Jiaguo called a group of people, and they were all brothers who followed him wholeheartedly. No matter how Zhu Jiaguo usually enjoyed his status as the boss of the survivor base, he had always been good to his brothers. At this time, in the moment of despair, they knew that they could not leave, and these people also crowded around him tightly. He shouted, and they dared to follow him to rush out and die. Without such appeal, Zhujiaguo would not be able to sit on the Mountain King of such a survivor base. At this moment, outside, it was full of those terrible war bugs. Zhujiaguo had heard of this insect swarm civilization before, and thought that the other party was like the bugs in those movies he had watched before, but it turned out to be different. Each of these ground war bugs was the size of an SUV, and most of their bodies were steel armored structures. The 6 limbs were completely mechanically modified, giving them terrible all-terrain propulsion and jumping capabilities. Their bodies were full of weapons, including small grenade launchers, large caliber machine guns, and small caliber burst weapons. They could fire crazily at long distances, and at close range, their bodies armed to the teeth could tear apart any fragile human flesh and blood. Under the steel was the flesh and blood that grew, which was almost perfectly integrated with its metal body, giving these warbugs a strange posture of flesh and blood coupled with steel. Zhujiaguo and others also had a lot of weapons in their hands, but the more armor-piercing weapons had almost no effect on them. Rushing out at this time would be suicide. Zhujiaguo was a little nervous, but he gritted his teeth and finally rushed out of the department store. Behind him, his brother led people to retreat from another direction. Zhujiaguo was going to have a decisive battle with the Zerg. The moment he rushed out, he had already thought about it. Since he was going to die, he had to play his role and hold back the Zerg so that the people behind him had a chance to escape. But unfortunately, he still overestimated the combat effectiveness of his people and underestimated the strong execution ability of the Zerg's coordinated operations. They were hit head-on as soon as they rushed out. A large number of Zerg's combat insects had already stood at each point. Zhujiaguo was hit head-on when he rushed out and suffered heavy losses. The fleeing team behind him was also intercepted by the Zerg. In the survivor base of Qianzhuang town, smoke billowed, buildings collapsed, smoke and dust billowed, flames shot up into the sky. Zhujiaguo was almost hit by a missile and was rushed by several brothers to the ruins of the bunker on the side. His face was covered with dust and dirt, and his ears were buzzing. He looked up and looked at the scene in front of him. His heart was cold, and his hands holding the gun were shaking. He had good marksmanship and powerful talents. Among ordinary survivors, he was an expert among experts. But what was the point? Facing the large swarm of insects, his strength was useless. Personal strength was so weak on the battlefield. Zhujiaguo looked at the brothers around him and smiled bitterly. But his brothers looked a little strange at this time, and they were all looking outside. Brother, look, look. Zhujiaguo shook his head in despair. What are you looking at? Are they coming up? Come on, let's gather our ammunition and fight them. Even if we can't leave, I'll kill a few alien civilization creatures. No, brother, look, they suddenly retreated. Zhujiaguo was shocked this time. He stuck his head out and looked through the ruins to the other end of the battlefield and found that, as his brother said, the swarm of insects that had already occupied an absolute advantage suddenly retreated. No, this is not a retreat. They were attacked from the rear and changed the direction of attack. It's a military reinforcement. The 1,000 people came to kill them and took out their back garden. Zhujiaguo shouted excitedly. He really didn't expect that the military reinforcement of the 1,000 people he looked down on actually saved them at this time. The fact seems to be true. At this moment, behind the insect swarm, outside the town of Qianzhuang, which they cannot see, the sound of gunfire is deafening. It is obvious that someone is coming from the rear of this group of war insects, forcing the insect swarm to temporarily abandon Zhujiaguo and others in the front and give priority to dealing with the opponents behind. His brothers were also very excited and talked about it. Great. The military is here. We have hope. Brother, what should we do now? Should we cooperate with the military inside and outside to fight a counter-encirclement? Everyone looked at Zhujiaguo. Zhujiaguo calmed down and immediately shook his head and said, "You have all seen the strength of these insect swarms. The 1,000 people who came up are just food. If there are more reinforcement, we will fight to counter-encircle. If there are fewer people, we can't eat this group of insects at all. We are not called counter-encirclement with internal and external cooperation. We are called sending ourselves to death. So, we must seize this opportunity. Run away quickly, as many as you can run." Zhujiaguo thought clearly. The 3 or 4,000 people on their side were killed by the swarm of insects. Now the 1,000 people outside, even if they are regular troops of the military, should be sent to the army. It is only a matter of time before they are defeated. In this case, they should seize the time, run away as far as they can. They can't let the 1,000 reinforcement die in vain. Zhu Jiaguo immediately called out, dragged his family, and took his people to run away. But as he ran, he found something wrong. Because the formation of the swarm of insects was wrong. According to his initial idea, the 1,000 people could not hold out for long, and the swarm of insects should be able to destroy them by dividing 1,000 insects. But the development of the situation does not seem to be the case. The battle behind seems to be extremely anxious. Not only that, the swarm of insects that had surrounded the entire Qianzhuang town actually surged at this moment, no longer surrounded, but concentrated densely, and quickly moved towards the direction of the 1,000 reinforcement, and reinforced them in batches. It seems that these swarms of insects are in a bitter battle. Zhu Jiaguo blinked. He suddenly paused, rushed to a building on one side, hid behind the bunker, and looked into the distance cautiously. Qianzhuang town is an economically underdeveloped town with a small population. It is composed of a few streets in front and back, and there are no tall buildings. He can overlook the entire town from the 3rd floor. But at this time, he was horrified to see, outside Qianzhuang town, the iron battle formation of more than 4,000 war insects was torn apart by humans. Military vehicles carrying heavy weapons shuttled back and forth, turning into 7 teams, tearing through the entire insect swarm line. The most terrifying thing is that in this team, it seems that everyone is a master, and everyone's innate ability is terrifying. They can kill a war insect with just one move. The one in the front, who is unknown, is wearing a battle armor, holding a red and blue shield in his hand, and is shrouded in aura. He is at the forefront of the battlefield, and wherever he passes, the insect swarm's line collapses. Those machine gun bullets and terrible missiles that could easily tear apart humans were all blocked by his shield. As he advanced, the invincible war insect line that Zhu Jiaguo and others had been unable to defeat was torn apart from the center like a fragile piece of toilet paper. That man advanced all the way, from the outside to the inside, piercing through and disrupting the war rhythm of the entire swarm of insects, tearing their lines into pieces in an instant. Zhu Jiaguo, who was standing on a high place, was shocked by that scene. He almost thought he had seen it wrong. He had survived the apocalypse for so long, and had never seen such a single force. That was a swarm of insects. Every steel and flesh war insect he had just experienced was like a heavy siege vehicle. Not only was it powerful in firepower, but its body was also extremely hard and strong, and it was difficult to break through. However, such a creature was as weak as a small fish in front of the opponent, and was destroyed, like cutting melons and vegetables. The distance was far, so he couldn't see clearly what method the man used, but he could clearly see that, wherever the man who led the way passed, none of the terrible war bugs in front of him could stand up to him. They fell down one by one like mowing grass, and were all killed, destroying withered trees and rotten trees. This is a real destruction of withered trees and rotten trees. At this moment, Zhu Jiaguo suddenly reacted. He was one-sidedly stupid. He didn't realize how terrifying this so-called team of 1,000 people was. This was an elite team he had never heard of. Too fierce. They were too fierce. However, Zhu Jiaguo reacted quickly. Seeing that the situation had changed, he immediately shouted, "Damn it, don't run away. This group of reinforcement is too fierce. We don't need to run. Counterattack immediately. Fight back. Fight back." The greatest advantage of Zhu Jiaguo is his ability to judge the situation. He can make judgments and decisions quickly when facing emergencies. This is also the reason why he can lead his team to where he is today. Just now, he felt that the 1,000 reinforcement were a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and were here to die. So he chose to run away without hesitation. But now, it is obviously not the case. This team of 1,000 people is indeed small in number, but it is powerful. Therefore, he immediately made up his mind to attack from both inside and outside with this group of people to counterattack the swarm. He immediately took his people into action, and the situation on the battlefield changed immediately. from the swarm of insects surrounding and suppressing the survivors such as Zujiago one-sidedly. It became Zujiago and the survivors of the reinforcement attacking from inside and outside, sweeping the battlefield like a whirlwind. The formation of the swarm of insects was completely divided, broken down, and torn apart. A large number of war insects were divided and strangled, and suffered heavy casualties. The humans on both sides are all making a living in the doomsday. There is no communication, but they have a tacit understanding when fighting, and their action and execution are very high. Although the people of Zujiago cannot beat the swarm of insects, they are not completely a mob. They are combat capable. Otherwise, they can't withstand the harassment of small and medium-sized civilizations such as the Taku people before. It's just that the swarm of insects has an overwhelming advantage over them, and hits their weaknesses. The more they fought, the more frightened Zujiago and the others became, because this group was too fierce. Especially the man who was killing in the front. I don't know what means he used, but he was able to directly transform into a giant more than 20 meters tall, roaring forward, tearing and swallowing a war bug alive. Of course, it seems that after that, the most ferocious man was suspected of indigestion or his internal organs were pierced, so he lifted the giant form and turned into a posture with steel armor again, crisscrossing the battlefield, sweeping the war bugs, and slaughtering the battlefield like slaughtering dogs. Despite this scene still made Zujiago and his people excited. Where did the reinforcement come from? They are too fierce. Thousands of insect swarms were strangled at a very fast speed. This was something Zujiago had never dreamed of. 10 minutes ago, they were still in a dying situation, and had already despaired. But now, they have turned defeat into victory, and the situation is very good. The insect swarm was defeated, leaving corpses all over the ground, and even a few who successfully left the battlefield were almost all strangled. They all felt like a dream. Looking at the battlefield covered with smoke under the sun, they looked unbelievable. At this time, the battle was almost coming to an end. Liui and others cleaned up the battlefield and looked for possible bugs that had slipped through the net. Lin Qun stood to one side. In fact, Zujiago and his friends were right just now. Lin Qun did have indigestion. He did not activate the Colossal Titan because the Colossal Titan consumed too much energy. In comparison, the Armored Titan transformation was the best choice. The scene of Lin Qun directly eating bugs not only shocked Zujiago, but also frightened others such as Li Ji. They all thought that Lin Qun was crazy and directly swallowed the alien civilization creatures alive. But Lin Qun himself knew what was going on. He was trying to launch a feast. However, the bug was too big, and it was half steel and half flesh and blood. His armored titan body was not very pleasant to eat. He had no choice but to cancel the armored titan transformation and slaughter it in a normal posture. But the feast was still launched successfully. At this moment, his attributes changed again. Name, Lin Qun level 24, 21,300/140,000, strength 62.3 agility, 35.1 constitution, 56.2 stamina, 55/64.3 right square bracket, dark energy, 19/28.1 right square bracket. This time, I swallowed and gained another 0.1 point of stamina. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.